All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Poole and delighted to be your facilitator again. This is our fourth work session for the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Draw Working Group. Our focus today is really on reissue and some cleanup issues or cleanup questions that we're trying to button up from our last three meetings. We've got 3 hours today, right, until noon. And we've got a full agenda with a lot of prompts for y'all. So we'll get started. First up, we'll have a quick revisit of our ground rules. We'll touch on our vision that we developed. We've got a quick icebreaker for you. And then we'll dive right into shared learning at about 9:25. This is all just what is happening today in the processes that are going to be relevant for today. We'll give you that background, and then we'll jump right into our first workshop, which will go till noon in this session, and then we'll have a break for 30 minutes, and we have snark sandwiches, right? And I think we're gonna be having those in the other room.
Yep, you can eat, there's a room right next door, 101.
Yep. So then we'll resume again at 12:30, and then we'll have a 4-hour block, which is to finalize our recommendations and work through the remaining issues that we have. So a lot of topics for us. As usual, we'll work as fast as possible to develop a consensus. There may be times when we see that it just feels right that we can go ahead and take a vote, and we'll do that. Other times we may need a little more discussion, so we'll kind of play it as we have before, allowing folks to work through and try to find that consensus if it exists. Our ground rules are the same as before, just as always, one person at a time. For those in person, just remember tip up your table tent, and I'll try to go first come, first serve for those. And then for our remote, if you can stay on mute for the most part, raise your hand. We'll be watching, 3 of us. Hopefully we'll pick you up, that your hand is up, and then we'll call on you in order. And then make sure, feel free to use the chat function if you like, and we'll be monitoring that as well. And then, of course, as always, say what you mean and ask questions to promote understanding. Let's be tough on the problems facing our state here today, but really easy on each other. You've all been wonderful at that, and I'm sure we'll do the same today. And then last, as we think about the past, let's just use that in a way to describe a better future for hunting in Colorado. Any questions?
Bathrooms are out in that main lobby. There's also a water refill station. There's also a bathroom in here if anybody needs.
Yes, thank you. And there are some waters back here and some chocolates if you like. So help yourself and feel free to move around the room if that's comfortable. Quick visit of our vision. We will simplify the draw process and to be more readily understood by most hunters. We've certainly lived up to that so far in terms of trying to find some standards and areas where we can have the same process regardless of species, for example. And then we talked about enabling reasonable and transparent opportunities for both current and future hunters to draw limited and highly desirable licenses, as well as continuing to maintain that focus on wildlife conservation and sustainability. All right, so we'll go around the room here, and maybe I'll start with you, Steve, if that's all right, so you can prepare yourself for a moment. But the icebreaker for today, in your ideal world, what would happen if someone did not want their license for that season, not an exemption? And so that's the first. And then should CPW offer any type of refunds and/or point restorations? If you want a minute, I understand.
Yeah.
An approved exemption is like a medical exemption or if someone's deployed overseas, which we'll cover more, but this is like just someone who doesn't want their license, but there's no like emergency reason they don't need it. It's kind of what we were going for.
Jenny did have her hand raised, but maybe that answered your question.
I suppose right now I would say that they would have to keep that license they put into that hunt, and they need to hold on to it, and if it's not an approved reason, I guess, medical exemption, then they need to hold the license and that's theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Should they offer any types of refunds or point restorations? No.
Okay, very clear, thank you. Oh.
What is our whole, is it just medical? What's the approved exemptions?
Yeah, we won't cover that in the slides, but I can.
Extreme medical exemptions, for UV, military deployment, family member.
If they broke their leg or something, they could turn it back in.
Yeah, you just need a doctor's signature.
For the first one, I'd say keep it. And then the second one, I could see them getting point registration refund depending on the timing. If they give somebody else enough time to use it. But it's kind of like the day before, well then the opportunity's kind of gone for somebody else.
Thanks, Nolan. Terry?
I would say that, they can turn it back in if they would like to see that license reissued. But, no refunds or point restorations outside of approved exemptions.
Thanks, Terry. Awesome.
My ideal world, I think it's okay that seasons and schedules change. We ask people to plan months in advance. We like the draw to be as early as possible. In states where we can control that to allow us to plan, but time is more valuable than money when it comes to hunting for me. So, you know, I don't think the refunds is a huge deal, but point restoration, if we're gonna continue to have an element of a preference point draw, if we talked about in the split draw, I think point restoration is a necessary evil. I do like that we don't add a point, that it restores it to pre-draw levels, not allowing people to draw it year after year after year, which we've seen in other states. That creates a problem, but I think the reality is if you put yourself in the shoe of someone whose schedule has changed, something's come up, that does not fall under an exemption, you should be able to get that license to someone else, and move on. So I'm in favor of them being able to change.
Thanks, Austin.
I'm actually a really big fan of being able to return the license for any reason, as long as it can be reused, because I think that'll help clear the pool. I think it's really important that if your life changes or if you don't want to hunt or can't hunt, the next person in line should get that license. So I know other states do a really good job of check a box if you would like a reissue, check a box if you want to be an alternate. And I think we could probably streamline the process and speed it up. Instead of it going on a list to a reissue, automate it to the point where the next 10 people in line automatically get it if you check that box. And it's a tough call for me because I would take almost any license with little or no notice just because I know that's the license I wanted and I may not get it again. In terms of refunds, I don't think you should get your money back if you turn it back for a non-approved reason. I do think, like Austin said, getting your points back to where you were before the draw but not adding is good. The only exception I'd say is if somebody's got 20 points and the license only takes 10, they could do that 10 years in a row before they really get penalized to where they're not drawing it. So I just want to make sure we're clear and fair that a person can't draw it to go, oh, not this year, and the growth wasn't good. Oh, not this year, I can't. And so I want to make sure there's at least, maybe not a penalty for that, but at least a note in there that you can't do it 3 or 4 years in a row. It's an exception. It's not the rule that you can do it all.
Yeah, thanks, Jen.
In an ideal world, I agree. I think it's important to allow people to return their license if something were to happen. You know, there's not just the approved exemptions, there's weddings and kids and things like that, which I think is an important customer service aspect for us to have. I would almost second what you said, John, in terms of streamlining the process, because not only, it's not even necessarily as simple as it just going back on a list, right? They have to turn it in, it gets approved at an office, it then has to be uploaded to then go to licensing so that they know that it's been returned, and then it's then added onto the list. Then, you know, there's couple different ways that people can do that. So if there was some more streamlined or even more automatic way for it to be done, whether it just goes to the next person on the list, or there's some other way we can make it easier on customers to get it more quickly and staff to not have to have so many steps to it, I think that would be ideal. In terms of offering refunds or point restorations, I think we should offer those things depending on the situation. And I would even extend the approved exemptions to this. You know, if you break your leg or you're in a car accident, sometimes it seems unfair for us to penalize people. You're not only paying a ton of money, you're also, you know, losing your points depending on which one you pick. So I think that we should still require people to choose one or the other, but if it's something like an extreme medical exemption, I think, or, you know, any other number of things, I think we should maybe allow people to do both, although the surrender period helps with that, and maybe allow people to get both, so.
We'll cover, but for approved exemptions, they do get both back, points
For
and
all of them?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think turning a tag back in and making it available for others is a good idea. And as far as the refunds and point restorations, I don't necessarily think the cash refund, I think point restoration for the first, 2 or 3 times, some number of times, so it doesn't become a habit. And I think the first 5 reissue opportunities should go to residents.
Okay, thanks.
So the 30 days, turn the license in 30 days in advance like we do today, I guess is what we do today, 30 days. That's good to do. The money you wouldn't get back, so there should be some kind of penalty for people, for people in my circle that I know that they just don't feel like going. So they get everything back, there's no skin in the game, if you would. So 30 days in advance, yes, you don't get your money back. And I'm on the fence on the points. I have to think through the points. So there's pros and cons on both that, we should think about.
Good morning, everybody. So a lot of where I sit in this icebreaker for an ideal world, some of the comments made earlier, life does happen. I find that out more and more the older I get. And I think there's some good things around some of the things we do currently with requiring, outside of the extreme exemptions or approved exemptions, the 30 days prior to. I really feel like a license getting turned back and a lot of what Lauren said, if there was a more streamlined or automatic way to get it to the next person in line, so not favoring residents or non-residents, but whoever would have drawn it, if it took any points, that to me would be ideal. And giving them that option, like some of the thoughts that we've heard already, if there's ways to do that. I think it can get a little complicated too, with the fact that we have a secondary draw. And at what point would somebody, would have drawn it in the initial draw, but now they have a license that they already received, and how do you weigh that through? Is the next person in line somebody that now wouldn't be able to have both licenses, obviously, or do you give them that opportunity, or do you move to the next person that has availability there? I think exchanges of licenses ties into the conversation too, in that, you can exchange a license up to the day before the season starts for the license that you hold. But I'm open to conversation around this whole topic. It's kind of where I sit.
Yeah, thanks, John.
I like everything I'm hearing. I do think it's important to get those licenses back out to people. I like the streamline a lot. I'm not sure we do enough to get those back to people who have put time into the system. And so I think that's important. And there's also something about if their credit card doesn't go through, and something I heard today about if sometimes the banks put a red flag because Aspera puts all these out there at one time. And I think that's something that we ought to look at also. And we just need a conversation around money and preference points, I think.
Excellent.
Jenny and John.
Jenny?
I have to ask her to unmute.
Good morning. I completely agree with making it a more efficient system. Where there is a non-approved exemption, I'm open to that, but certainly all of our fees have to be covered. And I'd like to discuss the points. Thanks.
And John?
So in my ideal world, refunds and perfect point restoration wouldn't exist. Honestly, I ran this system for several years. The stuff that came through was what you said. I don't want to hunt anymore. I stubbed my toe. I need a medical exemption. And just the fact of the matter, we're not doctors. So they send us a note that says, I stubbed my toe. It looks like I stubbed my toe and it's actually life-threatening. So that's not our place to say. So whatever we need to do, if we have these approved exemptions, we need to define that exemption and define it well enough that we can say, no, you cannot have this, or yes, you can, without having to figure out what the doctor note it means. The reason behind the no refunds and no preference point restorations is one thing that I really did not like was the surrender period that we have now. But as we've used it more and more, we've seen that a lot of people are utilizing that. Forward plans have changed. We put in a month before, now I can't go, work has changed. And we give them back their refund and we give them back their points. I think at that point, it's a really good way that if you want to turn that license back in, the plans have changed, there you go. After that, it's your license. You keep it, you have the points, we used it, we're done.
Or people applied for the wrong HUD code, or they put in the wrong choice. So there was an application error on their part. The surrender period is helpful for that too.
So if we keep that surrender period, I would like to see no refunds, no points, minus the exemptions. I mean, if you're in the hospital for whatever it was, that we have to talk about and define, but or just the, I don't wanna go, I don't think we should be refunding or giving points back to it.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, please.
So I think we wanted this icebreaker just to kind of loosen up and start the conversation, but what we were planning today is to really focus on the reissue process, which is what you guys asked this meeting be focused on. So not so much on the return refund policy, but what happens once we get that license back? What do we do with it? So is everybody okay with kind of that? And if there's something related to actual refunds, maybe we hold that to the end, or do we? I just wanted to make sure we weren't causing confusion with this icebreaker, that we were really trying to focus on the reissue part and not the refund part.
Well, I think that, I think the refund part is a really important part of it, and we probably should discuss that first, because if we significantly change the refund policy, it's going to significantly change the number of licenses, reissued potentially. I came here expecting to discuss primarily the surrender policy, because that's what drives the reissue process. And I think that there is probably more angst out there about the reissue process right now, and a large part of that is because of our surrender policies that allow licenses to end up on the reissue list that people apply for. And so I think that a big part of fixing that problem is discussing how do we get that license into the hands of the next person. And an example of that is Nevada, just like was mentioned over here somewhere earlier. You mark a box, I'm willing to take this license up to 2 weeks prior to the season. And if you're next in line and somebody returns it, you're automatically charged, and you get an email that says you're not licensed now. Might create, maybe that creates other problems, I don't know, but I really think that the surrender process needs to be discussed at length. One of the primary issues that we we set out to solve at the beginning was preference point creep. And if we're willing to just say, yeah, we're not gonna make any changes to reissue, reestablishing preference points for a surrender, then we're really skipping over a big part of the problem.
Yeah, I concur with Terry. I think the hardest thing for people to see is the reissue list come out with a tag on it that they applied for. And knowing that it's still August and they could have had 2 months to prepare. So I do think talking through the surrender process and hopefully figuring out a way to streamline, and automate the reissue so it doesn't end up on the reissue list. I think that's probably one of the key things.
Just clarify, when you're talking the surrender process, are we talking the surrender period or the overall process?
The overall
The overall
process.
process.
I'm kind of with you on the, surrender period being okay.
Yeah.
That's it, so.
Just wanted to
So I
make sure that
think
we're.
we are gonna talk about what you guys are bringing up. What we were planning not to talk about is the whole 30 days you can return to get, your points or a monetary refund or the medical exemption, the list of exemptions. Is everybody okay with leaving those refund policies as is and focusing really on how we get the licenses back out?
I see a lot of nods. Pete?
If we have time, can we go through it?
If time for lunch, yeah.
Time allowing?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I guess I'm okay with the exemptions. But what we really need to discuss is allowing people to turn it in for any reason up until 30 days prior. That's the huge problem. I mean, that's the crux of this whole discussion.
Well, real quick, for example, I think what Terry's getting at is if we take away refund and preference point restorations period or cap them, that's gonna change what our reissue looks like. That's gonna change if it goes back to the next person, how many of those licenses are coming back. So I kind of agree. I think we need to figure out, are we gonna leave it the same? Or are we gonna look into shortening it or restricting it or what?
So we'll have to pivot a little on the slides, but we'll go through the shared learning and then we'll kick off with that. We don't have a set slide for that yet, but that's a good place to start.
See a lot of nods, agreement? Everybody's happy? John?
Can I ask for clarification? Because Lauren brought it up. She said it takes X number of hours, X number of days. It has to touch 4 people's hands. It has to get an approval process. And we're 30 days postmark. I mean, in this electronic age, could we not have them check a box, fill out a form, say I'm surrendering my license and start that process, not at the post office, but online? And then how long does it take to get the approval done before it gets back on the list? I know it's probably a couple of weeks.
So it's a lot faster now because, so let's, licensing team is obviously in Denver, but let's say a license is returned in Durango. When that license is returned in Durango, the office staff look at it, make sure everything's okay, they mark the day that we accepted it, and then they go into a form to upload it digitally so that licensing can see it very quickly. And then depending on how busy it is, how many staff members are available, they're going through that list to then, move on to the next step of the process. So even though the licenses themselves are then being, do offices keep their licenses or do they send them to you guys? I don't know if this weird is right now.
Either way, so to answer that question, in the old day before we started this, the license would go to Durango, it would get approved, and then it was actually boxed and shipped to us. Then we got it, then we went in and removed it off because we had that physical license that we needed. The new one, the offices get the option of, they fill it out, make sure everything looks good, they put it onto an online spreadsheet saying, we have the license. And at that point, we don't care where the license is, it's on our property.
It's in your.
So some of the licenses come to us for shredding, since we do, big services in Denver. Some of the offices around the state have their own shredding services, so they, depending on. Go on, Mark.
Thank you.
But then at that point, that's when they're working on trying to get it on the next reissue lists on Tuesday, so it'll be available on Wednesday. But again, that's
Yeah.
gonna depend on the volume that they have, the staff members available in terms of, is it gonna get on the next reissue list or the one after that?
Excellent. Marie?
Off of John's idea, what about the ones that are mailed in, if they could start that process online? I agree with what he's saying, actually. I don't know what anybody else's mail world's like, but mine is terrible. From Denver to Meeker takes 10 to 14 days at least.
Pony Express.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the only issue that we had with mailing in the past was that we required the physical license to be with us. And since we do not do the digital licenses, and that physical license is what gives you the ability to hunt, we never allowed them to refund without our hands being on a physical.
Because of the carcass tag and.
Carcass tags, and then if you, for example, if you went in and you said, yep, I'm gonna refund this, send it in, you could go in while that mail was going and get a reprint of it. Wait for it to go in, then we went in, and if that person didn't catch that it had been reprinted, you got your refund and a valid license technically.
And that's problematic in the field, because you could have a carcass tag on an animal that's not valid, but it's legit.
So that was kind of the past ones, but with looking at digital licensing and everything of that sort, it may be in the future that we could do, you just go online, check them out, say, I'm done, return.
Yeah, there's pros with both.
Awesome.
In our conversation today, should we consider the future of e-tagging for digital licenses, or should we not consider that coming in the future?
I think you could make recommendations. As an agency, we haven't even really dug deep into that topic yet, so I don't know if there's even backing from our EMT to go that direction. Yet with our RFP that we're writing right now for the system, we're asking that they include electronic licensing as a possibility for the future in that contract that we're writing up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, from a law enforcement perspective, it's very much important to have that license in staff's hands before moving it forward, you know, as much as we want to trust that people started on their own saying, I'm forfeiting my license. Well, if you say that and then never turn it in, and then you're still in possession of that license, it opens itself up for the use of that license, whether it's by that person or somebody else.
Yeah, my thought is if you turned it in digitally and then got it in mail, the second it showed up in the mail, all you had to do was issue the next one. So you don't have to start the process when you receive it, is kind of my thought.
Thanks, John. Okay, I think we've got a plan for now. We shift to our shared learning.
So I want to introduce Andrea to all of you, just, she's kind of a new face. So Andrea is our licensed deputy. She's really gonna take the lead on the shared learning today. So Andrea supervises our draw team in licensing and also our special licensing team as well. Andrea.
Take it over. You can go on to the next slide. And if I'm going too fast or you need any clarification, feel free just to hop in. Some of these are a little text heavy, but I wanted to make sure you were able to read it here, and then the folks online who are watching are able to fully understand what we're talking about. So we're just gonna go through the current refund process and then the reissue process, just so you know what the current state is, and then any changes we want to discuss later, we can. So like we've talked about, we have that surrender period. So hunters can turn in their license for restoration of points and a refund. This is usually shortly after the results are posted, and it just lasts a few days. And customers can do this all online, and it's before their license is printed. So that helps expedite the process, that they don't have to be mailing it in. They just fill out this form online and we can get this done. And after the surrender period, through 30 days before the season, hunters can return that license for either a refund or restoration of their points. Like Lauren talked about earlier, they have to pick one of those two, they don't get both. And then after that, if a hunter qualifies for one of those approved exemptions, they'll get their points back and a refund. One of those is the extreme medical exemption, like we talked about. A doctor can sign this form, they send that in with their license, and they do still have to send in that physical license, and then we'll do that. They can also get points and a refund back with the military deployment orders. So if they're overseas and they didn't know they were gonna be overseas at the time, they can give us those orders for that refund and restoration. If the hunter passes away or an immediate family member passes away, that's an approved exemption. And also if they have a jury duty summons. And if a hunter wants to turn in their license less than 30 days before the season, but they don't qualify for an exemption, they can do that and surrender it to us, but they don't receive a refund or their points back. But say their other friend can only hunt in one area and they really want this other tag that's available, they can turn in that tag still, but they don't get anything back for that. Unqualified exemptions, like we talked about, keep our light for one more sec. They're accepted through 30 days after the start of the season, so if someone was in the hospital with something really serious and they can't get it turned in before the season, we do give them up to 30 days after that season start. But we do have a hard deadline and regulation of January 31st for those returns. And there's also a $15 refund fee for all the not approved exemptions. So just a normal turn back in, customers do get a $15 penalty, even if they choose that refund.
That's to cover administrative costs like Jenny brought up in her points.
Yeah. All the processing time. I can go to the next one.
Andrew,
Yeah.
that $15 is just taken out of the refund, it's not a separate payment.
Correct. Yeah, except for youth, or if it's like the license is less than $15, then it wouldn't.
And we waive that fee.
Yeah. So this is just what that form looks like if a customer wants a refund or a preference point restoration, just so you guys can see what it looks like. They get to choose their options, tell us why they want the refund, and this is what they can turn into our offices or mail in with that license. And then this is what the form we upload to our Denver licensing office to look at. And they attach the license to it. Go to the next one. This is what that extreme medical exemption form looks like. And we did change it this year. The doctor used to have to sign all 3 of those bullet points. We had a lot of issues with doctors just signing one, like thinking they had to choose one, and we really needed their signature initials on all 3. So we changed the form this year that the doctor's initials are signed to that one line, and it covers all 3, and then they attach their medical business card to help legitimize the form. Go on to the next one. We just wanted to show an example of what these dates look like on a calendar for all those visual learners out there. So I just picked one hunt code, just kind of a random elk hunt code. The season dates are September 2nd through the 30th. So that orange April 2nd date is the application deadline, so they would have had to have turned in their application by that date. And then the blues, and this could change year by year depending on dates, but this was just an example I pulled up. That blue is the surrender period. So if they wanted to surrender that license, results would post sometime within that last week in May. And then they'd have up till June 3rd to surrender that for points and a refund. And then after that, we go into the green, they can return for points or a refund up to that 30 days before the season. So they do have quite a long time to do either of those if plans change within that time period. That purple date of June 14th is the payment deadline. So if their card didn't go through, like we were talking about earlier, their card gets charged a lot of companies flag that as fraud. They have up until June 14th to pay for that license currently, before that would be turned back into us because they didn't pay. Red is the qualified exemption accepted, so you can see that's most of August and September, and the first few days of October. And yellow for this license would be the last day it could be reissued, so September 25th. This license doesn't take more than 5 points to draw, which we'll talk about shortly, so it wouldn't be reissued through the end of the season, it would just go on that last reissue list, if that makes sense. And then the underline is just the actual hunting season itself, so September 2nd through the 30th. Yeah, go ahead.
So on the blue surrender period, do most of the licenses come back? I mean, do any licenses actually come back in that small period of time, or or not do? So people figure out we have the draw going on, right? Oh, that's not what I want, A, B, C, chicken fat, we know what's going on, so they got a week basically, whatever the math is, to turn it in. But there's a fair amount of activity then.
Yeah, I don't know last year's, but the first year we did it, we had almost 3,000. It was 3,000 licenses plus that came back in that period. And then last year's, I know that it was even up from that, so it was people turning back in and
So
actually
then
using.
roughly, I mean, and this could be a guess, but so the surrender period versus a return for points or refund, is it like 90%, 10%, 90%, 10% kind of thing, or who knows?
No
I'm just kind of
idea.
curious, okay.
The other thing, just to add to that, is so the ones that are surrendered during the blue period, those are licenses that in turn show up in the secondary draw that where there's 100% youth preference and all that.
That's a great point. Gary,
So this indicates that somebody can surrender a license or a qualified exemption well after the season started. So they could have hunted 2 or 3 weeks and then they could seek a qualified exemption or something.
They have to provide proof that they were not in the field.
I have to
So
sign
we
that.
do that for people that are in the hospitals, where literally they're not thinking about hunting. I'm dying in a hospital, I need this. It goes by and then all of a sudden they get out, or the family gets out and goes, oh, I have a hunting license. And for those, I mean, it is a harsh, it has to be, you're in the hospital, you were incapable of calling us, you were incapable of sending this stuff in. It's a fairly harsh.
high bar.
reason. Well, there you go.
With documentation from the hospitals. And for non-residents, it's easier. We've accepted like proof from their employer that they showed up for work every single day. They live in New York. There was no way they could have been in the field hunting. We've accepted proof like that, not just hospitals.
Can you quickly discuss the scenario where somebody shows up to hunt, hunts the first morning, then gets hospitalized, whether it's altitude sickness or breaks a leg, or the fact that the license is used and then something happens? Can you just
So
iterate
Danielle
that?
can talk to you the current ones. When I started, when we first built the reissue program, it was once the license was in the field, we were done. And the horrible story when I first started, it was like the second week, we had a guy that hunted for 30 minutes in the field, had a heart attack and died. He was in the field and the response was, you had the opportunity to hunt, if you were harvested, it was done. That has loosened up over the years, so it's not that black and white of you were in the field, you're done, but correct me if I'm wrong, for the most part.
99.9% of the time, that is still the case. We've had some really extreme situations where our directors reversed that, like a bear attacked someone and we allowed them to have a refund. But those are like really super extreme and they don't happen
Yep.
hardly ever.
So the point I was getting at is essentially, if you use the license, we're not going to accept it for a refund.
Austin.
Just to be clear, and on the calendar, anything that happens, I see the surrender period as almost we're not gonna print it and mail it period to avoid some clerical issues. So those licenses go straight to the second draw, no matter how many points they took, or do we start calling people if it's over 5 on the surrendered license?
I'm pretty sure they go through the manual reissue process if they took more than 5.
Anything
this-
5 or more.
Yeah.
Anything 5 or more, if it's surrendered, if it's turned in, wherever it is, it goes through that manual.
And sheep goat.
And she could,
Yes.
and mentioned for a while, that's something.
Which we'll dive
But
into.
all of the standard rules apply to all of them that are turned in.
Okay. And second question on the payment deadline, there's no penalty. If I just go in and invalidate my card and I don't pay for my license that I drew, I still get a point for that year
You lose any points that were used to draw that license if you fail to pay.
if I fail to pay.
Yeah, and they are notified multiple times by our vendor saying you didn't pay.
In order to surrender, I have to pay and then select the surrender button and that initiates the refund. Okay, unless it's a second choice, current system, a second choice, I wouldn't have to pay and I have no penalty. Okay.
The only time you pay for points is with sheep, goat, and moose. The other species you don't pay for points, so you'd have your application fee that you had to pay, and you don't get that back. But yeah, if you wanna surrender it to get both points and your money back, you have to first pay for it. That makes sense.
Okay. I was mainly asking about the second choice, like so I didn't use my points because I didn't draw my first choice, but I drew my second choice, but I failed to pay by the deadline.
I would just
There's
lose
no
the
penalty.
license,
There's no
yeah.
penalty for that, no.
You just don't get the license.
Second choice, third choice, fourth choice, there's no penalty. If you drew it as a first choice with 0 points, there's no penalty.
Got it. Thank you.
But will that change if we're taking points for all choices? That's your underlying question for where we're getting at, yeah.
Right?
So the yellow, is that just for the secondary draw, I'm assuming, not for the
So yellow is like,
leftovers?
yeah, say someone turned in a specific hunt code on September 23rd. If staff can process it in time to get on the preview list for the 24th, it would be on that reissue day for that Wednesday, the 25th, if that makes sense.
Oh, never mind.
The secondary draw is in July, so it'd be back there. That-
Yeah, yeah, no,
August.
I'm thinking backwards, now that I look at it again.
And then, real quick, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Mike got back to me, we had 2,544 deer, elk, pronghorn, moose, and bear turned in on the surrender, last year. So,
And there's still an open question is what percentage that is, right?
I don't know if I can come up with that.
That's okay.
Okay.
Leftover draw day on that calendar would be the secondary draw, sorry.
August 6th.
No, the
No,
secondary
that's
draw.
leftover.
July.
Oh, sorry, that was, what day are you asking?
They're asking for a secondary draw deadline.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it's the first Tuesday in July.
In July, so.
Yes,
the Second.
So,
I'm sorry, I thought you said leftover.
I did too, that's like.
I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way to not print licenses till later, so that if something changed, you get your license 30 days before the season, you could go in and click a box and say, I no longer want this license, and then reissue to somebody else, because right now you print licenses pretty soon here and they get in the mail.
Yeah, so our current one, if you look at this one, we'll post on the last week of May, like we're doing now. We have the surrender period till Monday the 3rd. The 4th is actually when the licenses start printing. And those licenses will start printing on the 4th, and they usually will go about 2 to 2.5 weeks to print everything out. And then, any of the ones on the 14th, up till the 14th, which is payment deadline, just dump automatically back into those print queue slots.
but our vendor wouldn't have a way to print based on the season date. They print in huge batches by species.
And the reason, which, just for everyone's knowledge here, the reason that we went down, we used to just call the vendor and say, this person surrendered it, find the license, stop printing it for us. We didn't understand how it worked. So then we went to Texas, we actually went down to the print facility and looked at it. And what Danielle said is right, they print in giant batches, they come all out and they hand stuff. So they get all of these hand stuffed in there, and then when we call and say, hey, I need you to find this license, they literally go through an entire pallet of license, one by one, until they find the license. So when we implemented this surrender period, we actually told them, I don't want you printing them, I don't want you touching them, don't do anything until that surrender period's done. And then we start printing, because if we refund it or surrender it at that point, it removes it from the print queue, so they don't have to go do that.
All right,
I know this was a lot anymore on the screen.
yeah, really great questions, discussion.
Perfect, we can go on to the next one. Okay, so next we'll kind of go into the reissue process currently. So for any deer, elk, pronghorn, or bear, that take 4 or less points to draw, the license would go to that weekly, to the leftover preview list, sold on that first leftover day, and then we have the weekly, reissue days, so. That might be Snarf's calling, I will call them back shortly.
Or into the secondary draw, if this happens during the.
That was my
Yes,
question.
during the earlier period. So yeah, our first, as we talked about, that first big leftover day is that first Tuesday in August. And then after that, we have the weekly preview list that posts on Tuesdays, and the licenses are reissued on Wednesdays. And this is for staff time, so we have that Monday, Tuesday to get those licenses onto that list and then post them on Wednesday. Monday would be too much because licenses could be turned in over the weekend and they wouldn't be on the list until the week after that. So this was designed to help with that staff. And then for these, when they go onto that reissue list, no points are used to obtain that license. So if someone buys it on that first Tuesday or the subsequent Wednesdays, they don't have to use points to get that license because it took 4 or less to draw in the main draw. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Can I ask a question? So this is current year preference points needed for a resident to draw that license, non-resident would be out. And it wouldn't be a rolling average or anything like that. Is this a pain from staff side to, like, I know the computer can say, oh, how many points did it take, but is it a pain?
When we first started, it was terrible. They actually rebuilt us an entire reissue program for this. So it literally is, you push a button and it populates all of the hunts that took 5 or more based on everything, and then it goes through. So it's not the easiest thing in the world, I've never said that, but it's definitely not a pain.
Go on to the next one, perfect. So yeah, for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear, anything that took 5 or more points to draw, it'll be offered to the next person in the draw order. And accepting one of these reissued licenses does require the use of preference points. And how this works is that the customer has 24 hours to accept the license, and they're notified by email. And if they don't accept it, it'll go to the next person. And if none of those first 5 on that next up report accept the license, then it'll go into the process that took 4 or less points. So it'll go into that weekly reissue. It's pretty rare, but it does happen that those first 5 don't want it, especially if we're getting closer to the season dates. Different things are going on, it can go on to that weekly reissue instead of going to one of those people on that next up report.
How long do we wait if you don't get a response?
They have 24 hours for when the
24.
email is sent. We use email as a timestamp to say 24 hours.
Okay.
So would it be a big pain to make that 10 instead of 5?
Point wise?
Callback wise, right?
Oh,
10
okay.
people
Yeah.
instead of 5 people.
Yeah.
It is a lot of staff effort to go through that file, like the sending out those emails, doing that, but that's definitely something we could discuss today. And it's also timing wise. That would be 10 days instead of 5, and that would be getting closer to the season as well, depending when it was turned back in.
Couple questions, doesn't say a call at all, email only.
Correct, we'll
Is
cover,
that for these species, deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear is no calls, correct?
if it took 10 or more points to draw, or it was sheep, goat, or moose, then we call. But otherwise, it's just an email because of the volume that we have.
We also, over the years, found out that we had a greater chance of people actually getting back to us through emails than we did calls. Everybody would just push it all to spam and never answer our calls when we did it. So
How does this come into play with resident, non-resident splits? So when we put the stuff on reissue, do the resident, non-resident splits still come into play, or is it just first come, first served?
So the reissue list, it does not. The manual reissue portion of it, if a non-resident turns it back in, it goes back to a non-resident site. If the resident turns it back in, it goes back to the resident site, so that we maintain any of that 75-25 now split.
Okay, awesome.
Here, I need some transparency, what does this next in line list look like?
Let's go to our next slide.
Okay.
Excellent.
So this is from our test environment, so it's all fake data, but this is what the actual report looks like as well. And it would show top to bottom who would have been the next in line to draw that license.
Is that a complete report of the entire draw? Or is there a?
So this is broken by hunt code, so each one, you type in the hunt code and it will literally give you the entire list of the draw. We have an internal version that we use for proving the draw, it's called the next up report. It's the same report, only it's really hard to read compared to this one, but literally when you type this in, it's the entire.
Go to the next one. And the next is the reissue process for sheep, goat, and moose. So same thing, like 5+ points for those other species, it's offered to the next person in the draw order. And it does require use of your preference points to accept that license if you were next up on the list. It's the same for these, if the first 5 do not accept that license, it will go to that weekly reissue list. And it's extremely rare for these species that no one will accept it, but like we saw last year, we did get a desert bighorn license on that reissue list, and so it does happen. And that was pretty close to the season start for that desert bighorn, so I think that was part of the reason it ended up on the reissue. Like I said, if it does take 10 or more points to draw, and for any of these, and just in general for any sheep, goat, or moose tag, they'll get an email and a phone call. we usually do the email first and call right at the same time, so that timestamp is the same for that 24 hours. That they have to call us back.
Adding numbers real quick. So if I'm understanding Mike correctly, it looks like last year we had just around 6,400 return licenses. And of those, we had 2,500 that came from our surrender period, which is roughly 40% of our returns come out of that surrender.
Whoa, whoa.
There you go.
Hoping I got that right, but it should be somewhere around.
Money and points talk.
Good data, thank you.
So just a little bit more on reissue. So there's the public ranching for wildlife licenses. For those, they can't be reissued less than 14 days to the start of the season. Just for landowners need to be notified who's coming, and there's the packets that those customers get. So administratively, we need that 14 days for which that hunt code's valid. These licenses are offered to the next person in the draw order until they are accepted for that ranching for wildlife. So they just keep going down the list. And then all other non-public ranching for wildlife licenses can be reissued through the end of the season. And then we talked about a little bit about exchanges earlier. Exchanges can only be done for a hunt code for the same species as that current license. So they can't switch species, like turn in a deer for an elk or anything like that. And there's no refund or preference point restorations for exchanges. So they just hand us the license they had and they get that new license if it's available. And that's only available until the day before the season starts. Once their season starts, they can't exchange their license because they could have hunted on it and then keep exchanging for subsequent seasons, so we don't want to allow that. So they have to do it before the season starts.
And you're,
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm just gonna ask a question. If we go back through those options, 0 through 4 and 5 through 10, if it happened before the secondary draw, what is the cutoff to build the secondary draw available license list? How close is that to the deadline in June? Just trying to understand what, we see some licenses that make it a secondary draw that took a substantial amount of points. Yeah, that there is a chance after the surrender period for someone to return a license and still make it. So what you're mainly talking about here is a cutoff after secondary draw, what happens to it? Is that?
Yes, I think I'm understanding you're right. I'm understanding. I'm not sure. Do you know the date that we stop accepting for secondary draw?
well, we usually have about 8 days after the surrender period that we get to that secondary draw, since the turnaround, so that's it. I mean, it literally is, Mike is up at midnight and Sherry are building those lists as soon as possible. So the turnaround is really tight on those.
We do have a lot of people turning in licenses though. Deadline for the surrender period in those 2 days. Those first 2 days, there's a lot of people walking into turning their licenses, so it could fill significantly within those 2 days.
So reissue is AKA leftover, right?
If it's,
It's the old leftover.
It feeds into the leftover.
unless it's manual or reissue, and that's the ones that go to the next step.
I guess the point I'm trying to, so on the online, a lot of folks had comments on the secondary draw, leftover and reissue, that priority should be given to residents and not non-residents. It's something we should keep in mind. I think there's like X amount of feedback from the public feedback that we should be giving the residents Colorado priority for leftover takes. If we want to keep on having the non-residents come in during the regular primary draw and nudge out residents, I guess is a word that was used, would we want to give residents first 24 hours to pick up secondary leftover, that kind of stuff, so that we pay better attention to our leftover, to our residents?
I had a question. Oh, exchanges. Andrew, exchanges are no longer refundable, correct? So once an exchange or a license has been exchanged, it's no longer refundable.
Yeah, essentially if the license you turned in, it could be reissued, like, you can't get that license back. Once it's done, it's done. There's no take backsies, as they say.
Can you explain what you mean by refundable?
So you have your drawing license, you decide you want a different license, you go in and exchange that drawing license for that new license. that new license that you have can no longer be refunded.
I got it.
Because people are playing the game of looking at season dates and, oh, they got too close to the season date, so I'll exchange it for this other license that has a season date that doesn't start till January. So now I can turn it in for a refund and I just rid of the 30-day rule, so that's the reason why you can't.
Second season's coming up, so I'm gonna exchange it for the fourth season, turn it back in for a refund.
People do that.
But that is still the case, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right,
Good on this, we got one
going.
more slide.
one more, yeah.
Appreciate all your good questions and attention. Here, just want to give a quick historical review of how it's worked, and what happened before we got to this point. So prior to 2016, returned licenses were released for sale on Tuesdays at 9 AM. A preview list was available on Mondays. And then from 2016 to 2019, CPW posted licenses online randomly throughout the week, so there was no specific time for release, just as we got them in and got them posted, they were online. And that was Tuesday through Friday, 9 AM to 4 PM. Instead of a set time weekly, like I said, and there was also no preview list, so they just went onto that.
Just to clarify on that, it wasn't just when staff put it in, it came up. It was a computers that would randomly release, so even staff would not know when those licenses would be released.
And then it was modified again in 2020, following a citizen petition that came to the commission. And it was focused on allowing leftover licenses to be sold online and from external agents after the start of the season, not just from CPW offices. This petition opened up a big discussion with all the reissue process and improving it. And so a working group was formed to make recommendations on how this could be improved, which led us to our current process of that Wednesday release at 11 AM with preview list available on Tuesdays, following that initial leftover day on that first Tuesday in August. That's kind of how we got to where we are today.
So there's just a lot of consternation out there about the whole Wednesday release. And if you call a CPW office, you can get great information on the primary draw, secondary draw. But when it comes to reissue, you get different answers every time you call, or not every time, but often you get different answers. And one of the answers is, that a release will be made at 11 o'clock or close to that time. And so, that's as clear as mud. And the other thing is that the process is explained by, well, you can go so far in the process of logging on, and you can get different information from each of those. So in general, what I've heard from the people I've talked to and from my experience is that this reissue process is certainly not fair, it's not equitable. And because in the first place, not everybody in the world can be available at 11 o'clock. And secondly, there's all kinds of wives' tales out there that I don't know, I'm sure you've heard a ton of them, and I've heard a ton of them. And about if you're a licensed dealer, that you have a different access to to the availability of those licenses at the time. And there's just a lot out there that is, once again, not very transparent. So I would hope that we would have some discussion on, how to change what this currently is, because if you're working in a field and out in the middle of nowhere, there's no way you can get in by 11 o'clock. And so equitable and fair, it's not. And so I just hope that there can be, conversation on how to change that and how to make it better and more equitable and more fair.
Is there any report that could tell us how many of those Wednesday sale days or how many licenses are being sold online versus at a vendor? Is that something that'd be easy to get, or?
Can't do it right now.
No.
We've pulled them before, for the most part. The funny part is I always figured it would be online, that everybody would buy them online, that they'd have the advantage. And we actually ended up, when I pulled it, it was almost 50-50 that it was online or in person across the state. We can also do it like external vendors versus CPW park, or offices, parks, that kind of stuff, but it's gotta been 4 or 5 years since I actually looked at those numbers. But for the most part, it was pretty close to 50-50 online over the phone. And then, I'm sorry, online or in person.
Gary?
Is this problematic? Is this Wednesday release problematic for customer service representatives and licensed vendors?
Yes.
We call it mini leftover.
I mean, it just seems like
Mini leftover.
for staff and for licensed.
People who are not buying licenses often have to, like at our office, how we used to do it when I worked at the front is we'd have them wait to the side until licenses were released. Anyone who wanted licenses would be at the terminals. Once that was done, we could help everyone else, like if they had a boat registration or different things, but they had to be put to the side because you have to be online right at 11 clicking if you want any sort of chance at those high demand licenses.
So that's where your different ones came in, because the first when we started it, we were told that it was not fair that it was done at one time. And it caused many leftover days. And everybody showed up at the offices. Then it was changed to the random release so that it was more fair for people that could not be there at 9 AM. It was randomly through the week. It didn't cause the many leftover days, it didn't do this. But then our offices didn't know when things were coming out, so all of a sudden you had people that would sit in that office all day, wait for something to show up. So they did that, there was complaints about that not being fair, and then it was changed back into this because it was deemed more fair. Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I mean, this group did discuss the fairest thing that we do is random draw. Could we not have a list established on Monday? If you want this license, you apply on Monday night, Tuesday, and on Wednesday, we have a random drawing for those specific licenses for those people that apply. And that way you would eliminate all of the hassle of being online. You'd have a couple days to prepare for it. So that's just a thought option.
Real question on that, would you be okay paying an application fee on each one of those spaces?
Yes.
Okay. I would say, because that would have to be,
Yeah.
it costs us money to sell.
$7 or
Yeah, it's,
$10 or whatever the fee is.
it technically is like $7.83 or something like that. but-
I think it becomes fair for everybody, everybody has a chance at it, you only apply for the license that you want, and it's another revenue stream, but it gets it in the hands of people that want it.
I just don't know if we could run draws every week. It sounds good, but that is a lot of work on staff. So speak for our staff.
Under the current system, right?
New program.
But still, you have to, every time you run a draw, even if it's instantaneous in the system, you have to proof it. You have to post it. You have to update how it goes. A lot more work than you think and just like pushing a button. And that would be every single week for almost 3 months. So.
Yeah, Maureen.
No matter what we do, there's not everybody's gonna be happy. The thing with the random, when they switched, there was a program that came out that notified people electronically that there was a license. And that wasn't fair to the people in the field, like you were talking about, if you were out in the field, you sat behind a desk, it was great.
Right.
But at least this way, if you're on Monday, you can look at that list and you know it's coming out Tuesday. If you really want that license, you're gonna do it.
Well, I don't know, if it's your license over your job, you know, it's,
Well, that's true, but it's worse than sitting there and missing out completely.
Yeah.
For a lot of people.
but I think it does exclude a lot of people currently, the way it is.
So back in the day, I used to wait in line for an hour, 2 or 3 or 4 hours, who knows how long. And so the process that has evolved is a lot better than waiting in line in person. And the feedback online, and I agree with that when they had the early times up there, people were complaining because, hey, I can't break for lunch and try to get a tag. Well, the online feedback that I've read over the last couple of days, and people says it's great that it's at 11 o'clock, that I could work my lunch around it and try to get a tag over my lunch hour. And then some of the other feedback that was there online says, don't go back to the way you have it, keep what we have today. So I think if I read it correctly, there was more feedback online to say, keep what we have. Don't go back to any of the old ways for God's sake. keep what we have and don't muck with what we have.
Still people that park 2 or 3 days ahead of time at least, or a week ahead of time for licenses. Still,
Maybe a little bit older than me, I don't know, but, yeah. But then, yeah.
So I agree with Marie that we're not gonna make everybody happy about what we do, but it seems like right now, nobody's happy. Customers aren't happy, staff's not happy, licensed vendors aren't happy. So I think that's a nod towards making some sort of change. You know, maybe there have been a lot of comments by people who are not staff who have to do this every week about having a weekly draw. But what if it wasn't a weekly draw? What if it was every 3 weeks or something like that? And I'm not saying that's the answer either, but something we should consider. But the thing I wanted to circle back to just really briefly is that it wouldn't be this huge crush every Wednesday if we restricted how many licenses were returned. So.
Thanks, Eric.
To kind of echo what Pete said, I started at the front desk in 2020, so, over time, kind of heard feedback from customers on both how the random was versus here's your list and it's gonna be on sale at this time, and I do understand that it's hard for some people to get away at that time, but the overall feedback was that people preferred it because there's a lot more, not knowing when a license is gonna come out when it's random. Now, I think I agree with John in the sense that the random draw is the most fair, and there's not a whole lot of time between Tuesday and Wednesday for you to make changes to your plans. But if you had a greater buffer between when the list came out and when you could possibly apply, maybe if you are in the field, your friend or your brother or family member can apply for you. But then that way you still can put your name in the hat, even if you might be preoccupied with work or whatever that may be. So giving, a little bit more of a buffer, maybe the list comes out Monday and, you have until Thursday to, if it's even possible to do a mini draw like Daniel said, but or until Thursday or Friday to pick up the license. Just a little bit more of a buffer might alleviate those that are more restricted in when they can purchase those licenses.
Yeah, I wanted to drill in a little bit more on the feedback from Lauren and Andrea and anybody else. Are people that say they prefer the once a week at 11, are they saying they prefer that because it's more convenient or because they actually get licenses?
A little bit of both, I would say, because it's predictable. You know exactly when you need to be available. You know that based on what staff has told you, right, you have a window of, 5 to 10 minutes in terms of how long does it take all those licenses to basically become available and get picked up. And then there's that 50-50 shot. You can go to any licensed vendor, you can come into a CPW office, or you can go online. So I think people like that it's more predictable in the sense that you know exactly when the license that's on that preview list is out.
As a follow-up to something that a couple people have said, I'm also wondering if the reason that you're hearing they prefer the Wednesday at 11 is because half of the licenses are being purchased or won by the people at the TLS machines in an office. And there's thousands of people out on the internet who aren't getting one, that there's no face to say, hey, I like this a lot, or I don't like this.
I would say just because there's no face doesn't mean they won't call in and tell us. They call, they let us know. Well, and
You see what I'm saying though? Because kind of it depends on
I
who's
would say
getting them and who you're interacting
a
with.
majority of the feedback that I received in terms of favorable versus not is when they call in ahead of time to say, how does this process work? And when you explain it to them, you're like, oh, I like this better than the random. That's more when you get the feedback. You obviously get after the fact, people who are very excited or very disappointed both on the phone or in person. But a majority of the feedback I received was ahead of time, people trying to figure out how it works so that they can try and pick it up.
So we do have slide and the prompt for this actual topic, so we just want to make sure we're in the shared learning zone here, not going into the merits or demerits of different ideas.
All the name tags.
Okay, fair enough. If it's just on the facts, yeah.
On the facts, thinking back to what we voted on, and discussed in our second meeting, I believe it was where we said you would only lose preference points or points in the primary draw all choices. So I believe that's correct, right? So as we look into this reissue process, should we keep that in mind, or is that now on the table again? Or how we should analyze any reissue, leftover, any way you obtain a license?
I think anything could still be on the table, but just to remind everyone why we went that way, it was because we were requiring points for all 4 choices in the primary draw. And so it was kind of like another way for people, if they don't want to burn points, to be able to still apply. And we felt like making them apply was more fair than having this kind of rush at leftover days. So we didn't want to push all of our licenses to leftovers by requiring points in the secondary draw, just to refresh the group on kind of why we landed there.
But we did not talk about after the secondary draw, what to do with points here.
Yeah. Left that for today.
Thank you.
All right.
Real quick,
Oh, yeah.
correction to Mike's numbers, I misinterpreted what he said. So, let me get back there. The 6,400 didn't include the 2,500 surrenders. So we're actually looking at about 30%, not 40%. So 30% came in on that surrender week that we had.
First week.
6,400 came in after that.
We had 6,400 after that. That's why it's understand.
That's still a large number,
Yeah, it's fairly significant, which is why I said it was always something that I thought was good.
Good.
So just for clarification, do licensed vendors have different accessibility than those people who call in? Okay.
So, real quick, the time period that we have, so they're released at 11-ish. That is because our system literally goes in and we say release, and it goes to the first hunt code, and flips the flag, and sends it to Aspira and says go. And then it goes to the next hunt code, and it flips the flag, so on and so forth down. Okay, the more hunt codes you have, the longer it takes. That's why we can't say at 11 o'clock, everything will be available, because if it's the 50th in the hunt code, it's gonna not be at 11, it'll be at 11:01 or whatever that is. So that's your reason there. The vendors and other ones are all the same. So online, on the phone, anything that we have, we flip that flag, it's not available anywhere until that flag flips.
Okay.
Is there a reason why you could not offer reissues at a vendor or at an office online?
So restrict sales?
Restrict sales to online only for reissues?
So the big issue with that, which, I mean, we can, obviously, we just have to reprogram it, but the big issue with it currently right now is we would have to have duplicate sets of hunt codes for that. So basically, we get a hunt code and that product, and you assign it who can sell it. So that whole product with all the old hunt codes under it are assigned to be able to sell online, over the phone, in person, whatever it was. If you wanted it to be restricted, we would have to duplicate all of the hunt code files into the new product.
Plus, there's accessibility concerns. We have a lot of older customers that either don't have a computer, or don't want to use a computer. And if we only have one phone line for them all to call, is there other backup? They're never gonna have a realistic chance of getting one of those licenses.
There's also a significant amount of people who will only pay with cash.
Those people have very little chance right now, in all reality.
Okay.
It's not the majority, but I can tell you where we live, there's a lot of people that do. They don't have internet accessibility, which you guys see, staff sees the emails, how many times Meeker office phones and internet are down. Those people show up to the office expecting us to be able to help them too, if they don't have the capabilities. So, I mean, I don't think that's the right answer to restrict it just to online, but.
So,
One more. do we have any way or any insight to evaluate how many are being purchased with programs, bots, et cetera, versus just somebody there clicking away?
You do have a bots prompt for today.
Okay, I just wanna make sure we don't move on to some other whole topic without laying these out.
I think we'll get there. All right, so just a point of order, we're about to switch from shared learning and dive into the workshop. Is everybody comfortable moving ahead, or do you want a small break before we go? Keep going? Yeah, feel free to check out if you want. All right,
So I think we need to, first address the refund policy down here.
yeah.
So we're gonna talk about how a license is returned, right? Is that,
So I think Terry wanted to talk about whether we should even allow people to return a license in the first place, right? Terry, or update us again on what?
Yeah, I mean, I initially said I didn't think that we should allow people to return them, or allow them to, but not give them points or money back. I could definitely see giving money back for a license that can be reissued and incentivizing them to return it for that. But I just really feel like we are ignoring a huge part of the preference point creep by continuing to allow people to get preference points back. Because we have 10,000 licenses being surrendered after the primary draw. How many points does that add up to? That's a lot, I'm sure.
you also have to keep in mind that that number is not all points back. That there are some that only take refunds and use their points.
A mixed
Do you know ballpark what that is?
I
You don't have just ballpark, I'm just curious
have no
ballpark.
idea what the ballpark is.
So as we're a little off the agenda, I want to make sure as we start working through this, that actually we're formatting sort of a prompt for you, right? Like, what is the question we want the group to respond to, and in a way that allows us to move forward or not on that. So oftentimes we have yes or no questions for that, should we or shouldn't we, that type of thing. So if somebody wants to propose, a concept, but we can discuss it for a little bit, but I don't want to go too far until we actually, what's the pointed question to the group that allows us to address it and move forward. And you may be more comfortable with what that is, but I don't want just a free roaming discussion that doesn't have an endpoint here for long.
My question is, should we continue to offer preference point restoration after the surrender period?
Okay, does everybody understand that? All right, so I think Austin, you're up first.
Yeah, and I want to direct this question to Terry, because I agree that we need to get people to use their points. Couple hesitations I have, if you tell somebody that there's no way to get their points back after the draw, you create a little bit of a problem to get people to only apply for points and to not even try. So I would be concerned with that, but my other question for you is there not enough of a penalty for those that get a reissued license? Would that help curb some of it in your mind? To get people to use their points? If I said any reissue license you get, purchase all points for that species, that would alleviate point creep and some of the issues you're talking about. So I just wanted to see if you were willing to share your thoughts on that, but what you're trying to get at.
That's another aspect of that, and what he's saying is use the points at the reissue stage instead of the surrender stage. I suspect that you're gonna use a lot fewer preference points at the reissue stage because you're not prioritizing with preference points. Unless you're doing an application process that uses preference points, you're not gonna be prioritizing the people with the most points, so you're probably gonna be using fewer points. I mean, it's something to consider, for sure. But I think that when you look across the West, there's not a lot of states that are like Colorado currently that restore preference points. Is that, or one bonus points? Is that accurate? I mean, Utah does, I guess. Arizona will do it one time.
That'll do it.
Nevada will do it, okay, so there's a few.
So Brian, can we discuss that? I know you're trying to keep us in a direction, but I can't tell like what we should engage and when we shouldn't.
Right, so, well, what I want, again, I want us to formulate a question that's responsive to what Terry asked for. We all agreed to explore this for a bit. But I'm looking for a statement, that is a sort of yes or no, should we or shouldn't we? And then we can begin to sort of narrow the field and have folks, but we have to clarify what that question is, and so
But
it's,
to Andy's point, this was not what we had planned to discuss
Right.
specifically, so we're kind of going off.
yeah, you weren't here for the first hour.
Yeah, sorry.
so-
I'm still playing catch up on.
So, Terry's, framed this, but, I saw Pete, you had your card up next.
So then to Terry's, if we wanted to change the.
Again, try to frame the response, right?
So yes, if we wanted to change the surrender period, whatnot, would we wanna do no points? Yes, the money back? Is that what you're after then?
Yeah.
Or not you after, but is that one of the
We're saying
proposals?
after surrender period though,
I'm
right?
saying after this surrender period, which happens right after the primary draw.
Yeah.
After that, no preference.
No points, you get your money back.
Except under the approved exceptions.
So I would support that, and would we wanna look at maybe expanding that surrender period to like 10 days or something to give people more of a chance, or?
Yeah, so that's how we could start here,
So
right?
my throwback to that would be whatever, my 2 cents would be, let's expand that surrender period to 10 days, so people have time to react. Since they're not gonna get their points back, but they can get their money back. That'd be my counter.
John?
I think to Terry's question, my thoughts are, is if the process was to focus on giving the opportunity to the next person who would have drawn the license and utilize their points, and starting at the top and working down, points are essentially gonna come out of the system, whether it's that person or the person that drew the license originally. So I don't have as much heartburn with, under an example of allowing people to restore their preference points if more of an effort is made to get that license into the hands of somebody that is gonna burn their points that would have. And as you work down that list, whether it's a hunt code that took 5 or a hunt code that took 25, if it's a hunt that took points, you work on those folks. If it was a hunt that was sold out at 0 points or undersubscribed, meaning there were still licenses after the primary drawing, those would go back on the weekly list for anybody to purchase or pick up, and the efforts would be made, whether automated or otherwise, in getting that license to somebody that's willing to use their points that would have been next up. It's kind of how I see it as the most
Think so.
fair.
John was with one.
Yeah, but okay.
Good for it, then.
So I just wanted to comment on Pete's question about extending the surrender period. We've extended it as long as we logistically can to get things turned around for the secondary draw, and then after secondary, turn them around for the leftover day. We cannot logistically expand the surrender period any longer.
Thanks for that. Good job.
So in countering Daniel, sorry, I would like to propose to yours that we extend our surrender period, remove all of those hunts out of the secondary draw. So don't dump them into the secondary draw. Turn it on to our reissue to the next person. So all of the next on the list, we don't put them back on the secondary draw, we just start reissuing them to people that say, yes, I want those back. We give a expanded surrender period, so 20 days, 10 days, whatever we come up with. And then after that period, there is no more refunds or preference point restoration, period, except for a medical exemption, or all of the exemptions that we listed. Not that just the medical, but the exemptions that we have approved. I would like to see that, because that gives our customers the ability that my plans have changed, you still get your free points back, you still get your money back, basically you're whole. And it gets rid of the, I just don't wanna hunt.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we're just not talking about like this topic
Right now, that's, I'm trying to, again, stay on one.
I have a
thing.
suggestion, but it's not related to that.
Okay, yeah, let's stay on this point, because we may be able to work through it. I think Harry and then Becky.
I like your idea a lot, and to your point, yes, if we are making an effort to get those to the next people in line, because I think a lot of the consternation from people right now is that they apply in the primary draw and they don't get it, and then somebody surrenders it, and then a youth gets it, they apply in the secondary draw, and the youth gets it over them, and then somebody surrenders it after that, and it ends up on the reissue list, and they try again and they don't get it. And so here's somebody who applied in a primary draw for license and has failed 3 times at getting it. And so, yes, I think that marking that box or whatever in the primary application period, that gives it automatically to the next person. If you're not willing to take that risk, don't mark the box, but there are a lot of people out there who are. And then, I don't know, I like your idea a lot, I'll just say that.
And it earns the points.
And it burns the points, right?
Thanks, Derek. Katie?
I would support that somebody uses the points for that license, whether it's primary, secondary, reissue. The net used is the points to draw that license. From a agency customer service perspective, I don't like the idea of not letting people turn in licenses as the solution to this problem, because I think that creates a whole bunch of other customer service problems that we probably don't need, because there's been solutions like Austin's. They use it on all their choices and through all the stages, and what you just said, Jonathan, about they use them on a reissue. Like, I think the point we want to do is they use points to get the license, not necessarily changing how people turn them in, right? I mean, that from an agency standpoint, I like the customer service of life changes. Like, I don't know about everybody else, but my life is complicated. It's nice to be able to turn a tag in.
Right. Laura?
I second that. I have a really hard time. I would have a really hard time saying yes to you only get your money back, because there is so much that happens. Or kind of restricting that even further. I mean, just from talking to customers, you know, there's a million things that happen that aren't, you know, an extreme medical exemption or you're deployed in the military. And I'll admit, I'm very much someone who, my thought process is, well, people need to be planning ahead, you need to plan ahead, but there's so much that you cannot plan ahead for. From a customer service standpoint, I would have a really hard time agreeing to that. So I would either say, I really like your idea, John, you know, extend it, do the reissue, and then, you know, nothing. But if we choose not to go that route, I think you have to give people an option of one or the other. And I do understand the need for us to earn pennies, I think that's important, but I think our earlier recommendation of requiring all choices in the primary draw to use points kind of helps with that anyways. So I think people are already gonna have a hard enough time. I know I've had a ton of feedback about the using all of your points in the primary draw. I think if we add in another point restriction on top of that, people would be completely against the entire thing, not just like one part or the other.
Sorry, I'm gonna put Terry's proposal up on the slide, and that'll allow us to wordsmith it to something that we can vote on. Okay.
I like the idea of reissuing it down the line. My concern is if we say no refunds, what's their incentive to actually turn the license back in and give it to somebody? I think we're gonna end up losing licenses that way. I would like to see us maybe go forward with the reissue down the line. And I think that could actually work. If you have a box to check something and you just, I don't know how we could do it, but I'm sure there's a computer program that can go down that line and call the next person, the next person, the next person, and skip that secondary draw for those licenses.
That's an excellent point. People are, if they don't get points back, they're just gonna sit on them until the last minute trying to make it work, and then they're just gonna say, well, I can't go, and somebody else won't then get to use that tag.
But if you have a box to check, everybody's gonna check it and say, yeah, I'll take that license, but their lives change too. So then they're gonna be called a month later or 6 weeks later, and they're gonna say, well, actually, I can't.
Oh, yeah, it works here.
So it's this self-perpetuating problem. At some point, I think you kind of have to just rip the Band-Aid or draw the line in the sand and say, at this point, we can't move forward. I like John's idea a lot. I think the surrender period makes a lot of sense, a shortened surrender period. For any reason, you can turn it in. I think what we have now is designed really quite well, honestly. But I would like to see a little bit shorter, not take it all the way to 30 days before the season. I think we need to pull that back in my mind. Using preference points on reissues probably makes a lot of sense too. Let's do our trying to solve on higher demand hunts. Again, we're kind of playing both. We're playing this as one when there's really two sides, high demand and then there's.
So I think it's either points.
Terry?
So, Austin, correct me if I'm wrong, but in Nevada, if you check that box, and you're next on the list and your license comes up, you're just charged for it. You're just charged for it. They don't call you.
I like that.
There's no.
That's the auto reissue.
Yeah, and 100%, I mean, if we're making an effort to get it to the next people in line.
Oh, here it is.
Give the people who surrender their points back, but.
So we can play around with this a little bit, but the idea is new proposal, just to address the concerns that have been raised. This reflects John's comments that in response to Terry's prompt.
Cut off at some point, we stand, yes, that is what I.
Did I get it? Got it?
I do have a real quick question though for Austin. For Nevada, what happens if you fail to pay on it?
It'll roll.
Does it keep trying your card? Does it do it like 2 times or?
I think it's 3.
3 and then it goes to the next person?
You'll say action required, you'll get emails from the system and then it'll fail, go to the next guy.
So that's the auto reissue. If we use that language. You would have selected, I'm on the auto reissue list voluntarily by hunt code.
Or next up list. It's our next in order draw order.
Auto
list.
reissue next up, yep.
Well,
Yeah, I think
if
next
we
up
like-
explains it.
If we like the auto reissue, remember to bring out either by species or hunter.
Well, I was just gonna, we talked about that, Brett.
So let's talk about that later on, but we need to figure out if we even like that auto reissue.
Yeah, so we have a proposal now. This is new. We didn't intend to talk about it. But as we're hearing people, I just saw a lot of nodding, especially in response to John's suggestion. So now we've got that here. Now that you see it in writing, what's your thoughts? Yeah.
Maybe I'm not understanding, but I think that's too much in one proposal.
Yeah.
The auto reissue alternate list, we definitely have to talk about, but I feel like that's a whole separate topic.
Okay.
In the first 2 points, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe just call it reissue, and then we could decide if it's on.
And then just, and issue,
Let's keep it
Next
as
up.
reissue,
and issue next up,
reissue.
reissue next up.
Because we could do auto reissue under any scenario, not just this one.
Correct. Fair enough, thank you. It will eventually update when the cloud decides to synchronize.
I don't have to exit presenting.
So
It made me exit presenting last
I
time.
think it did.
But back to Marie's issue that she brought up. This one here is great and dandy, but she brought up that at some point when we cut it off, either people are not going to be able to turn licenses back in for us to reissue, or they won't turn back licenses. So is that an issue? Do we care? Do we need to?
My question is there a hard date cutoff that most licenses, you could say 30 days before the season, but then it still has to go through the process, so could you make it a cutoff that works on the system on the back end, like engineer it backwards, Daniel, so we don't have enough time to do that, just tell us what the time is so that we can make a date, and that is the date.
You mean date or days before
Days
season?
before the season.
So, I don't know if we can do it per hunt code days before the season, or if we would have to have a solid date where everything gets started.
Yeah, well, this first slide, that one of the first slides that Andrew showed had that yellow date on it. That was the date that would get it back into the draw. That's kind of the, and that's a surrender date, I guess.
What if you did, oh, sorry, Terry.
Go, Mary.
What if you did the 7-day or 10-day surrender period and then did What's our secondary draw? Like do July 1st or something and say that's the end, that's when you can't get your money, you can't get your points. That's it, we're done. And they don't go into that secondary draw, we do the reissue. Or next in line or whatever we're gonna call it,
Reissue.
yeah. And then. Does that help solve anything?
That would give them about 2 weeks, if I'm thinking about the calendar correctly, if you had extended the surrender.
So the surrender period up to 2 weeks, maybe?
No,
Oh,
she's saying extend it like 10 days, so I'm just doing the math that extends it about half a week. So then you'd have about
No, do 7 days for the surrender like we have now.
Okay.
But extend the refund to June 30th. And then you're done, that's it. Instead
So you
of
could-
30 days before the season starts.
You could get one or the other, or only a refund within that.
Well, I don't know,
So an ability to get
something,
something turned back in within 20 days.
just to, so we to get the buyback in, because I think people really are we're not gonna get anything, why we're gonna bother doing anything.
So, okay,
To that point, so. If we, I know we're not considering it right here, but if we were doing the, auto reissue, there would be no real reason why we would have to cut it off at some point, right? We could really have the surrender period still, where you can get both back, and then have the standard, and roll those licenses into the reissue, auto reissue instead of the secondary. But then just have the standard, you either get your money or your points back up until 30 days. And if you surrender it, it goes into the auto reissue. And then your cutoff is still 30 days in advance when you get them.
correct, yes, technically we do not have to change it that.
John?
Auto.
Yeah, I think that if we go with the auto reissue, we need to have a cutoff days before the season, not necessarily a June date, because if you have a June or July date, you have a November tag or a January tag, your life may change in that time frame. So I think we need to have two things there, one is surrender and one a certain surrender prior to X number of days for the season.
Pete?
I was just gonna say, we just need to clarify on what we have up there. Is it gonna involve surrendering points and or money, right? So we need to clarify that up there somewhere.
Yeah. So where were you on that?
So surrender period, currently you get your points, your pre-draw points back and your money back. So
And afterwards,
you're home.
you're done.
Currently, afterwards, you either get to pick one or the other.
Is that what this proposal then is saying, is after the surrender period? you still-
My proposal was you had the surrender period that was 3 weeks, 4 weeks long, whatever you wanna call that. In that period, you get your points back and your money back, we get the license back, we get to reissue it to the next person. After that 4 weeks or whatever we call that surrender period, we're done. There are no more
Done meaning
refunds,
no refunds or
no
no points?
refunds, no points, we're done.
I feel like you're throwing an awful lot of changes into one proposal. I would like to split these. You sort of like threw out a lot of, and they're good ideas, but together it's a complicated, big change for everything.
Cut it up.
Break them down is what I'm thinking.
So,
Just
Four,
have some of these.
4 bullet items then under this one mega change.
Well, we have a number of prompts, right, to come that address parts of these. This is a bit of a, you know, a proposal, a package proposal that tries to address sort of the upfront challenges and puts some of the restrictions back.
So what we planned for the workshop was to work through these 4 kind of topics. The first one was the timing of the release and having a preview list and whether we like that at all. Specifically talking about the manual reissue criteria and process, which could get into auto reissues. The third one was bots and if there's any way we could combat them. And the last one, which might not be of a lot of interest, but spurred the last reissue citizen petition, was the sell-through dates and where those licenses can be sold. So that's probably the least one that we hear a lot of feedback on from the public. But I feel like a lot of John's ideas kind of fit into some of these, so do we wanna try to work through each of these separately and then come up with a proposal at the end?
I would work through them like this, rather than all at once. I think we're swirling around so many things.
Well, we can park this for the moment, right? But we have a concept of how they might fit together, maybe or not. But there's a lot of different numbers and conditions in that. So if you're comfortable, we can start with the planned program and then come back to this. I'm seeing some nods, yeah?
We just captured it, so we wouldn't forget it.
Yeah, Jonathan?
I need to finish a thought here because I'm trying to think
Alright.
through a scenario as it relates, but currently somebody can apply in the secondary draw regardless of whether or not they applied in the primary. So if your surrender period carries into that or to that, would you run into an example where somebody could draw a license in the secondary draw without yet?
So currently you can apply in the secondary draw.
Yeah,
You cannot apply, so if you drew an A license off of the primary draw, you cannot apply in the secondary draw for an A license. The system will stop you
Correct.
for that
correct,
because it's on your file.
correct.
If you have the surrender period and you have not utilized that surrender period, still have that A license on your file, the system will not allow you to apply for another A license in the secondary draw. So if you wanted to apply in the secondary draw for a new A license, you would have to go in, surrender your A license, get that off your record, apply in the secondary draw within that time frame, the application.
Okay, then my second question was, as it comes back to the states that have a box you check, do they run 2 draws like we do? Or 1 draw?
Someone do like Nevada runs a secondary draw, they just released tag numbers for that today, so they have a surrender period of 7 days. Then they'll do a secondary draw, right, and then they'll start doing the alternate list after that. Yeah, this secondary draw does throw a little bit of a wrench in the timing, especially where our deadline this year is June 20. That's tight.
So if you didn't draw in the primary draw and you apply in the secondary draw, and then we start, my question in my mind is the timing of when you start down that reissue process of
We have
the
to start
list.
after our second. We have to finish out everything and then start the reissue process.
Which
Auto,
has,
manual, whatever we go with, it would have to be after that draw, because if, to
Okay.
your point, you apply in secondary draw for an A, and then we go in and try to shove an A license on your account.
The same will apply for buying over the counter later too. If you buy an over the counter A, you just get passed on the next up, get passed on the auto. It just
So
looks, you're not eligible, it goes to the next person.
Our current over the counter is way down on left, so we would have basically between secondary draw post, when everybody finds out what you got, till leftover day before auto or
reissues. Yep, okay.
So,
I just wanted to ask Andy a question, like, would it have to be like that? Because some people might want that reissue license over their OTC. So wouldn't we wanna offer them the opportunity to do an exchange? Like, I know they can't buy it, but that's gonna like.
I mean, you tell me, it's your program, but it
People are
seems
gonna
really
buy an
complicated.
OTC
It seems really
license.
complicated to me to go down to every person and say, oh, we see you have a license already. Would you like this one better? And then they're like, sure. And then you've got to exchange that, and it seems super complicated.
They made their choice to buy an over-the-counter tag. That's their choice.
And they might get a reissue, or they might get another license in some other way, and then it's on their account, and then they would still be eligible in the next up auto. It seems like if they're not eligible, it just passes them.
I just know we're gonna get complaints about that, I
So-
can guarantee it.
Just so.
hold on,
everyone knows, the
we have 2
OTC
conversations at a time.
So the OTC is not going to be, you get to go buy an OTC and then you get skipped. That's later down in the year. It doesn't come on at the time of draws.
It all depends on how long we run the auto reissue next up.
Yeah, but
And
if
when we cut that off.
Cut it off. I mean, you're gonna reissue everything in a week instead of months. If you use that auto reissue.
Yeah, it just depends on when we stop
If we're
the auto reissue.
calling every single person, it's gonna be months, yes. If we're hitting an auto reissue where we go boom, and it goes, nope, yep, here it goes, charge.
Right.
I mean, you're talking weeks instead of months.
It
So,
should be all done before the OTCs go on
yeah,
sale.
so that I think is fine. I drew it in the secondary draw, now I want a different one, that is something that we're gonna have to talk, but.
So just again, trying to wrap this one up and then we'll go point by point.
So with these states that do auto reissues and charge you automatically, can those people then turn that license in?
As long as you hit the window, like, a lot of these states are day before the season or 14 days before the season. Or 30 days, yes, you still have the option to return it.
Austin, how many states do auto reissue? What states do that? Or auto next up or whatever?
Most of them are gonna call you, except Nevada. I was trying to think of.
Okay, so it's Nevada then.
Besides Nevada,
I think
they'll
New
do it
Mexico, you can get, can't you be putting the alternate list in New Mexico and you just get a license for some of those specialty tags?
That's a fit choice, though, that's
Yeah.
population
Choice,
management.
population.
Population management would be different. I think it's only Nevada
Okay.
that's gonna take your money. There's a big pop-up opt-in. This is what you're opting in for. You realize you will lose your points, you will pay,
Right.
and the license is yours. So there's a big
Big
asterisk.
buyer beware, you're going in. Yeah. Okay, so I think we've captured most of that now. It's just a general concept, but we want to go point by point, I think, and we also have other areas to address, but we can come back to this and see if it bundles, you know, some of the ideas. So thanks, everyone. So the first one up,
So the first topic is timing of release and whether or not the preview list is helpful or not. So some of our questions to kind of tee this conversation up is, do people like the random versus the set day, the time of the day? So we've already brought up some of these topics. And then like Andrea said, historically, we try to avoid Mondays. We try to do it later in the week, so there's time to process the refunds that came in during the weekend. And then whether or not a preview list is helpful. So we have had a preview list and then we got rid of the preview list. So just to tee off the conversation, we've already talked about some of this a little bit.
awesome.
This has gotten very, very popular. From a non-resident perspective, obviously, most of us aren't driving to licensed vendors. It's too big of a risk to get let down after hours of driving, so we rely on the internet. And it's changed substantially. Back in the leftover watch program days, I mean, everybody I worked with, everybody I was around, could pick up a leftover off the reissue, no problem with the random intervals. When it went to a set time, they're like, it has just gained popularity so much that it's almost a non-issue anymore for me because it doesn't work. Most of the time, there's too many clicks on the website and we're just not able to grab them anymore. So forcing everybody on that same day, does it make it fair? Does it make it equitable? Yeah, it's very transparent. This is what's coming up and this is the time they'll be available. But the reality is it's very, very difficult to grab one that has any demand to it anymore. And that may be fun because, I mean, kudos to Colorado for doing anything like this. It's a lot of states throwing in the garbage, so don't get me wrong. I don't think it's a bad program, but it's way too popular and there's no downside. I don't lose my points. I don't do anything. It's like, yeah, why not try? So that's kind of my feelings on it right now.
Thanks, Pete.
So people in my crowd and the hunters I'm involved with, everybody likes the current version versus the previous version. And what, for the most part, the majority of the online public feedback, I think everybody likes the current versus, not everybody, of course, but most people like the current state of the world with the preview list and being able to see what tags are available. And then even though you have a limited chance to get in there at 11 o'clock and get my tag, well, at least it's fair for everybody, I guess, because everybody's in there at 11 o'clock the best they can. Some people get shut out because they have to work, whatever, but some people, are able to get in. The alternative is go back the old way and stand in line or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying which one is better than the other. But I think Austin summarized my follow-up question to Lauren and Andrea in that it might be more convenient now with the Wednesday at 11, but because it's so convenient, it's really hard to get a license. The inconvenience of random, you could actually get them. And now it's so convenient that everybody's on at one time and it's pretty tough to get them. I'm not gonna use the fair word, I don't know what's more fair, but it's more difficult to actually get a license now, and that's kind of why I was asking Lauren about the follow-up.
John?
Yeah, I did read all the comments online, and I think people appreciate the fact that there's a preview, they know what's coming, and if there's something they want, they can try to go get it. But everybody says the same thing, I'm online, you're online, you want a cow tag, you want a bull tag, you want a buck tag, we're all jamming the system at exactly the same time. I do think there's probably a better way to do it with a preview list and some kind of a random draw, but I know Danielle's gonna poo-poo that idea. I do think people, you know, in the comments, the preview list and a set time is good if you're around a computer and are able to use it. A preview with a couple days notice and then a draw where you just said, hey, I want this tag, and put your name in and pay an application fee. It may be another way to do it, so.
Fair enough. No.
I don't know, I like, that it's not random. Like reading the comments, talking to people, like I've been archery elk hunting, I don't pick on once, like one or two, because I'll be honest, it's really hard. There's like 6 or 7, I'm like, I'll hike toward their cell phone service to try. Whereas if it's random, you have no, like you can never participate, because you never know when to participate.
So currently on a reissue points, it does not take points for those licenses. If that were the case, then you're gonna have an opportunity.
Bingo. Because you won't have everybody with no investment.
Yeah.
So first off, the random one, I just wanted to go behind the scenes. The random is a nightmare. Trying to actually make work and ensure that CPW employees don't have fair, or it's fair game. Someone basically has to know when these things turn on, and we just straight up said that we weren't getting any reissues at that point. Minus that, the program was a nightmare trying to get it to run and turn on, and then, whereas now, if a license doesn't turn on, we know immediately. Then, I mean, it may be kicking at the end of the day, and then we didn't realize it until the next day, and so behind the scenes, the set time is a lot easier to manage, just that portion of it. And then real quick, for Andy's numbers, roughly 3,200 refunds or returns last year were refunds only. We had roughly 2,000 that went points only.
32,000, you said?
2,000.
I'm sorry.
Just 2,000, points only. Roughly 500 were points and refunds. We had 350 that were straight up surrenders, they got nothing back, they just gave us the license back. And then we had the 2,500 that were in the surrender week that got both their points and their refund back.
So that's about 5,000 people got their points back.
Yeah, let's see here.
Yep, that's what I.
Roughly, let's see here, we got 3,000 people got both back and 2,000. So yes, you are correct.
All right, back, so Lauren.
I think overall, the preview list is immensely helpful, and I think the set day would work best. I think at the end of the day, customers want convenience, and that is convenient for people to know when it's gonna happen, when they have to be ready. But I do understand, like we talked about earlier, the importance of making sure it's available to everyone, not just people who are sitting at their desks. So maybe recommend just more of a time period, if possible, between when the preview list comes out and when the licenses become available, so people have a little bit more time to make changes to their schedules if they can. I think that would be important to make sure we're kind of making it convenient for other people, not just people at the desk.
Marie?
I think the process we have now is probably the most fair we're gonna have, even though with the internet capabilities, it's definitely changed it. I have, how many of those licenses in the reissue are gone the first Tuesday?
I can't speak exactly, but a lot of the very first Tuesday, they're gone. I mean, we have hundreds of licenses and so, I mean,
So how hard would it be to make that another draw and then after that, whatever's left? Every whatever Monday list comes out. So that everybody's competing equally.
so to Danielle's point in answering your question, running a draw every week is.
Well,
it
no, I'm
would
just
be
saying the
possible.
one time.
Just the one draw. A third draw could be possible. We could do that instead of like leftover day.
Sorry, Danielle.
Tertiary draw.
And as long as, we just all have to remember, if we're doing this leftover draw, it can't have all of the exceptions. If you're talking, everybody gets to apply, everybody gets to put in, and it's just a random draw, piece of cake. I mean, I can run a draw for that in a week time, 2-3 days time. The complexity of it comes in when we say, oh, well, only residents get 4% of this, and youth get this, and this, and then.
No, just a true random
If we
draw.
did
If
it-
you're willing to wait for that.
Yeah, if we did a true random draw on leftover, what we call leftover day right
Right.
now. If we called that a true random draw, everything that was left, you get to apply for, and then we run a draw, yeah, it's possible. That's probably not hard, as long as we don't start in with the youth get 5%, and landowners now get this, and if we ran a true random draw, I would say it's probably not a problem at all. And then whatever we happen afterwards to make it fair, that would be fine. But we just have to remember, we can't add in all the extras.
I don't think running the draw is the hard part, it's the communication. It's the telling people what's gonna be in the secondary draw versus what's gonna be in your third draw. It's gonna be very confusing. Just going back to your goal of simplifying and reducing complexity. Like, just try to imagine telling people, these licenses that nobody wanted, that's what secondary is for. All the surrenders and things that people actually did want but they returned, that's gonna be your third draw. Like, that's just gonna be the really difficult piece that explain that.
I got you.
That-
And everybody's gonna hate this, but. What if we went with something of what I said to begin with, and we moved our secondary draw to leftover? So everything that we have that jumps out of primary and everything that gets returned and can't be reissued goes into our draw on leftover day. So we have 2 draws still, just.
Later secondary draw.
Mhm.
Is there still youth preference there?
No, I mean, redo the draw.
So it's just a random draw?
Just a random draw.
And they use points or not?
Wait a minute, we already decided that secondary draw was gonna have youth preference, we weren't gonna change that.
Well, that's
We
what
did-
I
we
said,
decided that.
nobody's gonna like this idea, but delete secondary draw completely and make a new draw, make a leftover draw.
I don't hate that idea, honestly.
But I mean, if we are going to reissue these to the next person in line, we're gonna knock a bunch of licenses out, use points on all of those licenses that get reissued.
That's the assumption. Here's my difficulty with some of this, is we're going through all of this discussion and manipulation for people that have a hard time planning for a month or 2 in advance. Who wanna turn in their licenses. At some point, you have to be able to know what you're doing and commit. And I guess, having that flexibility is important, but how much flexibility can we really put in the system for everybody?
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, my personal goal with all these draws and reissues, I wanna see as few licenses on these lists as possible. Okay, and that, so however we have to get into timing, it's fine, but I don't wanna see licenses carried through. I want them to be issued to somebody. In my world, a perfect secondary draw would have very few licenses, it'd be leftover stuff. And then when you get to leftover day in August, it'd be very few, it'd be true leftovers or stuff that just didn't made it all the way through the alternate list or the auto reissue. So I think the whole dynamic looking forward into what this reissue will look like, could be totally different based on how we do the auto reissue alternate list. It may not be tens of thousands of tags with some really good ones like we're facing now, right? Every Wednesday is a big deal to a lot of hunters because there's always good licenses on there. But if those licenses aren't there anymore, it might not be as big of a deal. To speak to this specifically, the random, I don't like the random because it does favor those that have night jobs and submit a computer. Heaven knows I spent weeks on Nevada's leftover when they had it randomly, and I did get an elk tag and an antelope tag, and it was really cool, but it was hours. You found yourself, I wouldn't scroll Instagram anymore, I would watch this website with nothing on it, and that's what I don't wanna see with the random. It's frustrating to set a time, it doesn't work for everyone, but it is better than scrolling all night waiting.
And we don't run them at night. We're not quite as extreme as Nevada. 4 o'clock, then we all go back to.
Gary?
So I understand, I feel the pain of not being able to get a license anymore on Wednesdays. What that means is that there's a lot more people able to participate, and so it's probably a better system for the overall customer base. And the individual doesn't like it very much because we used to be able to pick up licenses all the time. We can't anymore. So it probably indicates that that system's better. But to Austin's point, I think we're discussing a lot of things ahead of time that might not end up being problems at all because of the things we've parked already to discuss. The other thing I was gonna say about moving the secondary draw is that I really liked your idea 45 minutes ago because we were not putting those surrendered licenses into the secondary draw. There was a lot of heartache over the 100% youth preference in the public, not necessarily in this room, but in the public. And so if we were gonna wait and maybe auto reissue those licenses instead of giving them to youth, that was a bonus. But I have a feeling that if we end up moving the secondary draw later, nobody's gonna wanna give up 100% youth preference, and that's gonna be a big problem.
Right. Well,
This might be a question, if it used to be, I'm trying to remember. Secondary draw, you had to apply the primary.
So leftover draw
Yep.
was what it used to be called, you had to apply in primary field,
Why did we change it, do you remember?
because we only had like 200 people applying. It wasn't worth running the leftover draws anymore.
And it was only for deer and elk.
I just know it's something we know, like, it's kind of earlier.
Oh, it was only deer and elk?
It keeps
It was only deer and elk.
Yep.
Sorry.
So
Andy? Oh,
I was just wondering if we wanted to keep moving, because I'm worried we're not gonna get through all of our
Yep.
slides. Can we just say, it sounds like if we were to go changing this and not doing something else, we would either do a set day with a preview list or a third draw. I just put those as like ideas so we can move.
That's what I'm hearing. That's what that's a good, and I was gonna try and move us a little bit too, in that I think if, I hear a lot of positive comments about the auto next up issuing. I think if we're doing an auto next up and people use their points to get a license, I think a lot of the problems we're trying to solve go away automatically.
Set day with preview
So
lists.
for that point, can we skip to that and figure out if everybody in
That's
the
the
room?
next
That's why I'm bringing it up, yeah.
Or even a third draw.
Yeah, if it's more status quo on that first day, you guys are all But
so consensus of the room here?
Yes.
Steve has one.
Nice, John, real quickly.
Yeah.
The only thing I was concerned about is lumping licenses together, like second choice cow licenses, they're returned.
My battery's
I just wonder how we differentiate that, do we still make somebody use that on their points for that license?
So that's what I was talking about, if we do it species wise or choice wise. So if you have like that second, or the hunt code, I was thinking choice wise, so if you want the first tag, so your first choice, but that second choice you may not want if it comes back, they could not check that box, or they could check that. But whatever that choice was, you would either take the points, not take the points, depending on
So just, yeah, you went off on a different thing that I was thinking, that kind of answered my question.
So I just wanted to go back to Austin's comment about trying to minimize the number of hunts that make it to the second draw and make it to reissue. Because we decided on the primary draw, we're going points through 4 choices. Are we not already pushing a lot of those there, more than normal? We already are. So you are, yeah. So that's compounding.
Which is why you're close to moving the second. You want to get rid of all those licenses.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't like that as much.
so so we've said, I think the consensus in the room, again, we're not there yet, we're just parking this for the moment, but set day seemed to, despite its drawbacks, it seemed to be the clearest overall. And then there was some benefit of the preview list generally. Or then there was this sort of wild card third random draw. Okay. So let's go here because this may resolve these. So right now we have the manual reissue criteria.
So this slide was specific mostly to the criteria we use to decide what licenses we manually reissue versus the ones that go on the reissue lists every week. But it also introduces the topic of the auto reissues.
Yeah.
So we could jump right to that one if we want. Or if people still feel like we need to have a differentiation between the ones that we give to the next up versus the ones that go on a reissue list. It sounds like from what I'm hearing, everybody would like all licenses to go to the next step. That's kind of how I was reading the room, but.
I would say all licenses that took points.
All licenses are gonna take points now, but we have 4 choices that all take points.
Well, they take points if you draw it in as one of the choices, but I'm talking from the standpoint of quota. If there are still leftover licenses after the drawing. See what I'm saying?
So if they're leftover but not returned, is what you're saying then?
Undersubscribed, or if we hit quota at somebody with 0 points and was able to draw it, regardless of what choice it was.
But by definition, if nobody draws it, there's no next up list.
That's what
There
I'm saying.
is no next up
That's what I'm
if
saying.
nobody drew it. Like, so it,
There automatically isn't, but even on
Yeah.
the ones that are drawn out, we hit quota with people that had 0 points. I still don't see that as being a necessary for a next up.
Well, if they applied for it though, then they were gonna use their points originally. So,
What if they had 0 points?
and they wouldn't have got a point. So they should still use that point that they got.
If they had 0 points and drew a license and the quota was met in the primary draw.
They don't get a point then.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if they had 0 points and didn't draw, but would have been on the next up list, they got a point because they didn't draw. So they would lose that point they got, even though it didn't take a point
Gotcha.
to draw the license.
So
use the current year.
include those?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
so just undersubscribed, not an issue.
there is no next up list, then you can't issue it because there is no,
They
Next
would
up
have
list.
gotten it in the primary.
Correct. Anyway,
Awesome.
I'll speak to the first one, 5-point threshold. Unless I'm totally missing something, I don't think the threshold is appropriate if we go to an automatic process, just do it all technically. If there is an alternate list, or next up list, you call it generated. I think that's what we should use. I think you have to draw the line at first choice only, that's how Nevada does it. It complicates the draw when you start saying, I need a third choice next up list, it gets messy. I don't know if we should do an opt-in at every choice, but usually there's enough demand across the entire draw spectrum for, if you just do first choice, it's gonna take everything. There's enough applicants for it, and if there's not, we already have a process to roll that license into the next draw. The second question, for me, manually reissued. I'll try not to point fingers at any other states, but, and I don't doubt any CPW, employee, but I wanna see the manual process taken out of it. And not have states that rely on phone calls of a list that's not transparent, which we haven't talked about making these next up lists transparent. But there's some shady stuff that can go on and there's errors that can be made. I wanna leave the opinions and decisions out of staff's hands, for lots of reasons, but it shouldn't be manually done where possible. That brings me to transparency, right? If I play the Powerball and I know how many numbers I got right or how close I was. Oh man, I was one number off. Is there a way in the new system that we could show people how close they were? And does that help or does that create an issue? For example, in Montana, they have a reissue list that you can put yourself on. And they randomize it and they tell you your spot. So I know like I'm spot 3,000 out of 3,200. I'm probably not gonna get a call on the alternate list this year. But I know if I'm spot 2 or 3, I might, put that in pencil on my calendar because I'm pretty close, right? They do it in raffles. They a lot of times will show who the first 2 alternates are. So you know how close you may be to drawing that. That does help with some transparency, to tell you where you sit on the next up list. And it throws that ambiguity out. So those are my thoughts on the first few items there.
Thank you.
And just one, you guys can chime in, but the manual reissue, that is the next up list. So it's not automated, it's
But-
manual.
But what Austin's saying is, if I don't like the person that's first up on that next up list, because I know them personally, and I'm doing the manual reissue, I can say, nope, you're not on this list no more.
You wouldn't do that, do you?
I don't know anybody, so, but no, he's just saying.
I see, okay.
I think the issue is with PII and sharing personal data, we can't publish reports with others.
So,
Use the number.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I don't know this, but does anybody in here know, if you log into your online account, you get to see your application number?
And your receipt on your email.
Only
On your
receipt.
email is the only place you can see it.
So if we put application number online, in which you could log in and look at your application number, we could post my version of the next step, where it just has application numbers with no PII information on it. But then you'd have to be able to find your application number, go to the hunt code that you want, and look at.
Can you just show me the row I sit in, say alternate next up list position 5? Like, just show me what row I'm on the list and that's it in my account. I don't need to see everybody's. I don't care who the group ahead of me. I just wanna know where I sit on the list.
Yeah, just put their place in line.
Yeah, and you wouldn't
3,000th in line.
want to use names because then you'd have somebody paying somebody to turn their license in, right?
Yeah, you
It'd be like, hey, I'm next up, I'll give you 10 grand to
No,
turn
you
it
can
in.
use names, but I was saying that application number is not associated to anything.
Right.
Okay, back to normal order here. So, Marie.
Forgot what I was gonna say now.
So we're moving
Oh,
forward with
yeah.
you can see where some of this is going.
So, would it be possible to do, the auto issue like Nevada does, but to do it for 4 points and under and then the manual reissue above? Which confuses a little bit, but if you're 5 points and above, it's probably a hunt that you want. You wanna make sure you're called or emailed and have that 24-hour notice, whereas if it's below, you wanted to go on that hunt probably anyway, so you manually reissue, or if you auto reissue it. Just a thought.
So basically keep our same threshold, but instead of calling, do it automatically.
But for 4 and under, it's just auto.
I think it's simpler if you just,
Do all, it's okay.
Okay, let's see, I might have lost the thread here. Nolan, I think, and then Terry.
Is this on, Austin's thought, like, it could be like the bear seals, like where you just, or anything, like it'd just be like, you can go look up your number. Like, it's not associated to you, but you know the number.
Okay. Terry?
Yeah, it's fine as long as we use numbers and not names.
Sticking to the slide, trying to, the 5 point threshold would not be appropriate under reissue. Certain species manually reissued, no, not necessarily. I think that auto reissue takes a lot of these questions off the table. But I came into this meeting before we started discussing our issue, thinking one of my biggest goals was that loose sheep and goat licenses do not end up on the reissue list. And we make every effort to contact every first choice, or every applicant that applies for that license. Because these are such, obviously once in a lifetime licenses. And I just can't stand seeing those end up on a list that goes to some random person who never applied for it. I had a lot of other things, but somehow I lost it.
That's all right. So we're starting to coalesce here around something. John.
So I really like automatic reissue. I think we should do it for as many as we possibly can. To Terry's point, the sheep goat, desert sheep, all of our big ones, if we run automatic reissues through them, it goes to the next people, they don't go on the list. And if it goes on a list, it went through a whole bunch of people. So at that point, I think it deserves to be on that list. But I think that's great. I do not think if we stay with this process, I do not think the 5-point threshold is appropriate anymore. I would like to see it at least 10 points or increased at least.
I'm
For
getting
manual reissue?
confused because, sorry, you don't need a threshold if you're auto reissuing.
No,
The
I said
manual
if-
reissue was just a staffed capacity
If
issue.
we stay with this and don't go to.
Oh, I missed that part. Okay, yeah.
If we stay with the current process, I don't think 5 points is appropriate. I think 10 points. or
Okay, I missed
increased.
that one.
But I would rather have the automated.
Yeah.
Got you. All right, Austin and then John.
Couple things, as I start thinking down this auto reissue, we have to decide what we do if credit card payment fails. Do we give them 24 hours, do we give them 48, to go in and update before it rolls to the next one? I think a little grace period is fine. Telling someone they have to keep their credit card updated throughout the entire season is a big pain, with fraud and everything. And then we have to decide, like in Nevada, if you opt in when you apply in May, you can't ever opt yourself back out. It'd be nice to go into your account and be like, whoa, I drew a tag in another state. I no longer want to be an alternate for that elk hunt that I said I was, and uncheck yourself out of that. That would be very convenient as a hunter, to say I want to be pulled back out. But I think all the 5 people, 10 people, like, I would just say it's the full list, as fast as, we deem with the, waiting period to update your card, like, just burn down through the list, and then we need to set a date before the season opens when we will no longer do the auto reissue, and what are we gonna do?
Got it. John, and then.
Jenny did want to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say we probably need to get rid of the 5 people, and to Austin's point, I say you go top to bottom, if there's 100 applicants, you go to 100, and then it ends up in the list, because every one of those people wanted that tag when they applied for it. I do like the opt-out option for your point of, if your timing has changed and you drew XYZ tag, I no longer wanna have overlapping seasons, because I play that game first, second, and third choice on all species, and it's tough to, when you get down in those layers, how deep you can go, so. I think we're making progress, I think that's good.
Yeah, agreed, and I wanted to agree with Austin that at some point, we need either an opt-out or a cutoff where you won't, like days before the season where you won't manually reissue, because you're not gonna wanna use your points if you get an auto reissue the day before the season. Some people might, like if it's a 2-point license, hey, what the heck? But for a 20-point license, I think you might have heartburn if you got it the day before the season. So the opt-out solves that. Somebody might still accept it the day before the season.
Or during the season.
As long as it's somebody that stayed in, what the heck, go for it.
Process wise, if we stay manual, why do we still call and not like text? What? Seems like a lot of things involve some humans gotta call somebody and leave a voicemail.
We're working with the vendor to get text messages.
Okay, no, that's one of the problems we have with Hunter Ed and stuff like that, phone call stuff, it's like almost old technology, even my doctor makes me text them and not call the doctor's office anymore, so. Okay, but yeah, my thought is if we do anything manual, it should be text and not a phone call kind of stuff.
I don't think so. She's just saying she'll let us know. She wants to say something.
So to Andy's point though, if we cut off when we can return a license, if we have a time that we cut off, you won't have up against the start of the season. Because we can burn through reissues into August or whatever that is, and we're done with reissues. So then you would have that license for your season. So just as a thought.
Yeah, if we do
If
that,
we do
then
that.
this, but I'm just trying to say, I think we all, what I'm hearing is everybody's on board with this auto reissue thing. There is the one hangup that we'd have to think about of somebody getting a High Point license at whatever too late is in their mind.
Sure. Well, we have the other issues that are open here, first choice only, credit card fails, opt-out option, and the end date, so there's, yeah.
Are
Terry.
we ready for Jenny?
Oh, Jenny?
Okay.
I had something to say that I think you still have to have a cutoff date because we're still allowing the return of licenses for exemptions. Right, so sheep tags are still gonna get returned, moose tags will get returned right up till the season or even into the season. But if you're gonna auto charge your guys' card,
I see that.
that's where we have to decide.
Yeah, so we're talking, this is where we are now, we're in this zone. Right, all of this is starting to coalesce in terms of what we might recommend as a room, I just wanna be clear. The ones with question marks, I think, are still unresolved. And we're open to proposals for people if you
I don't
wanna,
think we need the top three if you go.
yeah, these would disappear.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. I haven't heard anybody.
Can we
yeah.
vote on that or they have to-
I mean, I can do whatever, but,
Does anybody have issues taking those top three out?
And one question I had is, so say if somebody tagged it for youth, this and that, so the system would be, I'm not sure what the word is, but it doesn't care, right? So if the youth had a tag and it was a youth only tag, it would just be up to the next up.
person, Yes.
The
The only thing.
The next youth up?
if it's a youth only,
If it's a youth only,
Yes.
but if,
it'd be up to the next youth.
so you'd have to fine tune it then, right? If it's youth only tag, you have to go back to youth,
They already
or does it go back to
applied.
the big
So
pool?
if it's youth only, the only people that apply are youth.
Yeah.
So that's just to the next.
It's by queue, basically.
Yeah,
It's
if
by
it's,
queue,
if
basically.
what you're talking about is youth preference, it would go to the next youth preference. Our draw is ordered, then it would be the next youth preference one on the list. If there are no more youth preference on the list, it would go to the next adult.
So if it was a youth, if it was a youth preference tag,
Yeah.
it would go back to that queue. If you would, whoever, what the other youths were. If there are no more, it just gets thrown in the general public, I guess.
Well, it would just go to the next adult in that list. So, but youth only hunt would only have youth.
Terry, and then I'll.
So, to the point of having a cutoff, in Nevada, the cutoff is 2 weeks, I believe, before the season starts. So when I applied in Nevada, I said, I will absolutely rearrange my life for sheep tag. I'm on the alternate list for sheep. I'm not gonna rearrange my life for elk tag or blower tag. So I know that, so I didn't select those boxes, but, I think that we have to have a cutoff. And I just have another point that's, it's there.
Otherwise, you agree with everybody else.
I know. We're automatically reissuing up to a certain point. I think that back to the question of manually reissuing. If we get sheep, moose, or goat licenses in after that automatic reissue cutoff, I think that we should manually reissue those, or try to reissue them the next week in the morning. So that's somehow.
But there wouldn't be a next person in line, because they would have gone through them all.
Oh, he's talking about
If
after
it comes
the
in
cutoff.
after
Has to cut off.
the cutoff, like in the
Extreme
last
medical or
month or 2 weeks or something like that.
Wouldn't those still be
Auto
issued to
reissue.
the next,
I'm
auto
saying,
reissue to
I'm
the
saying
next?
that we were gonna have a cutoff on auto, we were talking about having a cutoff on auto.
2 weeks
reissue.
prior to the season,
A
auto
month,
cut
week
off,
prior or 2 weeks
manual after
prior.
that. Manual during the 2 week cutoff and the season.
I just wanna make sure that those new sheep and goat licenses still go to the next person in line.
Okay,
So we're talking,
Very clear licenses.
we're talking about two cutoffs here, and I think I'm even not following we should, when we say cutoff, we should mean surrender or return license cutoff or issuing
Yeah.
cutoff. Like we're
Reissue.
passing them around both types of deadlines / cutoffs. We need a name for each, because I'm even
Okay.
having a hard time figuring out which cutoff people are talking about.
Issue cutoff.
Yeah, an issue cutoff or a turn-in cutoff.
I'm trying to reframe this, so like what I'm understanding, there'll be an auto reissue cutoff, let's just say 2 weeks before the season is what other states have done. So after that point, nothing's auto reissued because people aren't gonna want that 2 weeks before the season, but say an extreme medical comes in for a sheep a week before the season, he's saying we should still allow manual reissue, and call the next person in line to see if they still want it.
Okay.
Cause extreme medicals are allowed through that 30 days past the season still currently. So I think if I'm understanding correctly, if that's what you're saying.
And wouldn't that be relatively few even across all species, or do you get
Absolutely.
substantial?
See, that's what I was just pulling, I believe that 250 number was the medical one. I don't know for sure, but
The ones that points and
the ones that got points and
Yeah.
money back.
back, I believe that 250 or whatever the number was.
For the fail to pay question that Austin brought up,
Yep,
using our current model, I would say we wouldn't start that auto reissue till after the payment deadline. Issue is we were thinking about getting rid of that payment deadline and leaving that license on a customer's account all the way till the season ended, so they could pay for it at any time. So I just wanted, for transparency, to bring that up.
So that'd be in those failed payment type scenarios where the
Yeah, I
bank
don't know
stops
that I
charge.
believe that they're for them forever, right? Cause then that's gonna create a bunch of unused licenses for guys that give up, die, change their card, right?
Yeah, we get hundreds of people that end up wanting the license, but they miss the payment deadline.
Got it.
And so we're trying to address that issue too.
Part of the issue, can I elaborate a little bit? Is they drew the license and utilized all their points. And then were never sent the license because they never paid for it,
You never got the money for it either.
or your points back. Yeah, we didn't get the money, they didn't get their points, they didn't get a license to use. So the thought process behind, if they're gonna use licenses, if they're gonna use points to draw a license. And there's, for whatever reason, a failure to pay for the license with the current card that they have on file. Allowing a period of time, whatever that is, if it's, a month, 2 months, or through the end of their season, they've had an opportunity, if they changed, if their credit card expired and they wanna update with a new one and still pay for it. They have the opportunity to pay for and utilize that license, but if they've gone through that time, through the end of the season and never paid for it, and they don't have their points anymore, it's giving them every opportunity to utilize that license because they use their points.
So
to get it.
if you did away with that payment deadline, that would almost affect how we did this automatic reissue too, because you would give someone a license and then it would sit there until they paid for it forever.
Yeah,
right? So it
those
could still
licenses wouldn't go into
they
this
float
process.
somehow, right?
They're just not in this process because they're not returned.
Correct.
But like our leadership wanted to give it 1 year to see how that would work, to see how many licenses are being left on the table. We anticipate that being pretty low, just by the volume of complaints and people that come in almost the day before the season and they want their license. They never got their license. We don't think it's gonna be many that get left on the table.
Right, I don't think I'll give an opinion on that, I trust you guys on that. I do wanna talk about resident versus non-resident, how it works in this automatic process. So if you go through the next up list of residents, we're talking archery out or something, and there's no more residents that apply, do you roll the quota?
we call it overcap. So it's a insufficient number of resident applications to fill the quota, it goes back and starts going down the non-resident line.
This is the same reason when guys look back at the second draw or leftover list, and say, I applied for that, how come I didn't draw, now it's leftover? Same thing would go for a non-resident or a resident looking at the list too, like we're gonna give it to someone down the auto reissue list.
So
If I'm
Yes.
following you.
I would like to give it to someone.
So the overcap would go to non-resident?
Yes, if I'm following what you're saying, our reissue process we run out of residents on there.
Yeah.
We would continue on the non-resident line, even though they'd already capped out and continue issue. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't just roll back to the second.
That is the way that I would understand that it would work.
Got it?
And vice versa, if we hit our non-resident threshold and somebody in a resident turned in a license, it still would go down the list of point holders on the resident side because we're still at our non-resident cap, correct?
If we hit the non-resident cap already, so we hit it in the primary draw.
Yep.
It would go, so our draw is ordered that all of those non-residents are now capped out, so they cannot.
Right.
So the next person would be resident. Then to that scenario, we hit the very bottom, none of the residents took it, they didn't pay for it, whatever it was. We ran out of them, it goes back up to the non-residents that were marked as capped out, and it starts there and starts issuing.
Got it.
Yep.
I like how you just described it. I think that's a good approach.
You wanna add to that? John?
On the credit card fail through the end of the season, I think we need to have a cutoff 30 days prior to whenever the time is that they could have returned the license but didn't, because I really want to see those licenses go used. I'm sure it's not a ton for sheep, goat, and moose, but to Terry's point, those are such highly regulated, very small quotas. If one tag goes unused in a unit with 2 quota, it's kind of a waste. So I think we need to.
30 days prior to what?
What's that?
You said 30 days prior to something.
Start of season.
Start of the season.
Start of season.
Yeah. And that way it still gets you in the auto renewal. We would automatically reject them and then it would go to the auto person and they'd get it 30 days before, 2 weeks before. I just think that letting them not pay for it after they drew it in April, May, June, July, into August, they had their chance.
Do they still lose all their points because they drew it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Danielle?
So my question kind of feeds into what Andy and John were just talking about. We've talked a lot about the 2-week cutoff for auto reissues. But we haven't talked about what the cutoff should be for allowing someone to return a license. So whether they got it in the draw or whether they got it as an auto reissue, we need to set the deadline of how long they have to return it. Do we like the 30 days still that we have for that?
I was just trying to get people to clarify when they're talking about deadlines and cutoffs to explain which one they're talking about.
We need to know for when we're programming that, we need to know that.
Cut off to return.
Well, status quo at 30
I still like
days.
that.
And I know Jonathan wanted to talk about Turkey eventually with all of this too. Turkey has 15 days instead of 30.
I wanted to just mention turkey as being a draw species that
Yes,
exists.
yes.
And that a lot of what we're talking about would pertain, even though there's 2 draws here versus
That's a
1.
good point.
So I brought up Turkey just because they have different rules. It's 15 days instead of 30 for Turkey.
Yes, it is.
I think if you're gonna do the auto renewal
It's in the additional question.
or auto reissue up to 2 weeks before, you have to do the 30 days. Cause otherwise those licenses aren't gonna go into that system. So you have to do,
Sorry, Marie, can you say that one more time? Sorry, I want to make sure I hear it.
so we'll leave the 30 days because of the auto reissue being 2 weeks before the season starts. You couldn't do it any shorter for the 30 days. You'd have all that hit at once and it wouldn't work.
Whatever dates, whatever times we decide on, that should make sense.
So it should be 2 weeks before the start of the season for everything?
No, for the auto reissue. But the refunds could be 30 days.
So what if
Or the
someone gets
return.
a license 2 weeks plus 1 or minus 1 for the start of the season, they basically can't return that license. If they got it auto reissued and they decide they don't want it.
They can return it, they just,
No, because they're within that 30 days, so they can't.
Oh, I
They
see.
can, just not to get their points
Yeah.
back.
It's a surrender at that point.
yeah.
So can we make the auto reissue, when you check that box, not returnable? That you check that box, you understand it's not returnable, it's not refundable, it's not any of the above?
I think that would be the best option.
I mean, I know we're gonna run into the,
I didn't read it.
I didn't read it, I used my points, I don't need it, but, I mean, we're going over a lot of this well, we need 30 days out, we need 2 weeks. If we just made it not returnable, whatever we set that end date to, so the reissue date, it's done. There is no returning those.
Don't check the box.
Don't check the box if you're not gonna keep.
How many warnings do they get in Nevada?
There's a few buff-ups.
Yeah.
But we still have the exception.
Exceptions, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 31, yeah.
Okay, Marie?
No, I'm done, sorry.
John?
I think I just said. I don't remember.
So we've cleared the deck here. Oh,
I
sorry,
think
Steve.
30 days is a minimum for me.
Yeah, we should, yeah, it is. It used to be shorter, used to be day before, and we moved it to 30, and I think we shouldn't go less than 30.
To the start of the season or the,
It used to be,
Those wouldn't be for your auto reissues, those would just be for normal returns.
oh, okay.
I would still like to see, I'm sorry, that's what I was gonna say. I would still like to see a set date instead of the 30 days. So I don't care if you call that August 1st or whatever it is. I'd like to see a set date that you have until that day. Because then people would put that on their calendar. And they would know that just like our leftover days hit, it was done. I don't like the rolling.
A lot can happen between August and December.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I keep.
I think that's too hard.
Is that this 30 days or these?
Just the 30 days for the normal returns, that's what he's saying.
This one down here?
Yeah, but I think we're gonna have some.
Or
deadline for applying
set
has
date.
been the same for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
Same day,
Question
people
mark.
still miss it, so I don't
But it's still
necessarily.
the second Tuesday.
I,
it changes.
yes, but like, to your point of if there's a date on the calendar, people will put it on their calendar, I don't necessarily know if that's true. I think 30 days out is still plausible and it,
Okay,
And the whole reason behind 30 days was because why? Just to
We
get,
needed enough time to reissue the issue.
but if it's
Plus-
auto reissue,
Plus, they didn't want people scouting.
that's the reason.
Not
we changed
yeah,
it.
that's the bigger reason.
And then it allowed the reissue program, so it fell into place where
That's right.
people were turning it in the day before season if they didn't see what they wanted or didn't get the weather. So by the 30 days, we prevented that. And that opened up the opportunity to do this reissue thing that wouldn't have, but that wouldn't have been the case prior to that.
Yeah.
awesome.
I just wanted you to add in there to be really clear, the alternate opt-in or auto reissue opt-in option is per application. Like per species, it's not,
For hunt code.
yeah, it's not
Where is that go?
customer
Yes.
wide
Option, per hunt code.
per previously applied hunt code, right?
Yeah,
Per
good,
choice.
Per choice.
yeah, good
Now,
question.
did we
Per
decide,
choice, do you,
like, see, that's what I was gonna ask, did we decide it was only first choice?
do you think we can do it on multiple choices?
Well, I mean, technically, yeah, we can, because I have the entire draw order.
Less complex is better.
We could do it, but,
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have 2,000 people on that list. I don't know if that's good or bad, but.
But if you wanna address the complaints of, oh, I applied for that, and you only do first choice, you're not addressing that. Because maybe they did apply for it, but they didn't apply as first choice for it.
I'm thinking the multiple choices might work where we're using, because it's primary draw only. We haven't talked about doing an auto reissue for secondary draw. Which I don't think we should, primary only, and they opted in at the choice level, knowing you're gonna use your points, if you put that almost undersubscribed hunt as your fourth choice, we're gonna give it to you before it goes back to the list.
Even if we did, which I don't think we can do this manually, but even if we couldn't make the auto portion work, I mean, literally it'd just be a box next to the check on our list. So you could go, this person was the first draw, they checked the box, okay, issue. We don't have enough manpower to do that, but if the auto one worked, I mean, I don't see an issue why it could. You can.
First choice only or all? choices?
I would just put, you already have it, per choice or per hunt code, and you just leave it at that, if you.
This one here?
Box it every choice.
Yeah.
Then it's-
So take out the first choice row.
Jonathan wants to speak.
I got you. So here's where we
Really
stand.
bad.
It's 11:45 about. How's our lunch?
They should be coming within the next 15 minutes.
So lunch is coming soon. can we get through this one here just to
Yep.
see?
We can do it.
Like summarize what we know and what we don't know at least? So we have, oh, sorry,
I should take a vote.
Jonathan.
I need to talk. No, I don't. But it's part of why it's just funny to see this conversation develop and the questions that you're asking, because 2 meetings ago I think it was 2 meetings ago, when we were talking about utilizing points at a first choice versus across all the choices. We did that under this, not having this discussion today. And if it's an automated reissue process, are we kicking the can down the road by using points on all 4 choices versus just the first choice? Because at this point, going with automated reissue, it's going to burn somebody's points.
And that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna ask about if we still wanted all 4 of the choices to use points.
I think it
We're gonna
makes
be
it
burning points,
consistent.
no.
I think it makes it consistent to require it in both. Because whether they draw it or they get it as an auto reissue, regardless of what choice, they're using points
If they opt in.
if they opt in.
Mhm.
If they don't opt in, they're not gonna get
But
it.
how do we keep those, we're gonna increase the secondary draw.
By a lot.
We're not gonna
By
be-
tens of thousands.
I know,
So-
but that's what we've said we wanted to do.
So if they go through all 4 choices, the first draw, and what's down to this, what's not there, if it goes through the reissue process, isn't gonna be in the secondary draw anyway.
We'll go into the secondary draw, which is a random draw.
With 100%.
If it comes out of primary.
So I was wondering if we were gonna get back to these points on all 4 choices in the first draw, because of some of the public, a lot of the public comments that have been made, and some of the complications of pushing all of these front codes to the second draw. Maybe it makes more sense to hold the issue to the first choice and not burn points 2 through 4 in the primary draw.
It's a question to ask and consider, I think.
An
Maybe
excellent,
mow it
an
over
excellent
lunch.
question to ask.
And see, that was my big thing about, I had forgotten that we were using all points in all 4. But if we moved the secondary draw to where leftover is, we did the primary draw, we burned through all of the reissues, everybody that surrendered it back. Issued all of those licenses, our secondary draw is gonna be real small, like Austin's. We want the smallest ones in each one as we go forward. That's the reason that I brought it up to begin with.
But do we have enough time to start this auto reissue process before the secondary draw list is full?
If we move to the secondary draw, if we leave it right now, I cannot do it.
I thought we were talking about doing auto reissue after the second.
Yeah, but he just asked if we could do it before the secondary draw.
I thought we were doing it before the secondary.
We can't auto reissue in the current setup before the secondary draw.
What
We
about
have
the
like
next
4
gen?
day time turnaround.
What about the next program? The redesign, our next gen of our draw system, would you have time in that to auto reissue before the secondary draw?
The issue is the time, not the program.
I was gonna say, the timing is the issue. I have no idea. If it worked a whole lot faster than we can do right now, yes.
So do the surrender licenses go into the secondary draw?
Some of the surrender ones do. So if the surrender license came out of the primary draw, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been a couple of years. If the surrender license, if a license came out of the primary draw and then somebody surrendered that license, the quota would increase and it would go to the secondary draw. If it was never going to the secondary draw, it doesn't go to the secondary.
It's a manual reissue, it goes through that process. It's not, it goes to the secondary draw.
Yeah, I'd like to see the surrender ones especially reissued, or go down to the
Next person.
next person.
And that's why I was saying that we do that list, all the surrenders, and we hold all of them surrenders originally. We do the secondary draw with what came out of the primary draw, and then after the secondary draw, we start burning through the next.
But that's not fixing the point of, like Terry was talking about, sorry, of where they put in the first time, they put in the second time, and then it comes out the third time. Those people who put in the first time and the second time that didn't draw that license, then it comes up again. We're not closing that loop, if I'm understanding it
I
right.
think we are.
Yeah, with the auto reissue, there is no loop if it's automatically
But
getting
we're not
reissued.
auto issuing after the first one, is what I'm saying.
So could you get
Yeah.
through all the auto reissues out of the primary draw and then delay the start date of the secondary draw?
That's. Yes, I don't, that makes sense.
I don't, well, so a couple of things here, so, I wanna still come back to our order. The questions on the table are, you know, right now, I think most of us had thought that the auto reissue would happen after the secondary, cause that's when that would happen now. So, is that correct?
Mm-mm,
You didn't think that,
mm-mm.
you thought after the primary, but that's not when it happened today.
I think it doesn't really matter, because what I'm hearing is that if there were leftovers, there wouldn't be a reissue list. So those would be the licenses that would go to secondary draw.
Yeah, we can't currently run applications on secondary draw while doing issues. So we would have to stop the applications until the
I'm
issues.
saying it doesn't matter system, like we have to do an order, but it doesn't really matter when you do it, because those licenses wouldn't be going to the secondary draw.
Correct.
They don't go to the secondary draw, but we can't run applications at the same time. Because then somebody could apply for a license and then get auto reissued an A license within that time. So we'd have to have this stop applications or primary draw, secondary draw, reissue.
Yep.
In order to close that loop that you were just asking about, we have to keep the reissue process after the secondary draw. We can't we can't put those licenses into the secondary draw, so there's no reason to do it. Right?
I think you could do it first, but you'd have to move your secondary draw later.
That's exactly what I was just pitching it up about. Could you move the secondary draw late enough that you run one round of auto reissue before the secondary draw?
It'd be the same thing that I said about replacing the leftover day with the truck, just moving it, so.
Yeah.
We'd have to move it, and you'd have to figure out all the additional details to it, but.
I mean, you wouldn't need
The
a
reason the
tertiary
secondary
draw.
Is currently set where it is that when the secondary draw finishes and we print everything, it gives that person that drew that early archery tag time to get the license in the mail. So, I mean, if everybody's okay understanding that if you draw an archery tag, you ain't getting it in the mail before the season starts.
Well, you
No
can pick it
one's-
up at an agent.
Yeah, you
There's
can,
still ways to get it.
So,
or you can pay for the duplicate.
so I think the benefit I see.
And mail back your original.
Reissue,
Only in the secondary draw.
automatic reissue for the secondary, is that then you don't have those people applying in the secondary and then being, taking themselves out of a chance to get an auto reissue.
So we're here, so I'm seeing a lot of nods suddenly on this, right?
Mhm.
Is everybody clear? So if I wrote, I just did right? Automate reissue and payment to next up, and then it would be after the primary draw, right? That's where we are.
Yep. Yes.
Everybody agree?
And I think some of us,
We're all here.
like me, were thinking that all along.
Alright, but that's a change, but now here we are. And then what that means is, yeah,
I was gonna say, I would, in my mind, it's a pause, you pause and then you run the secondary draw, right?
Mhm.
And allow people to apply for that, because you're gonna have people that don't run the primary say, oh, well, I'll just apply at the secondary. But do they do that knowing they might be number two on the reissue coming up? It's like, it has to be a trickle down. We give these license out, then we auto reissue, here's what's left, secondary draw, your preference. And then they continue it through up to our cutoff, but it has to trickle down.
I think that works. The only problem is we don't know when licenses will be returned. We'll have that first flood from the, oh my gosh. Surrender period, thank you. But then there could still be licenses trickle in, so at some point we have to like, we're turning on apps for secondary draw and move it on.
Can we just add 7 days to make that work? And if it doesn't fit in those 7 days, then it goes to secondary.
You're basically dealing with all your preference point issues in the first block.
Yes.
That's a good
If you
point.
did it that way.
It feels like you just wait till the end of the surrender period. the first round of reissues, automatic reissues. How much time it takes, that's anyway, so.
What I personally don't like is kind of what we've done now, where you're saving licenses depending on criteria, where we save these for later, these skip the secondary draw and go to August, like, I don't like that saving, I want it to trickle from one to the next down until they're all given, that'll make much more sense to the public, knowing this is the best option available today, and there's a secondary draw, and there's leftover day, and it's not.
This addresses that?
Yes, I think it will if we do it. right.
Versus
We
today.
pause, we run a secondary draw, secondary draw's over, and then the reissue, auto reissue, you can start again and run through the cutoff.
So then a second round of auto reissue.
Well, continuous auto reissue.
Yeah, there's just a pause.
Oh, continuous auto.
With a pause for the secondary draw. I like where you're
And then,
going.
or so we could say resume auto reissue, something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Resume,
resume.
that sounds fine.
Here it
Poor
is.
computer programmers, huh?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh.
Just make sure you guys, especially in this corner, are speaking up. Jenny said it's a little difficult to hear over here, so just make sure you're really talking loud and clear and no side conversations.
In which corner she can't hear?
John's down here, she said.
We're trying,
Sorry,
project your voice.
Hear me? Oh, gosh.
All right, so lunch is here. I just want to summarize where we are before we get the sandwich. So it looks like, and again, we don't have to, we're not necessarily gonna ask for a vote, but just while you're chewing on your sandwich, think about this. Automate reissue and payment to next up after the primary draw, pause for the secondary draw, then resume the auto reissue. Then we said it would be okay to be more transparent with the application number. We talked about the resident versus non-resident, that overcap would go to non-resident and or vice versa after that had been exhausted. Credit card fails, we're on the fence here of either through the end of the season we hold it, or there's some point where we force that issue, maybe 30 days. The opt-out option, everyone seems to believe we need to have an opt-out option so far, but it's not clear whether it's by per choice or by HUD code.
We turn that down.
Opt in, please,
Option.
opt in.
No, he's talking about opt out.
Opt out of the auto.
It's both.
It's
No, no, you're opting in to get issued, but then you have to be able to.
And you
we're
can
saying-
opt out.
And then opt out.
This, the opt-in is is actually, I don't,
I'm
Opt-in
confused.
is at the primary application.
yeah.
Opt-out is if during the season,
Oh.
during
Automate,
the reissue process, you wanna opt out.
if opted in, right?
There you go.
At the very top, there's that checkbox.
Yeah.
And then later, I might learn something and now I don't wanna be auto reissued, so I can now opt out.
Gotcha.
And everyone seemed to agree with that
So
when it
what
came up.
period are they opting out? Cause I think that is contrary to what John said, that they're not returnable or.
So what we were saying, Danielle, is that if you opt in April, and you apply, you're like, yeah, with this license. But then I drew a sheep license in Arizona in June. I don't want to be reissued a license in Colorado now, so I go into my account and opt out of that reissue then.
I know I don't wanna put in another term of another cutoff date, but there has to be a cutoff date for opting out. Or it goes contrary to the not refundable or returnable. Are you not following me?
No.
This is like before you ever get reissued a license,
Yeah,
you decide, you know what?
so
If I
by the
come up on-
time
if I
the
come up on the-
posting happens, is it by the time posting happens, you have to opt out?
You could opt out anytime
For
up
the
to
only
the
30
with the
days.
license on here.
As long as you haven't received the
As
license.
long as you
Correct.
haven't been issued. a
Okay.
license.
Yes, you can opt out before you get it.
Yeah.
As long as you haven't gotten one, you can
I'm
opt
clear
out.
now, thank
Yep.
you.
And then Brian, before, can you, I like what you had here, but can you also add, once the non-resident cap is reached, then the next step will go back to the residents, like John explained it.
He's saying go to non-residents if you run out of.
Yeah, the residents.
There's two
would run-
parts, there's two parts
They
though.
would run resident all the way and then go to non-cap. and then
Soft
another
cap, it's called a
Yes.
soft cap.
People don't know what that means. I like the way he described it, because it explained the order of the operation.
Okay, almost there. Then, sheep, goat and moose, maybe after the cutoff with extreme medical would go to manual, that's a proposal. And then the cutoff to the return status quo at 30 days or some kind of a set date.
Set date, or I'm sorry, 30 days. Sorry, 30 days.
Well, it's still to be debated.
30 days prior just keeps it consistent across a lot of things.
30 days.
So we won't go there because sandwiches are waiting, but think about all these things. I mean, we are starting to formulate a package of reforms here that would address a lot of what we had on the table. So we're, in a way, we're ahead of the game, although there's still a lot more to do. So be ready to come back and we'll finalize these. Okay.
Okay, I'm
30
gonna
minutes?
mute us for lunch. Just so you know, Jonathan will be going on mute.
Or
Don't forget people to do that.
Reissues.
We're back.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We have our folks here. Jenny, you there?
I am.
All right, we're ready to go. Thanks, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our lunch. Thanks to Snarfs. Lovely. Appreciate
Thank you.
Thank
No
you.
worries.
Yeah, enjoy organizing. All right, so here's where we stand. We left this right before, we just kind of cleaned up just a few things to make sure we knew where we were. Anything in red is, I think, still a little bit in flux and, you know, there may be something else here, but again, automate reissue if you opt in, and you're committing to the payment to the next up after the primary draw. We would pause that for the secondary, and then we would resume the auto reissue after said, after secondary. Now, some conditions here, I've cleaned up the language here a little bit. Basically, we would share the next up report by applicant number. That's what we're committing to, some kind of transparency, right? Okay, then we would say resident, non-residents, this is the soft cap, we've been over that, right? The over cap would go to non-resident and then back to resident. The credit card fails, this is a little out of our mandate here, but it'd be nice if this group had an opinion, because we need to actually want to have this policy in place for next year. So it's either you hold that in limbo, if you want to call it, through the season, or we force something 30 days prior to the start of the season. Those are the two options that we have on the table. The opt-in, and we're just clarify this, that you can opt in to this process and you can opt out. That's our logic. But we need to have a few things clarified here. Is that by your choice, you know, or would that be by specific hunt code? You're looking for that detail.
So, species or,
Oh,
or species or choices, sorry.
by species or so
Or
by
by choice. So take out hunt code and replace it with
Species.
species.
All right, so that's to be resolved. The auto issue cutoff end date, we sort of were settling around 2 weeks, but there is still a question mark here, but, and then the whole thing would be like Nevada, non-refundable, non-returnable, you know, you're committing now to buy this, should it land in your queue.
So that's how Nevada is?
No.
Yeah,
Nevada, you can still return it,
Oh,
as long as your season hasn't started, of course, but if you get a reissue in May, like the end of May, first part of June, and then your schedule changes August, you can still return it in Nevada's scenario.
oh, okay.
I don't know, we had talked
That
both
was-
ways,
yeah.
maybe if you take a alternate, auto reissue, you're stuck with it. But
I think the reason why it says it that way is because of that 30 days prior. Or, you know, because of the refund, the current refund policy.
Yep, we're gonna keep the current refund, yep.
Yeah, so if you got it between that 30 days and that 2 weeks, it would be refundable.
I think that could be taken away, the non-returnable, non-refundable, and it just follows this same 30-day policy that you already have.
That would be
See why-
Okay,
If you get a tag 3 months before the season, you still have a chance to return it, and we'll issue it to the next guy. And once you're in that 30-day window, everything changes.
right, okay.
I agree.
Any
Because we have
objection to
like
that?
December and January hunts that they might get them in August.
So I'm looking for objections or questions there. Doug?
Oh, I just wanted to go, just for clarification on the credit card fails,
Yep,
that is, I mean, they would lose their preference points regardless of. I mean, if their card failed and it never got to where it was fixed, they'd lose your preference points.
Yes.
But we need to clarify, credit cards failing in the primary draw, you use your points, whatever you use, you don't get those back. Credit cards failing in our auto reissue, we're not taking points and then failing your credit card, right? Because we're skipping you and going to the next person.
That
I would
seems,
hope that we weren't taking your
I know, but
phones.
that was Danielle's question, does that license stay yours forever through the end of the
No,
season?
it would never be issued.
If you were the next up on the obligation, we hit you, your credit card failed. Whatever the time period was, you failed to pay for it, and we went to the next person. Are we
That's what I
taking
asked.
those people's points?
No.
No, we're not talking about points, but we're saying, do we contact them if there's a payment issue, so they have a chance to resolve the payment issue, or do we just skip them?
Yeah, skip or contact.
I got that, but his question was they use the points. And I wanna make sure that we're not taking the points
on reissue.
on reissue.
Yeah, if we're not issuing a license, there's no points to
I think
take.
his question was, they burn their points, and then if they don't pay for a license, they still don't get their points back.
Right, their points are gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my question, thank you.
But we're back to do we skip people in the auto reissue, or do we make some level of effort? If the credit card fails?
What's the current rule? You get to
They get like a week or whatever till the payment deadline,
the payment deadline.
but this would be do you wanna keep waiting a week every time?
I would support stuff.
I prefer skipping.
I would too. And
Because
some of
this
these,
is, we need this to be fast.
yes.
Yes, they'll learn after it happens one time.
So will they ever even know?
Hopefully they don't.
They might not
We
even
have a
know.
list of who was next up, they're gonna know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so they'll have warning.
Yeah, good point. They'll know to be ready.
They might or might not, but we would try to be transparent. We said we would share our next up list somehow.
Yeah, I would just run them and skip them if the card doesn't charge in a reissue. These are reissues. They're not like the primary draw.
That's a line at the top of that list that shows where you're at. It says, make sure your payment.
All right, we have a proposal to just skip. Does anybody object?
So when you get your sheet tag as a reissue and your credit card fails, I'm just gonna skip you, just flat out. You're
Yeah,
good.
but-
That's
But you're not taking his points either.
It's
No,
it's a reissue. It's a reissue.
I'm just telling you.
All right.
How often do you skip some, how often do the cards not work?
Several, I don't know,
We looked at that in
4,000
the
or 5,000 per year.
It was in the lower single digits. We looked at that, remember in our first event? I asked you about that.
So if somebody, it's been a while.
It was like 2 or 3%.
So you, based on your question, you think we should give them a certain amount of time to update their card?
I
Notify
honestly
them.
don't care anyway.
I
I just
think-
wanna make sure you're good with, you get your sheet tag reissued, you look on the thing, you're the next person up, you're going, okay, cool. You see that somebody turned it in because, I don't know, your buddy drew and you turned it in, and you're next up, and then all of a sudden you don't get that tag.
Let me ask you this, if I use a credit card in my primary draw, and then that card somehow gets canceled or I cancel it, if I go into my account and change my payment method, would that work? No transfer, and then I think it's
And the
fine.
other thing, John, is you're using sheep tag as the example, which of course is the extreme case you don't want to lose out on. But we're also talking about hundreds of thousands of other licenses, like 250,000 licenses that we don't want to hassle with, like, it'd be a full-time job just to keep up with failure, like credit cards that are declined.
And I agree with you, and like I said, I don't care either way, but we need to do it one way for everybody, so.
So I'm hearing skip.
Sheet, yeah.
Terry. Oh,
I forget.
okay.
Skip based on something that is not in your control seems to be a little harsh. If you had, to that example, a sheet tag and your card got declined because it's not the normal draw process, my card company knows I have April, May, credit card goes through the roof, they charge me in the middle of August. Is that gonna reject because of my card? I don't know. I'd have some heartburn if my name was on the list and I didn't get a chance to correct it.
So you're talking the credit card company actually declines it?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's a different, yeah.
I think that's what we're talking about.
Right, I was just, there's only one state right now that
we'll go to the next guy if your card fails in the main draw without any chance, and it's the worst, biggest disaster ever, because my card, something happened, something got compromised, and this would be a change from now currently, is right now we're giving them 24 hours to respond to the email, right, under the current process, so going from 24 hours to 0, I feel like is a little harsh. Now, I don't want there to be a manual process in there, it's the system tries the card, if the card fails, it starts a 24-hour, window, it sends the email, action required, sends 2 emails, whatever, says you're losing it, and then it goes to the next one.
So 24-hour warning.
I'm good with that. It's their program. If you guys are good with that, I'm good with it.
I'm good with it if the vendor can do it.
Sure.
It's pretty.
Yeah, it'd be too much
Complicated.
staff
Like,
otherwise.
would there be a way, 'cause like right now I can see in iPause when something went through, but I can't see when we send them an email regarding, you drew, but you can't pay, so you need to do it, so I think if we had something like that, you would almost need a way for CSRs and other staff to be able to look at it aside from you guys, because of like the influx on licensing to go in behind the scenes to see that information would be almost too much. You'd have to make it available information for CSRs to help.
Doesn't it show like a failed payment though, or payment attempt?
Yeah, but that's only if it's on your account. But if they haven't put this on your account yet.
Right,
because
so,
your card
so if you got a reissue, Danielle, and your bank said, nope, this is fraud, we're not letting it go through, and you realize it within 24 hours, if you call our office and you're like, hey, I need to make this payment, how can I confirm without bugging you guys in licensing that we're still within the 24 hours?
Is it pending authorization?
I
or
was
something
saying,
like
we
that?
have to put it on the customer's account. So you would see it like right now,
Mhm.
where it said $50 paid, $0,
Right.
you need to pay for it. And then you click on it and
Okay.
then go in and hit submit payment, pay for it, just like you do on those.
Okay,
But we have to. I
Is
can
there-
tell you right now, that's gonna play all kinds of craziness with contract banking. That's gonna be removing a quota, adding a quota, removing a quota, adding a quota.
Is there a way to, take like the first 25 people on the next list? And send them an email and say, hey, you're in the top 25 for the next. Make sure your credit card's up to date, make sure everything's good, cause this might happen.
But even if their credit card is okay, sometimes the banks still flag it as fraudulent.
And that was the
You know?
part I wasn't picking up on. So I'm wondering, Brian, if we can just make a recommendation or decision that we want the customer to have 24 hours or whatever, and then let them kind
That's
of
all-
work, just
that's
so we
what
don't
we're
get
right
bogged down.
That's where we are right now.
Yeah, worry about the mechanics later.
Yeah, let them
Worry
figure out
about
the
house
details.
later.
Okay.
This would be high
And then
risk.
that decides that the 30 days or the end of season, they're gonna pay or not pay with 24 hours or whatever, okay? So that works.
I still have to decide how long we
We
wanna
still
let
need to
them.
decide how long we'll leave for people that drew a tag, not for the auto reissue,
Oh,
but for people
okay.
who drew the tag, how long
Yeah, for
should that
primary
license
draw.
stay on their account?
So same scenario, bank declines the card and they drew it in the primary draw, how long do you wanna give them to?
This is doing away with the payment deadline
Yes.
potentially.
Or 30 days.
Payment deadline
Or up
now?
to, 30
I
days
think
prior to
it's like a
start of
week
the
and a half,
season.
10 days-ish,
It's 10 days now?
yeah.
Something like that.
10 to 14.
Didn't you have it on that
Yeah, let me
slide?
pull it up.
June 14th right now.
Yeah, June 14th this year was the payment deadline for all species. Just a little background, we get a lot of customers, why we chose through the end of the season for our initial recommendation on the staff group was because we all have customers come in from out of state who got their small game qualifying license in the mail, thought it was their big game license, never opened the envelope. They come in to go hunt and realize they never got their license. So they walk into the office to pick it up and it was a fail to pay, their bank flagged it as fraudulent, whatever. They never got their tag, they lost their points.
And
now
drove all
they're
the way to
really upset.
Colorado.
And now they
It's
can't
like
hunt.
entire family units, it's like 700 people.
So that's why if it's on their account, they could pay when they walk into the office and go hunt still.
Yeah, and I would ask how that person even know that they drew, because they didn't log into their account, they didn't see their email.
They only applied for one thing and got charged. They applied for first choice or the doe tag or whatever it was, they got
But they don't
charged.
get charged until they draw.
So
I saw
what
the
we-
email, they got it, but they missed all the fail to pay emails.
What we've had in the past, is literally in the field, is people bought like fishing licenses on the same day that they were supposed to get charged. So they got something in the mail. It was supposed to be the drawn license. They got their fishing license, never opened the thing, threw it in their bag, went out, went hunting, got contacted in the field, went, yeah, I got my license, opened it up, and it's a fishing license. Or when we used to print habitat stamps, it was a habitat stamp, and we're stuff of that sort.
They didn't notice that they had $800 more in their account.
So where do we go with this?
I think the only two ideas I heard was Andrea explained why staff, Larco said end of season.
Yep.
I think Terry brought up 30 days. I'm trying to remember who brought up, or John.
I wrote up 30 days.
So those are the two proposals we heard. Do we wanna, since this is one of the only things we wanna implement by next year, all these other changes are 2028, if we need to decide that
I would do
today.
something besides 30 days, because 30 days is gonna get confusing with the 30, you have to turn your license in 30 days before the season. Just make it a different number than 30, that's all I'm saying, if you're gonna use it.
Is there a way to make the email come from somewhere other than do not reply at
Not
Aspera?
currently.
I mean, is that, I mean, even I looked at it yesterday, I think that's a different email than we had before, but I don't know. It's one of those that you don't wanna look at it.
So the big issue with that, which we're running into with special licensing, is they actually made for Eric, since he needs the replies to come back to him. They made it so that his address would go on there, but then Google made a change. And Google actually broke the results going out because you had multiple headers on that email instead of the other one. So to Danielle's point, no, we cannot do it currently on a mass scale, but even when we can do it currently, it throws errors out there. So I don't know, it may be better error, but we're still at risk of having some kind of error.
And you're talking about a notification.
And the email results or.
That's why we do the calls in combination with the emails, and we're trying to get texts in addition to the calls and emails.
Text would be great.
Yeah, text would be amazing.
How many of those go through the entire season that don't ever get picked up or paid for?
Well, right now, we have,
reverse it, right?
we have the payment deadline, so anybody that hits that payment deadline,
June
we
14th.
reverse them off already.
We reverse them off, or we take their points and they don't have a
Well,
license.
your points are used in the draw.
See, that's my, I'm going out of turn here, Gary. I'm
Well, that's
sorry.
okay.
That was my biggest hangup as part of the staff discussion, is it potentially could be out of your control. Like, you didn't ask your bank to put a stop payment on your charge. And you miss the payment window of whatever it is, 10 days or whatever, and then you use your points to draw the license, but we never sent you the license because you never paid for it. You don't get your points back. I got a lot of heartburn from that standpoint. I get trying to get the license used by somebody down the road, but ultimately, if I'm willing to pay for a license that I spent my points on and drew, and I've had every opportunity to pay for that license through the season even, now me not getting my points back as a result, I've had every opportunity to utilize it, because that's what I put it in for, that's what I wanted to earn my points on. That's kind of where I sat on it from a staff perspective, but
So that's the holdover.
that was the hold it open through the end of the season,
Got it.
at least for me.
Well, and if we give them, they have the surrender period in 30 days to get their points or money back, we're not even following that if they don't, if their credit card doesn't go through, we just take the points and they're done.
So are we okay with the hold open through the end of the season?
So how big a problem is this?
Small, medium, large? Small, I think we looked at 2 or 3%, so we're spending a lot of time on that, but it's.
Small, when you look at the overall
And then
applicant
if we
numbers, but
extend the
large
payment
versus
deadline.
complaints, it's
Yeah,
our number
yeah.
one complaint.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's a
Deadlines
big
you
deal
get,
when
how
it
many
happens.
deadbeats you can get.
Well, it's a big deal for you if it happens.
In the end, they said it's very few because most people wanted that license, so they actually come and they pay for that license.
But I mean, like, if
So
you
there's-
extend the deadline to the end of the season.
Don't change the deadline, just leave this license.
You just allow them to pay if they walk in.
Yeah.
That's the service mindset.
And I'm just thinking if people don't pay, that normally pay, say, oh, I got to the end of October to pay this thing, then are you gonna have more problems down the road? Are you just
I don't
moving
think
the
people will
non-payers?
wait, they'll pay for it, they'll want.
They wanna hunt, they're gonna pay for it.
That's a big risk.
If you drew a sheet tag tomorrow and you
I'm sorry.
knew it wasn't gonna, your credit card was gonna be declined, would you wait till the season to pay for it?
I don't.
Sheet tag, we'll see.
But again,
No, I mean,
A lot of people, would you rather pay your bills now or just kick the can down the road and pay your bills later, right?
No.
Who knows, anyhow.
Not when it comes to.
So we're spending a
money.
lot of time on a very small
Yeah.
issue here.
Okay, I think as long as they're gonna lose their points if they don't pay, I don't have a problem with going to the end of the season.
End of season, just like now.
Yeah. Or as,
So no-
as,
Now, but
well,
what we propose.
Staff preference, yeah. So recommend hold open through the end of the season, period.
And
Right?
will they be able to hunt next year?
Never.
They wouldn't have any points, they could try to draw, but they don't have any points.
Points would be gone. Instead of go hunting those, even though you still owe CBW money.
Well, they never got the license.
Yeah, they never
so-
had it.
Otherwise,
They never got a license, but they used their points to get it.
Okay, so if they get denied, they have the end of the season to pay it, but they can't go hunting because they never got their license.
Correct.
Ah, I get it.
Alright,
Austin, had a
I
question.
just don't understand why we wouldn't wanna get that license to someone else that would actually use it, like if we went the 30 days, say, if you don't pay by the 30 days before start of season, like, we'll give you your points back and we'll auto reissue it to the next guy.
That's
Does that
different,
not
yeah.
solve the problem? What am I missing?
It's another,
So, well, Andy said, well, not Andy, but Terrestrial said that they would look at this and adjust the quotas, so you're not really taking away opportunity, that we kind of build in that extra quota based on the number that don't get picked up.
Jenny?
It's similar to them not hunting, similar to them having a license and not hunting.
Go ahead,
But,
Jenny.
but I think, sorry, but I think Austin's was a good idea that you put out.
Go ahead, Jenny.
I was just kind of echoing what Austin was asking, is the point is to get people hunting, so if we're leaving something open that is going to remain unfilled potentially, and I don't know, my knee-jerk reaction to hearing that staff's gonna buffer to take care of those problems in a quota makes me uncomfortable, but, that's all.
And when somebody doesn't hunt the sheep tag, you don't make it 2 to 3 the next year. It usually stays the same.
Sheep is a little bit different. Everybody keeps throwing out sheep as the example, but like on a deer quota with 1,000 licenses, we know the number of hunters and we know that the estimate of the harvest. We actually base licenses off the kill per license issued, not kill per how many people hunted. So it's a license success, not a hunter success, because we buffer in automatically people that don't hunt. And this would be just like somebody that just didn't go.
So if we changed it, so staff wanted to do a 1-year trial. If it's 3% going in to the draw, and by the end of the hunting season, it's down to 1%. It's not a huge difference in there, and they're spending their points, which is what one of our goals was, is to have people use their preference points. So 2% of those people are taking advantage of those licenses.
Seems like, to that point. I guess somebody has gotten to Colorado and not known that they paid for their license. Are we addressing that problem by saying, we're gonna notify you 30 days before the season, even though we've already notified you in the past and you didn't notice? And then we're giving you your points back, somebody gonna show up again in the same situation. I just don't know that we're addressing that staff concern by not running it through, by doing it 30 days in advance, I guess.
I'm worried about abuse, and maybe this is a small issue, but if I'm looking at that and say I don't have to pay, for example, I never pay. I always go in and invalidate my credit card. I don't want any auto charges. I'll go in when I draw and see. That's the same for most of the states I apply in. Call it weird, I don't know, but so I wanna know when charges are going through, especially at non-resident prices, $2,700, $3,000 in some of these states. So abuse wise, in the secondary draw, I'm gonna apply for something I know I can get and just let it sit on my account until I decide during the season if I wanna go or not. Like, does that open up someone wanting to just let one sit there?
But we have the surrender period too, so if people don't want it, they don't have to sit.
No,
I guess they
I'm
can
saying
sit and
let it
wait,
sit on
but
my account and wait and see closer to the hunting season, yeah, I actually wanna go on that archery elk hunt now. Does that open up more?
And if you didn't use points to draw it, you could do that.
The license would be on your account, like it would show as a privilege, it wouldn't have printed yet, but it would show on your account, so you couldn't draw other license, like if it was a list A, you couldn't draw other list As, even though you still had money on that one, it still shows as active. So, it's not printed yet.
As a backup.
You could sit on it, but yeah, you couldn't draw anything else until you turn that one in of that same type.
Like currently I do that with my second choices. I always apply for 18 or something as a second choice and then just let it sit, don't pay for it. But right now I only have till the middle of June to decide. And you're saying I can decide all the way up to the season.
So if you're running with 0 points, it's basically your 1,000 that Andy's talking about that we buffer in. The points that you're gonna use, so say you drew with 5 points either. The points are taken at the draw. So if you sit on it all the way to the end.
They will be. What we're talking about right now, those will be implemented next year under the current system where you only lose points on your first choice.
Yes, yes.
I think we'd be wise to listen to Austin's hypothetical that if people start doing this, I hear where you guys are coming from on the family that shows up without licenses and things they have, but if what he's saying, if people just start doing this as their backup plan for their secondary draw, second choice, whatever, it seems like kind of a mess if a bunch of people start doing this. Once people realize they can do it, and the guy who's sitting here is the one who's gonna tell them they can do this.
He just did on the public
Like
forum.
thousands of them, tens of thousands. So I think we should listen to his like warning on this.
I like there being a deadline of some sort, but open to wait and see, and I understand the reasons and the complaints, I just worry about abuse. We're all hypothetical thinkers as hunters, like, yeah, I'm gonna do all these great hunts and have all these tags, and when it comes down to it, you don't have the money, you don't have the time. I don't wanna see thousands of licenses just sit on people's accounts, maybe they wanna go to Colorado.
The other alternative Terry mentioned too, which was another idea, was, okay, so you have, 2 weeks or whatever to pay for your license. If you don't, give you your points back, it auto reissues the next guy who's gonna use their points. Points are still getting used. You didn't pay for your license, we're not gonna penalize you for, and keep your points. We're just gonna move on to the next guy and use your points.
And technically, that's what currently happens, right? We're just trying to have one policy for everything.
No, what currently happens is you lose your points and you don't pay for the license, and then the license goes back for somebody else to pick up. But you don't get your points back if you never paid for your license, they're gone. So that was the dilemma, I guess. But I'm curious people's thoughts on that other thought.
I like the other thought.
Yeah.
Now, the more we talk about this, this wasn't high importance to me because I didn't realize the issue we were solving. I like the other thought where you have a certain deadline, you don't pay, you get your points back, somebody else gets the license.
And they use their points.
With the auto reissue, and somebody using their points, I think that's good. As long as somebody's using their points for the license, and it's going in the right order, it's going to the next person in line.
Danielle?
I like the idea personally, but I will speak for my staff who, when I made any of these proposals in the past, like kept griping that there should be some penalty for people not paying, taking up the time for issuing a license and going through the draw, that there should be some penalty for those people to not keep doing that every year. I don't personally care about that, and I think this is simpler. I like it, but just I will bring it up since I know Mike's.
There is a
listening and he's
penalty.
like-
They didn't get a point. They missed the point they would have gotten.
Nope, but they go in next year and apply and get it. So if I have 20 points and I apply for a 10-point tag, I can do that for 10 years until it hits a 20-point tag. So every year I draw a license, use 20 points on it, get my points back.
Terry?
I feel like that's okay, as long as the next guy in line is getting it. As long as it's not going to a reissue list where it goes to a random person who doesn't use their points. If it goes to the next person in line and they're using their points, I'm okay with that.
I would support it as long as we have the auto reissue.
So we're assuming auto reissue in every circumstance here.
Right.
The question then becomes, is it, do we try a 24-hour email warning with text? That's where we were before. we're gonna say maybe not hold that open through the end of the season?
These are two
Now you're
separate
going
things.
back to auto reissue.
Separate things.
You're on the,
Oh,
So,
sorry.
yeah, the fail to pay for the auto reissue, we have the 24-hour window.
Yes,
But for fail to pays in the primary draw, we're saying still have a payment
Saying
deadline.
we'll have a payment deadline. If they don't pay, they get their points back.
all right, we're gonna have two subs.
Yeah.
There we go.
Primary draw, payment deadline,
June 15th, you can say, get points back.
Don't pay, if they don't pay,
Back to pay, reissue, auto reissue. to
but they
next
lose the
level.
license.
versus lose points today, right?
points back to pre-draw level.
Yeah, so they still have a penalty.
Yeah, you don't
You
get
still
another-
lose the point you would have gotten.
Yeah.
It's the same penalty as turning in your license.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, points to pre-draw level if you don't pay versus losing the points today. Everybody in? No objections? All right, Now-
From Jenny,
thumbs up, perfect.
let the record reflect.
That's going back to black.
So for that second one, 24 hours that we were
Yep.
arguing about. I'm not real thrilled with the option, but I know Aspira had an option of basically saying that you want the tag. So we put it on your account, and then you have to go in and say, yep, I'm accepting it, and I'm paying for it, and I'm going. So with the auto reissue, instead of automatically charging your card, failing, and then trying to figure out if we contact you, if we don't, blah, 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 do we just put the auto reissue on as we're offering you this tag? If you want it, you have 24 hours to buy.
What if you're hunting for a week? You want that sucker just to get charged and
Sure.
pay for it.
Like I said, I wasn't real thrilled with the option.
Yeah, then I have to sit and watch my account day in and day out just to make sure I don't get something offered.
but- So what if you're hunting and your credit card fails to pay? And we send you messages, it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing. One of them is a glitch,
How is it,
and one of them is a standard practice that I have to sit and watch my account.
how is it not the same thing? We're sending you an email saying, we're trying to give you this hunt. Either you're failed to pay or you need to pay. How is it not the same?
It's not the same thing. One of them is you're automatically issued this license. If something goes wrong, we send you an email. The other one is, in order to get this license, you always have to accept it. Those are totally different things.
Right now, we've got it as, you're gonna buy this thing, if you opt in, and if your card fails, we'll give you 24 hours somehow, with an email, 24 hours with a warning, email or text, and then we'll move to the next step. Agreed? Nods? Yeah? Okay. Let's move forward. We got a lot to cover. Opt-in and out. So everybody, I think, said, we know we want you to opt in with the checkbox, right? And that you need to be able to opt out if circumstances change, you have a baby or whatever. So now the question is, are we opting in and out by your choice or by your species, right? What's better?
Species would be simpler, right? Because otherwise you're going through and having to check the box for all four pieces. And whatever's simpler, I think.
Okay. Austin?
I would say if it's by species, then we have to say it's first choice only. Otherwise, we do per choice with a box. If we think we can run the draw that way, then ideally it would be per choice.
Yeah, I think you need to do per choice, but to Austin's point, if it's per species, I wanna do elk first choice, but I don't really care about second or third choice. It's really the first choice, I think, that matters for most people.
So it's either by per choice or species with first choice. That's what I'm
Yes.
hearing.
Yep,
Okay,
I
where
would
do we
agree
go
with
from
that.
here?
So if the per choice is the ideal, like we could have that be the group recommendation, and if there's an issue with the vendor, we can have it, our backup be. Does
Yeah,
that sound okay?
That works.
Okay. ideally. Think so?
Got a question about that. This might be a rabbit hole we don't wanna go down, but could we use that same terminology on the primary draw for use of your preference points? And the reason is, if you have 0 or 1 point and you wanna get a second, third, fourth choice, you could use your 1 point for your second, third, or fourth choice. But if you have 20 points, you don't wanna use it for your first, second, or your second, third choice. I like the option, I just don't know if that makes it too complicated.
Wow.
And-
That's complication.
And the application
This group doesn't
complicated.
get that many eyebrows all at once. I was like, wow.
Well,
We're using complicated.
Simplify.
I know we wanna simplify, but I'm worried about people not using their second or third choices in the primary draw and us having a ton of stuff left over in the secondary draw. This would be a way to clear some of the secondary draw traffic.
Not if we're doing the reissue or next in line.
Different topic. But if that was on the primary draw for elk, and I only wanted my preference points to be used for my first choice, and I had 20. That's great, I checked the box, use my points for 20, don't use it for my second choice, don't use it for my third choice. If you have 1 point or 2 points, and you're like, yeah, I want a cow tag or a bull tag, I'm gonna use my 1 point in all 3 choices. And then you're burning points and giving the person that has a lot of points not a problem with the second or
Well,
third.
we've already decided that we're using points for all four.
Well, we're gonna talk about it, I thought.
Yeah, and what John's recommendation does is it takes us back to what we kind of already have with a different definition.
But I agree, I think we need to go back.
Yeah.
Because I think inadvertently we.
I think inadvertently we have to, yeah. I've seen a lot of complaints about using all your choices, so that, I want that in people's heads.
Yeah, I mean, we all know the scenario. I wanna put in for the high demand elk hunt. I have 20 points. My second choice, I'm gonna have that. I'm not gonna burn 20 points on count that.
All right.
No, you're gonna wait till the second,
Okay.
sorry.
Can we table this for after we finish the reissue?
All right. We're gonna move forward. Bots
We're gonna do that.
and how to combat them. We're gonna say that auto reissue would address the bots.
Absolutely what I think, yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
So, if we think forward to the reissue process, there's still gonna be licenses reissued, right? There's going to be some auto reissues, gonna run out of people on a lot of hunts on the list. Or there's gonna be turnbacks within the 14-day window. So the reissue process is still there. If you wanna combat bots, I mean, you have two types of bots in my mind. One that's trying to purchase the license for somebody in their account, and you have the bots that are just scraping the list, the preview list, which is public. If the preview list was behind the login, that would alleviate some of that, right? Like leftover watch would go away if the preview list was behind the login. I don't know that it needs to be behind the login, but if you wanted to make someone only see available licenses on Tuesday, make them log in before they can see them and not have a PDF public to the world. Bots as far as actually applying, trying to click that button, right? Go back, click it again, go back, click it again, trying to verify that hunt code. I don't know that you can ever truly block that or get away from it. My computer knowledge says you probably can't, but at least it's at an account level where they've gotta be logged in. Yeah, can they be logged in multiple sessions on multiple virtual machines? Probably, but I don't know how you're gonna stop that truly.
We really care about bots at that point, though. We've gone through all the auto reissue, everybody's applying, nobody wants it. Probably no one's gonna pay a bot, someone with a bot to try to buy that license at that point.
Hopefully it becomes a very small issue.
Yeah, I think we addressed the main issue of bots getting the high demand licenses, the high point licenses. If you're gonna hire a programmer, you're going after the top tier tags.
Agreed?
I just think a lot of programming would be required to get to your point of also having a list after you log in, and I don't know if it's worth all the effort to do that.
This seems like one more thing of many that an auto reissue solves.
Yeah.
The bots are not as big of an issue when we went away from the random, correct?
All right, moving on. Okay. Next up. Getting a lag here. Currently, sell-through dates. So.
So I'm guessing this one probably is a status quo, but we'll just make sure that we're reading the room right. Currently, you can buy a license anywhere online, over the phone, at one of our offices, through the end of the season, except you can't get duplicates. Is this working? Is there any concerns that you guys have heard about this that we would need to change?
I like that now we can at least buy a license once the season's open online. That was a hang up for those that non-residents, right? Getting a license, like, I can't drive there, but the season goes another 10 days. I know I can buy it online, drive to a vendor, print a duplicate and go. I like that. So I haven't heard.
Just have a question. Is it a forced pickup at sales location when you buy one online during the season?
We can do the expedited shipping. We have issues with that, but
We do have a pop-up, yeah.
We
You
do,
should, yeah, you should.
that you should.
Should.
Cause that seems to be like one of the
You
things
should what?
You should choose.
You should not have it
Pick
picked
up,
up.
mail it.
Pick up.
And we
Especially
switched
if you're
to
a
like say 30
non-resident
days
owner.
instead of 14. But it's estimated shipping is 30 days, and it does say you need to have if it's a carcass tag, you have to have the physical tag. So it does, the customer has to click through that pop-up if it's the season's already started.
I think this is one of the things we worked on quite a bit in the last working group on reissues, and I think it's been working, so I think we should keep it.
As is. As is, Pete?
I haven't heard anything bad about it. I haven't heard any negative press or anything in the onlines or people I know about, so.
I think the
Seems
only
to be
reason
okay.
it was even there to begin with was a law enforcement concern that somebody would go kill something and then go run in and try to buy a license, at least if they're in front of a person and they're looking like they have blood on them, they ask questions, but I don't think we've been seeing law enforcement.
It's hard to
concerns.
say, given the volume in our area, it's hard to, I'm not at the vendor, seeing people coming in to buy a license. Where I see it is, animals move, elk specifically over the counter license option. And you have a flood of people go in and or show up, buy a license and go. So I don't know the validity from a law enforcement side. I recognize it's a concern.
Okay. No other comments on sell-through dates? All right. Now we're into part 2, after lunch.
So are we good with reissue? This is kind of the close of reissue and the start of housekeeping questions.
Do we need to go back to the original, that earlier motion that had 3 or 4
So we
different.
had, we had John's proposal and then we have this proposal, so do we need to vote, Brian?
We need to close some of that.
Yeah, we had the new proposal. Extend the remember this one? Extend the surrender period. Don't put licenses in secondary, auto reissue, and surrender X days with students.
Have we addressed all that?
It's kind of where we ended up. So I think it's-
Yeah, we actually expanded and chopped this one up, right? To get to this one. This is now pretty well rounded.
That's the enhanced John
Yeah.
suggestion.
John 2.0.
And that has the pause in it, right?
This has pause. This has a lot. There's a lot of detail.
Pause.
So, the only outstanding question-
Differences in my pause.
The only outstanding question I had during lunch was, I didn't understand the pausing for the secondary draw. So we're doing the primary draw, we're getting that next up list, we're reissuing a bunch of stuff. We reissued all of those people, then we do the secondary draw. But we paused and then continued auto reissue. So are we auto reissuing off the secondary draw now?
The pause, from my understanding, was so that we would not be reissuing or auto issuing licenses during the secondary draw application time and draw process time. So that would be issued license that had just applied in the secondary draw thinking he was eligible.
Okay.
So it's a pause of the reissue process.
So where is our pause then? Because you're gonna have one guy that the hunt code went first in our reissue process, and he got his A-tag. And then you're gonna have another guy that hunt code that he would have gotten in the primary draw goes last. We paused it in between. He drew a secondary draw tag now, and now he's not eligible for that first draw.
So I think the idea is that you go through the reissues after the surrender period.
Yep.
You go through the reissues, and then you open up the application period for the secondary draw. And if he hadn't got a license in that initial reissue, then he's waiting on somebody to turn one in later anyway. So then he can go through the secondary draw, and then we start the automatic reissue after the results are out for the.
Yeah, resume, we call it resume auto reissue
After
So now
after.
it's pause in the middle, complete the reissue, and then we start it again after secondary draw for any additional licenses that come in.
That's what we heard.
Okay. That makes
Everybody
sense.
agree still?
Yep, I agree. I just had a clarifying question. So if they draw a list A license in the secondary draw, then are they skipped over in the reissue?
If it's a list A license.
Yep, or even later in the year if they buy an over the counter
So
bullet?
if you hit any of our bag limits, you'd be slipped out.
All right.
So you had a list A, we're trying to reissue the list A, you get skipped. You end up with two list Bs somehow, you get skipped.
Right. Yep,
So-
okay,
so-
just thanks for
So I
clarifying.
have one more question. Do we have a reissue for the secondary draw? So if you didn't draw on the secondary draw, we have another. So you're not using, right now, we're not proposing using points in secondary draws, so do we need a reissue for secondary draw?
My hypothetical is we give out all those good licenses, the high demand licenses are gonna be given out in auto reissue. So what makes it to the secondary draw is gonna be fine to just let it go through the draw, let the youth have it. Hopefully there's less heartache there on youth preference. And then whatever's left over after the secondary draw, just rolls to leftover day. It cascades down, and then there's not so much checking the secondary and checking the leftover for these high demand licenses that you're you don't get drawn for in the primary draw, they just cascade down.
So do we resume the auto reissue after secondary draw or?
Yeah, for new licenses
For
that
the
are.
new ones or whatever.
Yeah, so, okay, yeah. And let's just clarify, for newly returned,
Primary draw license.
yep, there we go.
So then, what you just said comes up with another one then. So we're auto reissuing anything that was in the primary draw that gets returned, do the auto reissue through. What happens when it goes through the primary draw, through the secondary draw, it hits leftovers. So we have leftover day, which goes on sale, anybody can buy it. What do we do with the rest of the text? Are we envisioning continuing the weekly lists that get reissued after that?
That no one wants them.
If they,
You know what I'm talking about.
yeah, if they fall through the cracks and nothing gets taken, you're gonna have a list of PDF that'll show up and you can go buy those at any time. A new license that doesn't get auto reissued, that doesn't fit any of the other criteria, will hit that list and then continue on with the preview and then the sale.
Okay, so we're
Yeah.
continuing our preview every week, many leftover.
But I think less licenses will hit that list due to the auto reissue.
They should, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure we knew where we were going.
Less licenses will hit, mini, what do you call it?
I don't know, many leftover days, is what we call it inside, but
Weekly reissue.
weekly reissue. There you go.
This is awesome.
All right.
Danielle is
I think we're here, so, do we wanna do just a straight, are there any objections to this page, right? Everyone has had a chance to kind of wordsmith this, I feel like we're in a unanimous position, but I'll look for any dissent. Thumbs
Thumbs
up,
up for Jenny.
thumbs up everywhere all around, wonderful, unanimous.
I'll sign that.
Well done, everyone. That is a lot of complexity for a big group. Really nice. Okay, let's go into our next phase. Workshop 2. So there's 5 questions here, just to give you a preview of what we're gonna run through. Should residency allocation rules apply to all 4 choices in the primary draw? Should first choice in the primary draw be a hard cap? Switch to a soft cap for 2 to 4? Should residency allocation rules apply to secondary? Should the split draw model be used for drawing all 4 choices or just the first? And should the draw recommendations be made for Deer Elk Bear but Pronghorn also apply to turkey?
Lambert model. Turkeys are a big game too.
Maybe not, they're draw.
All right, so
I heard one other question that maybe we should add after one,
Alright.
the points for all 4 choices.
Yeah.
Seems like people wanna revisit
Yeah.
that.
Number 1's a hot button.
I think it should be second logically in the order.
So. I have a question about the hard cap, the primary draw. Didn't we kind of decide we had to do that because of the split draw? And making sure that all 4 pieces of that split draw have the appropriate number of licenses?
Non-resident, the one that Austin
Yeah.
brought up.
Yeah, there's the issue.
So, yeah.
So it's essentially a hard cap to make sure that the random side of the draw was getting the appropriate number of licenses. Right?
okay,
Well, hold on, I think if I'm remembering that conversation correctly, we're talking about the number of licenses, splitting the quota from the top and the bottom, not resident, non-resident allocation, right? Are we crossing the wires on those two?
I feel like it's a little crossed, yeah, because we
Yeah.
said we at least want someone to be available
Yes.
for random.
Okay,
Yeah, I think we're
Okay.
crossing the wires on resident, non-resident allocation and quota splitting between top and bottom.
okay, so whatever ends up. Okay, I get you.
so
It's a little confusing, but.
that's fair. We'll get to it.
It happens around here.
Let's start with 1, right? Because we've got these in good order here. So should residency allocation rules apply to all 4 choices in the primary draw?
I feel like Jenny or somebody can maybe weigh in on this in these units that primarily elk, that don't take a lot of points to draw and they don't have a super high resident demand. What does this do to those? Does it just push them forward into a new reissue process, or if people don't take them? Because the question here is, what do we do with these undersubscribed resident hunts, right?
So
Jenny?
currently, that's what we call overcap. So it goes through, we hit non-resident cap, so we don't issue any more to non-residents. We go through, we finish out the resident portion of it. If we have no more resident applications that we can issue it to, it jumps back up and we keep issuing them to the non-resident. So it's called overcap.
So if that changed and you wanted to keep this resident, non-resident split, what do you do then with those extra unused licenses?
They would go leftover or secondary, it would just be a unused, it'd be like a undrawn license.
Jenny?
I thought that John was gonna give us a kind of run a draw with the multiple choice.
If you go down, we can look at it real quick, Jenny. All right, so, I apologize, it's so small, but
Hold on, let me go big.
And Brian, before we dive into number 1, number 2 affects number 1. So if we decide to go back to, we only use points on first choice, then this conversation may not even need to happen.
That's
About use points in all 4 choices and resident allocation in all 4 choices.
Maybe.
Yeah?
Maybe, I'm just saying, maybe if we talked about number 2 first, it would save us some time on this one.
should we go through the 4 slides of where the allocation would happen beforehand? And would that help you
Maybe,
make
yeah.
the choices for the rest of them? Or? I don't know.
question by 1.
So where are we going?
Let's just run through it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Maybe we can hit them more in depth if people want to see.
All right,
All right, so this current one is how our current draw works. These are made up numbers, so don't go looking for stuff, but I tried to make them look as much like our current statistics so that it was at least somewhat feasible. But basically, our current one, we sit with 1,000 total quota. We come up, we pull 25% non-resident allocation off of that. That would equal 250 licenses, so we can have a max of up to 250 licenses on non-residents for first choice, because this only applies to first choice applicants, or first choice in the applications. So we go down, and if you look, you have 13 all the way down to about 1 point. Everybody drew on there. We went through it all the way there, on the right-hand column, right-hand column. So these are successful people. You go all the way down to 1, and then if you see our non-residents had 35 applicants and only 26 people drew. And then our youth non-residents had 6 applicants and nobody drew. So that's where we call cap out right here. This caps out, it's done, everything's good. Then we go into second choice. Second choice would start drawing. This is where, at the top up there, on the very right, you'll see the res draw, non-res draw, 738, 262. That is my scenario. So to see the second choice there, we had 30 resident adults drew. We had 10 non-resident adults draw. We had 5 resident youth draw and 2 non-resident youth draw. That's because it only caps out on the first choice.
So that was just a random draw on choice 2.
Random draws, yes. But the swing up top is where I did. So the very top one is the most that residents could get and the least that non-residents get. So it'd be 750 and 250 if no non-residents got lucky. They had terrible applicants. If all of our non-residents got really lucky, the least amount that residents would get would be 730. The most amount that non-residents get would be 297.
And by swing, you mean the gap, the range?
Yes, the range on it. That's what I was trying to show here is, once you get past that first choice, it's kind of. So that's the first one. If you go to the next one, Brian. So this is calculated on per choice level. So that 25% is calculated on each of our choices. So on our first one, we have 1,000 quota, 250, same thing. It's gonna look identical to what the current one is, right? Then we would have 47 remaining licenses after we got through the first choice. If you calculated 47 times by the 25%, that would be 11.75, we round down always, so they would get 11 for second choice. So then, whereas before, the non-residents got more in second choice on our current one, they would get fewer on this one because we are restricting how many they can get. Your ranges at the top, you're still gonna be 750 and 250, because it's 75-25, that's always gonna stay. And then you'll see the 39 for resident, or 739, and then the 261 would be the highest of the others. Terry, you got a question?
Well, this is interesting because I never really thought about should we calculate the percentage at the second. My thought was that scenario, 1,000 licenses.
That's the next one. That's
Okay.
the next scenario.
Okay.
We ran different scenarios.
Okay.
We'll see, if it's not, you let me know. We'll
Sounds
figure it
like
out.
I'm talking about what you're doing.
All right, kick it to the next one there. George. All right, so this is a residence draw first, so this is the one, and then up to cap, which, let me know if I don't explain this correctly or well or not, but we have 1,000 total quota, 25% is 250 licenses. 250 licenses would be allocated to a non-resident, so much like our sheep and goat ones.
So this is a hard cap then?
This is, well, kind of, yes. But basically, we would say that non-residents get 250 licenses and that's it, period. So they would go down, they would draw just like our first one, 1 point, it draws out, it caps out. But you'll see in the second, third, and fourth choice, you'll never see another non-resident because they've already hit that cap. So that's this one. Your range, there will be no swing on this one because it is 750 and 250. We're doing 75-25. that will always stay or whatever percentage that we do there. And I think I have one. Yeah, so this is residents draw first, but in totality. So, one of the questions that we had was we wanted to run the entire draw with residents drawing first and then go back and issue to non-residents. Basically, unless you had a whole bunch of quota, non-residents would never draw. So as you can see here, we ran all of the residents first. We got all the way down through the residents through fourth choice, and we ended up with no quota. So when we went back to the non-resident side and said, let's start, we had no quota left. So I would say this choice is probably not the best one to go with, but it's not.
I would say the last two really don't make people use their points, and I could see it change and where they're no longer gonna apply for the first choice because they could get it in the second, third, or fourth choice. So we're not doing our number one goal of how are we forcing people to use their preference points.
I think we are a little bit because of the automated reissue, because it comes down to somebody getting that license one way or the other.
They won't do the auto reissue until after we do the whole primary draw.
The person that gets the license and utilizes their points are not gonna be in it on the next round.
But if they put in second, third, or first choice and didn't have to use their points,
I think they're
they
gonna,
would get the license before they did the auto reissue. Or my,
I think it's gonna depend on the individual. If somebody mentioned the example earlier, if you had one or two preference points where maybe you'd be willing to burn them at any stage in the primary draw versus somebody that's been waiting a long time for one specific thing that also likes to try and pick something up that's they normally could get on a second, third, or fourth choice, is just gonna not put down a second, third, or fourth choice and wait for the secondary draw.
I guess I'm thinking of it, if they're using points for the first, or using them for all four. That's where I'm seeing the difference.
Okay,
Can we see scenario 2 and 3 again? I want to see the difference between those two.
all right, so this is scenario one.
That's current. Current. Okay, current.
Number two,
Two would be calculated by choice.
Yep.
3 would be residents draw first up to the cap. And 4 is residents draw first, totality or whatever you want to call it. Which I honestly would not.
what did you want to see, John?
Yeah, 2 and 3, I was looking at the second choice residency at 31 calculated by choice.
This one?
Second choice, I'm just trying to calculate how many more people. Your cap, it's basically a hard cap for the non-resident.
Essentially,
But is it,
only we calculate that hard cap like 4 times.
but are they using points each draw?
This is just how allocation rules play, it doesn't have much to do with preference points, just how the allocation rules.
Awesome.
But in theory, yes, they would use points, the one we said last time, they would use points on first, second, third, and fourth choice.
Okay.
Awesome.
I'm trying to understand, a lot of times on these quotas, I know you got a big quota there, 1,000, but a lot of times you're gonna have pretty small numbers trickling down to second, third, and fourth choice. Then your percentage is gonna get messy there, especially the other.
Oh, it would get terrible there, yeah, and it would always rounds down because our caps are up to the number. So if you had 1.5 or even like 1.9, you're only gonna get one out of it. But to your point, if you had 0.9, you're gonna get 0. So, yes, the smaller the quota, the messier it is. That's why I really liked, the up to cap.
Okay.
This one, where we basically said, this is how many licenses that you get. 25, we issue them all the way through, and then after they're done, they're done. But I don't think any of these completely fix our issues.
But you're going from first choice to second choice to get through all of those residents. Allocation. So the first choice may vary twice.
Well, yes, so
In current
In current scenario, yes, in current scenario, somebody could apply with 13 points because they entered them incorrectly usually. But they would burn 13 points and somebody else would get it with 13. No.
Part I don't like.
John, what are the drawbacks from this in your mind? And I'm mainly thinking undersubscribed stuff. So I like the hard cap. I like knowing how many non-resident licenses there are. I think they should all go to first choice if there's that many applicants, right, before we mess around. But what are the drawbacks I'm missing? Like if there's undersubscribed on either side?
So to your point, you're undersubscribed. What we do currently is we go back and we start an issue. If we went to this hard cap, there would be no issue. So it would be 250, that's all you get, period. Even if we don't have residents to take them, we move them in the second. Now, if we modified that and said that we could roll back, and this is just the standard number, that you get 250 and we're gonna roll back and go over that, I wouldn't have an issue with that, but in this plain scenario, non-residents will get 250 period.
So could you do this up to cap, 1% on first choice only? Like you're saying, and then the second, third, fourth do away with it and allow those resident unissued to roll back to non-resident.
That's
That's what we currently do.
that's what it currently runs, but the issue that I have with that, and is one of the other questions, is we're skipping people with points. So like, if we go hard cap on the top and you ended 7 points, and then we roll back into the second choice, and I'm issuing somebody a second choice license before I issue somebody that has 3 points of license, I have an issue with that. But, so I think all 4 choices should have some form of cap on it. I don't think we should be jumping back and forth.
What do you mean by cap? Explain that.
So if you're 250, if you didn't cap out on the first choice, and the second choice would continue reaching. If to Austin's point, we capped out at 250 and we had 1,000 licenses left over, and we issued to all of the residents and still had 1,000 left over, I can go back to 7 points wherever non-residents stop and start issuing it. So I don't think we should stop first choice. If that makes sense.
It's like you explained how we would run the reissue process.
Just keep-
Yeah, the way you explained it makes a lot of sense. It's when you try and apply draw rules that it gets complicated.
Just for understanding, can you pull up your fourth example? I didn't understand this specifically right here.
Okay.
How do you have non-residents not drawing when it's a permit?
So this is residents draw first in totality. So one of the questions that was asked was, we wanted to run an entire draw all of the residents first, and then whatever was left over, go in and start issuing non-residents. So what this draw would have done was started with 1,000, drew out 35, 35, 41, all the way down with the youth. We got to the total of the first choice, which I think is like 700 licenses. Then it would have went to second choice and drew residents, third choice drew residents, fourth choice drew residents, and then went back up to our non-residents and started drawing.
So you're not doing the percentage split?
Well, we would do, technically, the percentage split is up to. So it's up to 250 licenses can go to non-residents, not a guarantee. So if we had a whole bunch of residents like this, they would take all the licenses before a non-resident. It's the same that it works today. If we had 1,000 residents with 13 points and 500 non-residents with 2 points. If we used all those 1,000 up here, the non-residents would still get 0. So it technically works how it works today. It's just reordering how the draw draws. So today, the draw would take 13, go all the way across and draw everything. This one is going this way. It's a bad idea. Don't.
Yeah.
Just cross that one off.
This one here.
Honestly, it was asked that.
Yeah, I don't like it. I just wanted to understand what you're trying to convey.
The resident rep was working out.
What I'm conveying on that one is if we draw all residents first without any non-resident thought, then a lot of our hunt codes are gonna go straight to residents and kill all of the non-resident applicants. So basically, you're gonna take all of our non-residents out, even if they have 13 points on it, and never draw a 10. Which will just increase point creep, it'll do everything. So it is not a good option.
Jackie?
So there's a lot of support among residents, obviously, for applying percentage for all the choices. This is very closely tied to whether or not we use preference points for all four choices. And I understand your concern about, using points, not skipping all the points. Question is, how does this change if we're using points? How does the customer's attitude change? How does their application strategy change if we're using points for all four choices? It's gonna look completely different. And so I think that it's almost like we gotta decide if we're gonna use points for all four choices before we decide on this. It's gonna really,
And I just wanted to show you the similarities and the differences. I mean, you go from one where non-residents draw nothing, to you go from one where non-residents, we will draw 250, and it'll be exact quarter of what we're allocation quota. To, if they're lucky, they'll get more, if not, we're gonna swing. So, I mean, depending on which way we go, we either really go or knock all of our non-residents.
Vinny?
I'd just like to point out that in all three of the first three scenarios, not the fourth one, literally the points only make it to the second choice almost no matter what. Now when we're going to have larger quotas, potentially. But John Prano, I have a question. What happens when we have more a much larger undersubscribed to the resident side? Because those are the codes that get brought up to the commission level a lot as far as the disparities and that make the residents uncomfortable, is that undersubscribed side where it's pretty broad. How would this affect that, do you think?
So, in my honest opinion, the undersubscribed ones have to go back to non-residents. We have to do the overcap like we're doing now. I don't think we can, with a straight face, say, oh, you capped out. Even though there are applicants that still want this, we're kicking them to the secondary draw and better luck next time. So in any of these scenarios, minus the last one, I would say that we have to at least keep that we can go over cap if an undersubscribed license is there.
so just to clarify that. If we did, like your example where they were capped at 250, non-residents were capped at 250, and we're using points for all four choices, either way. We went through all four choices, and residents still had not used their entire 750. Then we could go back to non-residents in the primary draw before this.
Yes, that would be what I would ask. I would think that would be the fairest. I mean, if I was a non-resident and applied, I'd want a license before it hit everything else.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
Using preference points aside, the question for me becomes, should a resident draw fourth choice before a non-resident draws they wanted it as his first?
I don't know. But
Okay, I feel like that's what the question comes down to me. Then we can figure out the quotas at the level, we roll over, whatever, but should someone draw a later choice before someone who has points wanted it as their first?
So my opinion on this is we are cutting the licenses that a non-resident can have. Whatever it is, we have some kind of allocation. So on most of our licenses that don't go undersubscribed, we are saying you only get this percentage. So we should not be drawing all of residents before you get a non-resident. We're already cutting down the amount. If we're gonna draw all the residents, get rid of all the allocations. I mean,
Sure.
there's no point to it. This one,
Yeah, I like how we're currently doing it. I think it makes a lot of sense for the points you guys just talked about. However, we're getting beat up right now, particularly from the archers as it relates to limiting archery. Because they are looking at a quota that's essentially low demand for residents. And non-residents are putting in for it, whether it's first, second, or third choice or whatever. And then they're looking at the end result and that more than half of the licenses went to non-residents and they're having an issue with that. And so I just wanted to raise that as a topic that I think we have to consider. I don't know if it's a problem that we need to solve, but it's a topic we should consider.
That's the point I was gonna make,
Okay.
is that, I mean, that's a large amount of the public comment out there from residents right now, is the stuff about fake allocations and stuff like that. Because non-residents are going so far above their allocation. I
Jenny?
realize it's a demand issue, you know, and we've all had Jenny right behind me here is gonna tell me, you know, I mean, we're gonna hear the other side of it from her, and it's a valid point, so, go ahead, Jenny.
I'm having a hard time hearing anybody on this side of the room. It gets a little muffled, so if I miss the point, I'm not retarded. I just don't understand the conversation all the time. I'm actually curious, Andy, because those numbers that get put out on those big undersubscribed ones are involving a lot of OTC. That's not necessarily always applied to, we're not getting those big undersubscriptions, the 50%ers and stuff on any of the limited, are we? Am I wrong?
Yeah, we are. The ones that we're talking about are, they have OTC rifle in them, but they're recently limited archery units, and particularly in the Southwest, or like Grand Mesa. And so they're recently limited for archery. And they're just, like Terry said, there's just not the demand from resident applicants that there is from non-resident applicants. So really they're higher demand for non-residents. And so by the time you run through the current draw rules and all the choices, the non-residents have more than half the licenses. And again, we can decide if that's a problem or not for us, but there are residents that have beef with that optic.
Yeah, I understand the problem with the optic. It actually is, it's a very logical assumption. My question to this group and actually to that group would be, if you don't want to go there, why is it a problem that it's going to somebody who's willing to?
Right. Maureen?
It's on you.
Go, let Terry go.
Okay.
Okay, so to the archery point, it's looking like we're gonna go 100% limited for archery elk, right?
Well,
I mean,
we'll wait for the commission memo that comes out at the end of the week.
Okay, but let's just hypothetically say we do, it's gonna exacerbate this issue. And especially if we're using points for, or choices. Because right now, the reason why those archery licenses are low demand for residents is because people are drawing, they wanna draw a second choice. They wanna apply for unit 2 rifle, first choice, and they wanna draw their archery license, second choice, and they're getting beat out by
Bingo.
non-residents who are taking a bigger portion of the quota. And so if we use preference points for all 4 choices, what's that gonna do? And the bigger question is, what is archery elk gonna look like by using preference points for all 4 choices? Because the license that this year is over the counter, could potentially next year be drawn across the board. People are gonna be forced with the choice of either using their points for all 4 choices or waiting for the secondary draw. And that was the point I made like 2 meetings ago, that we really need to, maybe it was last meeting, we really need to circle back. Think about that, because we are gonna be pushing a ton of archery licenses now, if we go 100% of the secondary draw. And should we apply that 75-25 to the first choice decision? Well, it's a huge can of worms, but just throwing it out there because it's one of those unexpected consequences that's gonna come up sooner or later.
Let me ask you this, if you were to make first, second, third, fourth choice, 75-25 each choice, how would that satisfy the archers if they're not putting in?
Well, that's my point, is they would put in now, this year, but next year, if they had to use their points for all 4 choices, they might not. and it might not satisfy them. So, you know what I mean? Because they're trying to draw without using their phones.
But we're trying, our whole purpose was to try to make people use their
But,
points.
but we were doing that under the assumption that Archery Help was still up to the city too. I mean, you know, to a point, because we couldn't sit here and say it wasn't. So,
Do we need to address this topic if we just talk about applying allocation rules to secondary job? Do we need to go back on a decision we already made and communicate to the commission if we just address it with applying allocation rules to secondary job?
I think they're separate. I think they're separate topics that we should talk about, both. I don't think allocation rules to the secondary draw. It's important in light of our earlier decisions, but I don't think applying allocation rules to the secondary draw makes people that are unhappy about using points on all four choices any happier about using points on all four choices. If that's a way to describe
Then
it.
they just wait until secondary draw, they don't have to use points, and they can still have a higher likelihood of getting as a resident over a non-resident. They are related,
Yeah, no, they're related.
John?
Yeah, I can see a real problem with the resident archers and with residency where they have tags that they used to be able to get, and now they're gonna have to use all their points. It's not necessarily a point, can't get a point, it's all of their points just to get any tag they used to be over the counter. I'm not sure how we fix that, because it's coming from commission mandate, big game season structure, but now are we exacerbating the problem by saying, yeah, you have to use any choice that you pick is gonna use your points. So I feel like that's where the rub is, and I think we've seen it on 1 through 4. There's unintended consequences. Yeah, we want people to bring their points, but the unintended consequences are we're forcing people's hands, and we're gonna force even more people into the secondary round and hope that they get something. I think the 1 through 4 choices burning points is probably not gonna be feasible with any of these scenarios, and that's what I'm concerned.
I could take that one step further, which I'm sure we don't want to go here, but I'm gonna say it anyway, and that is if we stayed with points in all 4 choices in primary draw, it maybe work if you use banking. Only burning the points it takes for that hunt, second, third, and fourth.
I liked it.
Now we're regressing.
Can you bank different numbers of points on each choice?
It's whatever it takes in that choice, yeah. That would complicate things. I would probably go back to first choice. And work with our friend.
Awesome.
Here's my perspective, I think we're worried about something that, as harsh as it sounds, will work itself out. I always say you can't have your cake and eat it too, and I feel like this is heading down that path a little bit. Where we created a system where people are used to getting their point, getting something special and hunting every year. This is back to our discussion when we talked about using your points, we have to force people to use their points. And it's gonna be a really hard pill to swallow, especially for some of these archery guys that wanna hunt 80 every year. Now you have to use your points, but we're still over 90% of those hunts are, about 5 or less points. So are we listening to the extreme majority that's trying to double dip and just build their points? Or can we just say, you know what, use your points. If you're dead set on that over the counter archery hunt, you're gonna go and you're gonna use your points 1st through 4, and it will sort itself out. Resident versus non-resident and over allocation, if we force people, if you wanna hunt this year, this is how you do it. You want to risk it, wait for the second draw? Sweet, good luck. But you're gonna have to force people to do it. And with your influx of applicants, people moving to Colorado, people getting into hunting, I think the idea that there's not gonna be enough first choice applicants for many of these hunts is false. Like, there will be enough people that want all these hunts first choice. If they're not this year, there will be in a future year. And that's the way I wanna think is looking forward. If there's enough demand, first choice for everybody, great. That's what we need to look after.
Good.
So what is the current number of archers non-resident versus resident? I would say the demand is probably higher with the non-residents, just because of the larger pool that they're drawing from. And so you're taking away any preference, any resident preference by, by going there. And so it's not just, forcing, it is just forcing the residents to play a hand that maybe they didn't want to play, but it is, so should residents in Colorado have a preference in the state of Colorado? And what we're saying is no, they shouldn't.
Well, we give them a preference, just people aren't applying.
So how many archers are there?
There are 25,000 non-residents and 396 residents applied in 2021.
And the non-resident numbers continue to grow.
They're actually growing pretty equal. If you follow this chart, 1 year bumps up, it pretty much switches back and forth between resident and non-resident every year. We actually have, if you go back several years, we have more resident hunters than we had resident and non-resident in like 2000.
Maybe.
Altogether, does that make sense?
Yeah, and I just know for a fact that the places where I've archery hunted and continue to archery hunt, there used to be resident hunters there, but now the majority of the hunters there are non-resident hunters.
Yeah, a couple things. I will sort of, I guess, amplify what Austin just said. The general trend over the last 20 years has been increasing demand for deer, elk, and pronghorn, and declining supply quota. So in the long view, what he said is correct, that over time, there will be fewer and fewer second, third, and fourth choice licenses drawn. That is a fact. That's just a fact of what we're dealing with wildlife management. And then on this archery issue, I don't want us to get too sidetracked because, like I said, I'm not willing to spill the beans, but there'll be a commission memo coming out Friday, and the commission is addressing this in 2 weeks as it relates to the archery limitation topic. And Marie is up to her eyeballs in this whole topic. So I don't want to. I mean, it's totally relevant, but I don't want to dive in too far on this one because it's happening elsewhere at full-on level.
Okay.
I just brought up the point that I think we should consider that we're getting concerns from resident archers when more than half of a quota goes to non-residents. That's all. But yeah, I wasn't trying to get us derailed.
I gotta apologize real quick. My first one, I actually named it incorrectly. So it ended up that when we talked about it, this is the question that we had where we had a hard cap on first and soft caps underneath it. It is not the current used version of what we do right now. So currently right now, these would have went back into the first choice. So what I was trying to show here is the hard cap on here, we capped out on 250 and stopped. And then soft cap underneath where they are still able to apply. So I realized I named this thing wrong when I was putting it all together, but I wanted to point that out and clarify. So I will fix that on the slideshow for everybody.
Okay.
I apologize.
Awesome.
Back to the archery, maybe I came across it and I don't want to, I'm not advocating for non-residents to get animals in their quota, 25% or whatever it may be on the draw. I'm trying to understand the issue, if everything goes to a draw on whatever hunt we're talking about, and it's no longer over the counter, are we not setting a better cap for resident versus non-resident? For example, if I say, you have to use your points, you have to apply for what you want to hunt. Now it falls into the 75-25. those residents are getting their licenses and they're gonna go.
But there's no allocation on second choice. And so a lot of what's happening is there's a lot more demand on the non-resident side and there's no allocation on second choice. And that's how they're getting in totality more than half of the licenses.
Totally understand. I'm saying if we kept this current thing and you went to using your points, would most of the resident archers have to switch their first and second? And therefore we would be less likely than non-resident to get 50%. We would be stuck way down to 25 because the residents would take in that scenario, would it not?
If the demand was there, if they do it, yeah.
The demand is there, they just wanna use it as their second choice right now, correct? And that's where the
Yeah.
hardship comes from. If we force them to go first choice, and they get their quota, and we take fewer.
Correct.
licenses,
Correct.
I was just gonna point out, I think another issue that's driving this is residents are using the preference point hunt code as their first choice. So that's why they're not meeting the demand in first choice, but one of our recommendations was not to get rid of the preference point only hunt code. So in 3 years, they wouldn't be able to do that strategy anyway, because they wouldn't be using a preference point only hunt code as their first choice.
So I think, from my perspective, the question is, how do we make residents feel like it's more equitable than they think it is now, but not skip over those non-residents? I mean, if we stick with our recommendation of preference points for all 4 choices, and you have to either apply for a hunt code or a first choice license. Would it be okay to go ahead and give residents a chance, like a hard cap through all 4 choices, like we were talking about, then circling back to go to hit all the non-residents, because I still don't think that residents are gonna take their allocation through 4 choices if they have to use their rights.
So, for example, we were talking archery, just remember archery, for current year, we had 13 archery hunters in an overtime. So we capped out on the non-resident, did not have enough residents to fulfill that cap, and we went back. And within those 13.
Are you still talking first choice?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Current year,
First
current
choice,
drop.
okay.
First choice.
So within those, we have one that was 888 licenses that went over that, which is actually cool, because we've never been able to see the number of licenses, but 120, all the way down to 1. But, I mean, some of these are significant numbers.
There was high demand on the resident side in second through 4th choice. I mean, I'm just curious because I get the impression that that's what the residents are upset about. They're not applying for a first choice, they can't get a second choice because of the non-resident demand. And I'm just not sure that if we're taking points for all 4 choices, then it's gonna matter because I don't think we're gonna apply for it.
Well, and if we did the allocation by per choice, we're reallocating resident, non-resident each time. Does that help that problem?
Probably helps a little bit, yeah.
You say it again, I'm sorry.
If we go to the resident, non-resident allocation by choice, first, second, third, fourth, so we're reallocating this second scenario, third. Does that help that problem? Where
Go down one more.
we draw first choice, 75,
Therefore,
25.
This is one.
Draw second choice, 75, 25.
Yeah.
Two.
I don't know
There you
if
go.
that would matter because they're not gonna apply second or 4th choice anyway, because they're gonna use it once, so. I don't think we're gonna be able to satisfy.
This is the one where we calculate, the 25% after each one. So it's technically not total quota, you do 25%, it's, you do 25% of the first one, you do 25% of the second choice, 25% of the third choice.
Would that help that issue?
They would, I just don't think they're gonna apply.
So let's backtrack on that, huh?
John?
For your question that you had, the hunt code that I was looking at, they were 880 over, and 580 resident second choice homes and 78 group. So there's 500 of them that we grow. If you would have capped it out and stopped, would have, yeah. It's significant. But would they still have applied second choice if they lost it once?
No, actually, how many applied first choice in that?
380. So we had 380 first choice residents, 580 second choice residents, 93 on third choice, and 55 on fourth choice.
So
So this is only resident advice.
And a group of that resident was trying to draw as a second, is what happened, and that was my question, if we just went hard cap 25%, 75%, all the way through first through fourth, they would have drawn significantly more tags in that scenario.
Yeah, so on this one, the cap would have been 25%, 500 licenses. And then you're roughly 1,500. I think my numbers are right there. But yes, significantly. If you calculated it on every choice, it helped a little. If you did a hard cap where we said, we're done, we're not going back, or at least through all four choices. And that's what I was trying to get at before, is if we went through all four choices, then that is still the first choice. But if we did it instead of only on first choice, we continued on, it would allow residents to draw 500 more licenses at least.
The difference is it's second choice, they're not gonna influence because it wasn't once.
Yeah, I keep coming back to that.
Some part of the word gets scratched out. You have to scratch it.
So John, was that a Southwest GMU?
What?
Was that a Southwestern GMU?
80.
Yeah.
Is it an L
Yes.
or either sex archery?
Yes.
Okay.
I can give you the 100 if you want the 100.
Yes.
What is
Go ahead,
it?
Austin. Oh,
It's
sorry.
not 80.
Yeah, it's EE08.
Okay, I know what it is.
Yeah, 8001.
Make the residents, happy and understand that they, like you said, if we went to a hard cap, then we will issue no more than 25% to non-residents until all four choices of residents have been satisfied. Keep the burger points for all four. After fourth choice, then we can roll back to giving more non-resident licenses. I feel like that would still satisfy the outfitters that wanna make sure licenses don't go unused. I don't want licenses to go unused, right? If we can get them in the primary draw, great, rather than pushing them all to secondary, but would that appease the issue more?
I think so, yes. It could create a hard cap also creates other issues where, we currently have some hunts where non-residents draw more than their allocation, because there's more resident demand than non-resident at higher point levels. So a hard cap creates issues on the other end, so I don't.
We could, and what you're saying, we could technically right now just take out the first choice wording in our regulation. And it says first choice. Run it exactly how we do right now, which would go through all of our choices and then go back up and start reissuing over cap if we have. And that
That might be
essentially would
worth-
be what Austin did.
I think it was the hard cap part I was digging in on,
If we just remove the hard cap, soft cap,
then I
forget about
think that's a
those.
good idea.
If we just remove first choice only in our regulation, it literally would go all the way through.
Can you run it where you do 25% to the non-residents and everything else goes to the resident, and then what they don't use goes back to the non-resident? Don't say hard cap, soft cap. Set the 25% at the non-resident, then go through the residents, then whatever's left, go back to the non-resident.
So we can do that, but what you're describing right there is a guaranteed quota for the non-resident.
That's a hard cap.
It's what we call hard cap, but what you described.
But then you could go back, because it used to be when the hard cap was, you couldn't go back and give them those licenses.
So the only question I have for you on that is if we have 100 non-residents that all put in at fourth choice, and they didn't put anywhere else. And we had a whole bunch of residents with points on it. Would you want those non-residents to draw fourth choice? Because what you just described, they would draw a few hundred licenses or whatever they had at fourth choice.
It's never easy.
I think,
It
I
is very
think you would just say it the opposite way now. Just you could go through 750, if it's quote 1,000, go through 750 residents, stop, and then go to the non-resident side and issue.
But it's still a hard game. Well, not a hard game, it's a guaranteed quota.
John, explain like Austin's suggestion of applying our current soft cap at each choice. Explain how that would look and how it relates to this whole conversation.
Okay, so you start out, kick back and one my screens, just so you can see, and it doesn't matter which one, because it's happening. All right, so in this current situation, what Austin's describing, we would start out right here. So these people would draw, right? Yeah, these people would draw. Then we'd go to the next one, and they draw, and they draw, and they draw, just like normal. We would go through the entirety of choice 4. Instead, right, what we do right now, we go through all of choice 1. If we have remaining quota, and if non-resident is capped out, it goes back up and it starts issuing non-resident text. What Austin is talking about is we would go through all of this, we would go to choice 2, non-residents capped out up here. We'd still issue the resident ones. We go to choice 3, non-residents still capped out. We issue the resident choice 3. We go to choice 4, non-residents still capped out. We issue choice 4. So all of our residents have drawn. Anybody that applied and does not hold a license would have drawn. And then if we still had quota left over, we would kick it back to wherever we stopped cap out and start issuing licenses to those non-residents. So basically, any resident that applied for that hunt code would draw it. And if we satisfied every resident that held that hunt code and still had quota left over, we'd go back and start issuing instead of stopping at choice 1.
But they have to apply for it.
And they have to apply for it, yes.
And how's that different than you, and this is hard because it's a really high quota, low demand, but how's it different than if you, let's say, I don't know, you run the draw on first choice and then you apply a new 75-25 on second choice?
So that is,
So you apply,
so you're talking this,
you'd have a new 75-25 on second choice, a new 75-25 at third choice.
go down one.
Is it?
Which side?
Let's go down one. I think it's the next one. You're talking this. So 75-25 off this top is 250.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm talking.
And this is where I don't like, because it skips. So this is the hard cap portion. So you hit 250 and you stop. And then if you calculated it again in second choice, non-residents get more tax. And that's where we are skipping people there.
Okay, all right.
But we want a visual with lower quota. Let me see if I can fix that. real
Well, I don't know. I just,
Residents aren't willing, the person that is willing to put in 1, 2, 4 for that, but they're gonna earn points.
Sure.
Non-residents are gonna draw. Well, sure, there's not gonna be a
Yeah.
second, third, fourth.
yeah, it's gonna make it worse. Using the points on all 4 will make this worse.
Correct.
That's what you've been saying and you're right.
Good.
That's my concern.
Yeah.
Worse.
Well, okay, let me rephrase that. What Steve is saying, and I think he's right, is that if you use your points on all 4 choices, fewer residents will apply for these hunt codes that we're talking about, and more non-residents are going to end up drawing them, making the situation worse, making the situation that people are concerned about worse.
Are the residents just not gonna hunt? They're just gonna stop hunting archery elk?
They don't wanna burn 10, 12.
They'll probably
get more
switch.
points. So they're gonna stop putting in for it to the first draw and the primary draw, but the residents won't. They can stop.
Depends
Well,
on
the
the
bigger
hunter.
component of non-residents, residents. in the primary. So maybe if you hard capped it at 75-25, non-residents can't draw more than 45 in a primary draw, the rest of them go to the secondary draw. The residents can then tap those type of.
For the non-residents, can't, because there's no quota.
But that's number 3.
Yeah.
We gotta address that one.
Can I ask just a question that I'm just curious about? What is the concern with pushing more licenses to the secondary draw?
Well, there's
So
no
we're-
allocation.
100% youth preference, and people that used to be able to get a tag will not be able to get a tag, because a lot of youth preference over there. And there's no resident, non-resident quota, so it could be 50-50 or more residents, why would be more non-residents needing that?
There's not gonna be a big surge of more youth applicants, so if we're pushing more quota than we currently have today in the secondary draw, they're not all gonna get gobbled up by youth. We're pushing more quota than we have today.
I didn't look at the total youth numbers to see what the demand will be in the secondary.
I have a big question. We're talking about archery, but what about the rifle part of this that we're addressing too? And the people who wanna hunt some of those units that have a rifle tag, what are we doing? We need to think about both sides of the pot, not just the archery pot. Because those rifle hunters wanna be able to hunt too, so what are we doing to them? If, so, just a thought.
I think it goes hand in hand too. First choice is a rifle tag, second choice is an archery. Strategy's been. When there are hunters that need to hunt in their region, they're not gonna go to the southwest or southeast. So there's only certain hunt for. They would like the full tag first, but then they're gonna take a cow tag second. Once that cow tag's now gonna cost them 10 points, they're not gonna put in for a second choice, primary draw.
Those archers that are ousted of because of, point restrictions are just gonna become rifle hunters. Or they already are rifle hunters. And they'll go to the over-the-counter units.
Of course. Done?
So I'm gonna get a whole bunch of flack for this one, but I would like to do what we talked about. Remove the first choice only, so that it goes through, the residents would get more, we would solve the issue with, there's too many non-residents out there. But I would like to revisit the points on all 4, since we are now hitting the auto reissues that we're burning points. We're gonna burn a whole bunch of points with the auto reissues. So I don't know if we necessarily need all 4 choices taking points.
I think most of the public comment was they did not like the idea of points all 4 choices. We got scorched on that.
But I get, Marie's always talking about the point creep, and I understand it, I see it, but I think it's a way that we may be able to address point creep, still do our thing, make it a little simpler so we don't have to worry about all this and still burn out points that we wouldn't do normally.
What if someone draws a license on a second choice and they don't use any points, and then we try to reissue it? You're gonna make someone burn points on a license that someone got without using points?
So it's just like,
What do you think? No.
so it would go. If you apply.
So they would
for a
use
second
no
choice,
points,
they
so
would
we're
opt
not-
out, they would opt out.
So we're not using points then. We're not burning points.
I think, are we talking about, so there's that perspective of using points across all 4 choices versus a hunt code where there's still quota left after you run through everybody that had points. 2 different things, right?
What I'm talking about is if we cap out at 4 points, that hunt code gives it 4 points, and someone of those turns that in, most likely somebody with 4 points is next up on the list.
Right.
If we get all the way to second choice, by all means, you got it for second choice, we're not using your points. But
Right.
if we're already at second choice, nobody's gonna use the points anyways.
I think what Danielle was saying is if we don't do first, second, third, fourth choice with all points, and we're doing the next in line, second, third, fourth, if we're not doing that, then what are we, it's not fair.
But Danielle, in your scenario, people will not use their points on a license that would have normally been a second choice. You're making the assumption that they're willing to use points on a license that would have normally been a second choice, and they're not going to. They're just gonna wait for the secondary draw.
Yep, that's what I think too. You're just kicking that down the road.
But I agree with her point too, though. What's the problem with moving those down the road? If people are willing to put in first, second, third, fourth choice for some hunts they may want, and we burn all those points, and then the second choice, secondary draw, they don't have to, and they can have a random draw.
But they're not using points there either. So do you not use points from the second through fourth choice versus not use points in the secondary draw? That's, I guess in my mind, that's what we're talking about is I'm gonna wait to where I don't have to use my points. So if it's second choice in the primary draw versus the secondary draw,
Agreed.
that's where I'm gonna,
People will adapt to whatever system changes we make.
I just think it's gonna complicate the next in line process. Maybe not, but I think it will.
By not taking points.
No, if you have a draw where, so if you put first choice and you could be next in line, that's fine. But if you put second, third, fourth choice and you drew that license, but you didn't have to use any points, it's gonna confuse people. Well, why am I gonna put in up here if I could get it here? It's not consistent to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like, I mean, it's one or the other, right? We had all those discussions under the assumption that we were gonna use points for all four choices. We were not using points for all four choices, then we would not offer the next in line option for all four choices. It'd just be the first choice, which would obviously bring the points anyway. Right, so, does that make sense? You understand what you're saying? So you're not gonna have somebody who's getting a reissue second choice license and burning their points that otherwise wouldn't, because we're only gonna be given the reissue option, the next in line option, the first choice, if we're not using points for second, third, and fourth choice. So, you'd have to change that, I think, so.
Oh.
So one scenario, Danielle, to contemplate is if you opted in to use your points on second, third, or fourth choice, it would almost guarantee you one of those choices instead of waiting. So you have, your first choice was a bull tag, but your second choice is my whole group's going hunting there, I have 2 points, I don't care, I want a cow tag for that. And that way you'd have people burning points at lower choices, but they opted in on it. And that might be the solution to some of the archery problems as well. If I want my first choice to be unit 10, but my second choice is unit 80, but I want to use my points, then they could click that box. And that might solve both of those scenarios. People that don't want to use their points on second choice don't have to, but if they do, then the option's there.
why would they do unit 2 or unit 10 in your example?
Say they have
To use their
21 or
points
22
there.
points.
And then opt in to use points, those same amount of points on a one that takes.
They might be done hunting. There's people, I have points I'd love to burn in certain states. If you gave me the option to use them versus.
Like versus just apply for unit 80
Well, 'cause
as a
you want
first
to chance
choice.
the
If
other.
you're willing to burn all your points on it as a second choice, why wouldn't you just put that as your first choice?
Because you want the premium unit first choice. If you don't get it, you still want to go hunting that year and you want to take a different tack.
But then you just eliminated your years of waiting for the one. I mean, logically, I don't.
It's kind of like point
Follow
banking.
that.
You get to use your points whenever you want. You can choose to use them or not to use
I feel like we talked about this at our second meeting, and I can't remember why we like discarded that. I think where I'm at with the system, especially if we're having this opt-in, opt-out of there's just gonna be a lot of boxes that people are gonna have to understand what to click, is that.
It's confusing, I know, that's.
We're making it more complicated the further we go.
That is my concern. I see the levels here getting, well, we have some complexity with this in any case. But we've been standardizing some of the choices and working through creating some things are clearly simpler than when we started. But today has gotten really, we're getting very creative.
Like, I guess I don't understand the reissue process, so, or how the draw and the next in line is gonna work. So if I put in, for unit 80 first choice, and he put in for unit 80 second choice, and for some reason I turned my tag back in, but he didn't draw, then we're gonna go to the first choice people. How does the draw work? Are you gonna do all of choice one, and then we're gonna do the next in line? Are we gonna do second choice, third?
Depends on what scenario we
Keep
pick.
it that
Well, that's what I mean, I think that's part of my confusion is I don't know which way, are we going this way, or are we going this way?
Okay, minus out the rest of this stuff, don't worry about allocation at the moment, but in this one, all of these people drew, and we hit second choice and 30 of those people drew.
Okay,
So our next up person would be one of these 121 people minus that 30 that didn't draw.
okay,
So say, Jonathan had 13 points and drew up here and decided, nope, I'm not doing it. And he turns it back in. And what we talked about today, he would get his points back. And then, one of the 90 some odd people in here would get an option or get that license. And they would get it right there and it would auto pay and that's it, and they
That-
wouldn't lose points.
that's where I'm confused though. Okay, so he drew it in I'm talking one draw.
Mhm.
Okay, how could it go to the next person in the same draw? Versus the one person used points and the next person didn't?
We do it all the time,
I
right?
think what's confusing us with this example is, I don't think we have an example where it's going, where people are applying with 13 points that's going second choice.
No, not.
Like, I think you just gave an example, but it's twisting our brains a little bit to try and walk through a situation that has people, Jonathan drawing it with 13 points and it going second choice. I don't think we have that in existence. Most of our 13-point licenses like would be drawn out to the 8 or 9 and then they'd stop. They wouldn't go all the way
In
down.
fact, we talked about it earlier, is if it went to, well, I guess if it ran out at 0 points versus if it didn't,
Hold on,
right?
Andy, I'm gonna.
Yeah, maybe just show some,
Well, the
a
other
couple
thing,
actual draw recap
based on
reports.
what we've already voted on, that second choice person would use their points under leadership too. We're using points for all 4 choices.
That's where I'm getting confused. We're talking we are and we aren't.
Yeah, so I mean, what we've currently voted on, use.
Correct,
points for
but
all
we're
4
dancing
choices.
around that all day.
Yeah, I know.
That was my point, that you could have somebody theoretically.
I think we need to stick with our original and push them to the second draw if that's where they wanna go.
And decide how we're gonna play.
And of course, this one's high.
Right.
Of course, that one's.
That one's a really high demand one.
Let's find something that's small. That one's kind of small.
Jenny, you have a question?
Yeah, I don't know who said it, but someone just made the comment about the second draw, pushing them to the secondary draw. Maybe that just becomes what is utilized as second choice now.
Yes,
Because
that's what
every
will happen.
example that we've seen statistically, you're actually not getting into the third and fourth choices.
That's why I asked that question. Why are we so concerned with pushing people to the secondary draw?
Okay.
So yeah, so, for this example, we have an actual HUD code and someone with 7 points drew it. And 136 people drew it as a second choice. So this person used 7 points, these people drew it with nothing. They drew it as second choice in our current system. We use points on everything system, these people would have lost all of their points, whatever they accumulated. And these people would have lost the 7 that they accumulated, the 4, so on and so forth.
So if somebody turns one back there.
So if this guy turns it back in,
Yeah.
the most likely it'll be
One of those
someone who
30,
knows.
one of those 30.
Yeah, one of those 30.
Yeah, well, if they didn't already draw something else.
If they didn't draw something else, if they don't hold a tag that conflicts, all of the et cetera. But most likely it'll be somewhere in these that did not draw over here.
All those second through fourth choices, they're a little smaller, your system.
Yes, that's the point that some of us are making, is that people will adapt, they just won't apply. The second, third, and fourth people won't, they'll wait for the secondary draw. Which I'm not, maybe that's okay, but that's what'll happen.
The issue with the secondary draw is youth preference.
And resident, non-resident allocation.
Do we wanna readdress those instead of readdressing the
Let's-
four choices?
Let's talk about resident, non-resident allocation on secondary. Because we have not talked about that yet.
On the slide, I'm sorry. So let's hit youth preference real quick, because you guys had questions about that first. So this is comparing primary draw and secondary draw, and the youth that drew in primary and secondary or none. Should be underneath these screens. That
one?
Yep, that one there. So primary draw in 2003. Now these are, I'm sorry, yeah, these are all rounded because of returns and all of that. I don't want any of that, but it's all rounded to the nearest 10. So basically, we had all of these youth that drew in primary draw. This here is the youth that drew in secondary draw, and this is the comparison between the two. So if you look, we had 160 youth draw in the primary and secondary draw for Bear. And those are the same youth. So they drew and got 2 licenses. Out of both of them, we technically have 1 youth that did not draw in both of those, but it rounded down. We have about 20 of them that didn't draw in both deer and elk. And we had 10 that didn't draw in both draws in primary.
So you're saying that we exhausted the demand for the youth
Pretty much.
in secondary. So by bumping them, so to your point, by bumping all those additional licenses to secondary draw, they're not necessarily open.
So we had 2,910 youth that did not draw in our secondary draw over and above of the people who drew. And those were youth that were in the hunt code. So it had a hunt code of 1 quota left, and there was 30 youth that applied for it, or whatever that is.
So there were 2,900 youth.
That did not draw in our secondary draw, that applied and did not draw.
Okay,
So there
section
is still.
This number is the number of youth that drew in this draw and this draw.
one, it's 100% preference.
A and B, or
Huh?
an A license, a B license.
A and a B license, 2 B licenses.
The number I'm concerned about is 53,000 youth in the primary draw went without a license, a draw license.
And to be clear, this is all applications. So those youths might also have just applied for a preference point and never put in for anything actual license related. But yes, we had 53,000 youth applicants across all of them that did
The
not.
reason
draw.
and those 53,000 did not go to the secondary draw. Well, only a portion of them.
A few of them may have, but they didn't draw in the primary.
So
So a few of these unsuccessful may have been unsuccessful here and then dropped into here.
Right, but there's 50,000 missing here. Correct.
There's 50,000 that didn't draw in the primary draw.
Right, but they're not hunting unless they buy over the counter.
They're not hunting, no.
So where's the?
Basically, yeah, 50,000 total.
If
If
you
you,
understand how many youth are not getting a license through the whole process.
if you assume this and this, you're looking at 50,000,
John?
what you said. Yes.
How many of those 53,000 youth applied for all species? Because it's not necessarily the same people.
That's what I was gonna say. They might have drawn one of those species.
Right.
That means they were unsuccessful
But
for
for
that
the other,
application.
I did not pull that.
Yeah.
And what I'm wondering is, how many of the youth did draw in the secondary draw? Is that on here? Am I missing it?
This is all the youth.
That did draw?
So all of these drew, so we had 160 successful in
Okay.
there,
Okay,
1390 successful in deer, 17, and then this bottom one is the
I
unsuccessful.
got it. Okay, I understand now.
And they were unsuccessful because another youth got the license.
Yeah, most of them were like the 1, 2
More
quarters.
licenses to the second draw, they won't become successful.
Possibly.
Possibly,
It could be
unless you
fine.
like dumped it into a hunt code that the youth didn't apply for.
Jenny, did you have a comment? No, John? Good, all right,
I'm
Terry?
just gonna ask, these are applications, not applicants, right?
All right. Thank you. So that still leaves us with the overall challenges of what we're trying to work through. Remember, we had 6 major questions we're trying to answer this afternoon.
I'm on number 1.
We're only on number 1.
But we're swirling,
Talk
Uh,
about 1 and 2.
We've talked 1 and 2, so we left this number 1, we said maybe we could remove the first choice. And that would sort of, elevate the residents' perspective here, the residents would get their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th before you would move into the non-residents, so that's one option. Another one was we wanted to potentially revisit the points for all 4 choices. There was some language, assuming we move ahead with we might be able to address the point creep more quickly. But there's some concerns about fairness that might be out there. So again, open to comments or proposals here, but we're trying to work through what is some language that we could put forward that would resolve these and get us in a position to find a consensus. But
Back to my cascading comment, I think I have to decide on this first, and then we can adjust what happens later. I think we can change some residency stuff or some preference in the secondary, even the leftover day I wanna talk about. But some of it does kind of hinge on meeting points for all 4 choices. I think we could say, this is what we voted on, and then trickle down, and make adjustments, and see if everybody can live with that. But I feel like I need a decision here to move forward.
so last time, I don't remember remember the voting on this one?
Yeah, it was 3 to, there were 3 nays and
Yeah, it was 75%.
yeah, 3 of us voted against it.
Yeah. So there was not overwhelming support, but there was certainly vast majority.
Vast majority.
And it's also the most pushback.
Right, so you've had the opportunity to read, public comments now, absorb those, think about what your role is in representing those as well.
Also address it in allocations, but
Pardon?
I think we can also address it in allocations, in the 2nd and the leftovers, unless I heard that wrong.
Terry? You have an idea?
I'm not sure where we're at. I don't know where to start, I mean, I kind of feel like we need to stick with this at this point because it's gonna unravel a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, we only have a couple hours and we hashed through it. We did take a sincere vote. But to be fair, you've also learned things. So I don't wanna, it's your meeting. I wanna just make sure we have an orderly process. We do have other topics that haven't been addressed yet. So, the challenge of going back would erode our ability to deal with those. Go ahead, John.
I think we covered like this discussion in the last hour is covered well. Yeah. This is called. And I'm probably backtracking now, I think our original, that decision might be the one we have to stick with for complicating factors going forward. But if we do use points in all 4 choices, primary draw, I would, we have to decide on this first, but I almost need to know the second part too. I think we have to change the rules on the secondary draw. I don't know if the user preference fits, I think it almost has to match the primary draw, for allocation and user preference. Because we're gonna be pushing so many, I think we're gonna be pushing a lot of high codes down to that second draw. So it should operate.
Lower demand on codes.
On the first, at least at the first draw level, secondary draw, which choice level, secondary draw.
Can you remind us what the
Up to 15%
In the primary.
in the primary. and 100%
For specific codes,
For mostly antlerless and either sex.
either 60 or antlerless animal.
We also have the basin, right?
What's that?
Don't we have the basin ones? that are-
Specific one, that's in venison, yeah.
Those are youth.
They're youth only hunt codes.
Well,
Or yeah, no, there's an exception. But then in the secondary draw, it's 100% preference across all of them.
I think that's the.
again, those are mostly, those, we've already addressed that. Like, we've tackled that. I
We
think
did take a lot of those high demand licenses out.
they'll be auto reissued now.
Correct.
John?
Instead of all or nothing here where it's first choice or second, third, fourth, what if we did first or second choice? And left third and fourth choice to not burn points? And that might absorb some of the extra going in the secondary draw, give people an option to get burn points, but
I like the compromise
it's
solution.
a compromise,
Yeah,
but
I
I
like it.
don't know that it solves anything, but it's compromise.
Baby
I'm
steps.
Still not good with all four choices, I'm gonna say that out loud in front of everybody, I just think it causes more problems than it solves at this point. I would rather stick with status quo than go with all four choices.
It's not a question, if the preference and the splits were different in the secondary draw, would you feel differently about the primary draw?
I think so. I think the problem is it's the pulling the rug out from underneath people that have done a system for 10, 15, 20 years, and now they are gonna have to adapt, but I don't see, maybe I haven't thought through it well enough yet, I don't see an option for me to get a point, even if I'm, 1 or 2 years away from getting to that premium tag and still have a cow tag. That's the point. I'm not saying hunt the premium units, I'm saying give me a tag, I wanna go be out there.
Well, I think that you choose the preference one time draw in the primary draw. Remember, there'll be a ton of cow tags in the secondary draw, you can let it blind one.
Right, but that's a whole nother scenario of time and tag application. I just looked at my application, I got my LP email not half an hour ago. I had a first choice for a preference point, I had a bull tag, a cow tag, a cow tag. I got a tag, I don't know what it is, but I got a tag, so I'm just happy. And I think that's a scenario that people could live with.
I got my take too, so life's good. Check
But
your
that's-
email, people.
I just don't know if that's a compromise, going with the first and second choice versus all
Okay.
four.
Let's go on the Austin.
We could just do away with second through fourth choice, which is what some states do. I mean, the element of multiple choices is very messy, right? And I know people are used to the system in Colorado, but if you are gonna change it, just do away with all of the extra choices, or give somebody 100 choices. I mean, what are we trying to get at there? And I think 2 meetings ago when we talked, we said, we're gonna trust the primary, secondary draw. We're gonna trust the process, we address the auto reissue, so not see a bunch of 4-season deer tags show up on the secondary draw and reuse anymore. That if we trust the secondary draw, random, let's get these licenses out, we have our leftover, we have our reissue process, I still don't see why it's a problem to leave the primary draw. Everybody gets what they want, you use your points, it's set. I don't have a problem with that, if you don't trust these other. Ancillary draws later.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I do like the analogy that this secondary draw becomes the second choice primary draw. So changing the rules again on the secondary draw. We have to look at it. If we stay with all four.
All right, so we've had consider one choice, consider points for just first and second.
Yeah, I like this as a compromise, middle ground suggestion. Because I really don't think anybody's going to put in for licenses third and fourth choice to use points that are normally going to be a second choice, secondary draw license. I just don't think, it's not gonna happen. I mean, people are gonna change the way they apply based on our new rules. And I know we hashed this out in the second meeting, but if we have a couple choices in the primary draw that people don't use their points, it'll allow them to get private land only cow licenses, low demand things that we need for wildlife management. And I know those can go in the secondary draw, but in my mind, it's so much cleaner to just let people get the licenses that they want in the first draw. That's
Is that an argument for just one choice or for the points for the?
both of them. That's an argument for both, yeah. That's an argument for status quo or John's compromise proposal.
Yes.
If you just do first and second, I just feel like you're gonna have the same outcome. People are gonna apply for too high demand, because your first, second choice. And it's gonna exactly have the same draw results we have today. I don't understand where it's getting us.
I know, but what I'm saying is using points on all four choices is going to be the same thing through all four choices. People are not going to apply for a license that's currently a second choice license in their first four and use their
Let's
points.
just have one choice then, I guess. I think that's cleaner, like having four choices and trying to explain that the first two take points and the last two don't. That's really complex and confusing. Just I think they're only gonna use first choice. I agree with Austin, just have one choice
You mean do away with the other three choices?
for the primary
Yeah.
draw.
That's the proposal.
The difference there is that kicks everything to the secondary draw, which has youth preference and no resident, non-resident. This at least keeps the resident, non-resident and the youth preference at 15% with first and second, or first.
I think we gotta
Terry.
talk about the secondary draw.
Well, I was just gonna kind of build on that, is that if we went to one choice in the primary draw, we have to make changes to allocation secondary. You have to apply resident, non-resident allocation, at least to the first choice in the secondary draw. We would have to keep youth preference at 15%.
And these are all the things that those of us that are concerned about points on all four choices are talking about with the secondary. So now when we framed it as an only one choice draw, now you're saying the same things that we've been saying about top four.
I was there all along,
Okay.
so.
At least we're not going back on decisions. We never talked about allocation rules for secondary. We never made any decisions.
No, that was today's meeting that we're gonna
Yeah,
talk
so
about that.
that's all I'm gonna say, or at least not rolling back decisions we already made.
It's a little interesting, because I think in the first, when we voted on this originally, I was for not using points, if I remember right. On all four choices, I think I might be leaning more towards let's stay with that decision. If we have the opportunity to change the secondary draw in a way that would. Might be and maybe it's semantics, maybe we just get rid of the secondary draw and we have a pre-draw.
Oh, boy.
I know, let's get rid of the secondary draw and make a second choice.
So now the primary draw stays the primary draw as is, so we're adding a third.
Austin?
I just want to look forward and think of other things we can do for residents, to help alleviate some of this issue. Even if we look all the way forward to leftover pay, we haven't talked about putting the 24-hour resident only purchase period, or some states do. I think there's some things we can do to alleviate the inverse of non-residents taking all of our license feelings, which I want to alleviate. Residents should have first grant. If there is a demand, right, across the whole board, that's why I'm kind of this, if the resident wants that hunt and he's willing to use his points, he's always used 80 as a second choice, and now we say burn them, put it as your first choice, and you're gonna get it, and you're going. Let it trickle down. I don't see an issue with that. It is going to change it. Now, it's different now because there's still over-the-counter archery units, there's still over-the-counter rifle. We have other options. But as we lose those other options, it'll totally change the attitude and the applicant strategy. That's where I think we need to look holistically. This is how we want it to function. Knowing this is a few years out, there's gonna be a grace period, the burning points, there's gonna be education, but how do you want it to be in a scenario where over-the-counter might not exist at all? There might not be leftover opportunities because demand is so high. Say, how do we want the system to be 10 years from now? That's what I want.
Oh, John?
So what I'm having a problem with, now we're talking about changing allocations in the secondary draw. during the secondary draw and the second choice. We literally took one draw, chopped it into two draws, and eliminated a draw. We did nothing. I mean, literally, we're doing exactly what we have right now. And we're just calling it by something else. We need to do something different. Cause, I mean, think about what you have right now. We have first choice that takes your points. And what we're talking about now is turning our primary draw into, it's taking your points no matter what. And then we have second, third, and fourth choice that you get, or I want to point and I want to go cow hunt, or whatever that is. And we're calling that secondary draw now. And we're gonna change out the allocation rules, and we're gonna change out the youth rules to match what we have in our primary draw right now. So literally, we just took our primary draw, cut it in half, and made 2 draws out. We made something that's even more complicated than what we have right now, when our goal was to simplify.
But we did add in there auto reissue.
We added on the-
Which is cool. Yeah, it is.
I am
And it
very
will
happy
burn some
about that,
points.
but
And it's random. I'd say that's the other difference, it's not.
Second choice is random
Choice
too.
is random.
Second, third,
We
fourth choice are
literally
totally
just
random.
cut our
I think
primary
you-
draw.
I
It's
think you
not
just-
random.
Yeah, second,
it
third,
is.
fourth choice are random. Without respect to points.
First choice always points. We
I know that.
literally cut our primary draw back.
I think we need to stick with what we've already previously voted on. We're going backwards big time with the 1 through 4 choices or not. I think we should stick with that and go forward to the second draw, figure out how we wanna do that. We've done the auto reissue, that's great. We won't have as many licenses going forward into that, but we can address the allocation issue there. I just think we're going backwards.
I don't think we'll have as many preference point licenses going into that, but I think we'll have a lot more traditionally drawn second, third, or fourth choice licenses.
But there may be people who are willing to put in first and fourth and draw a license because they wanna go.
Gary, then Jenny.
I kind of feel like we need to stick with what we decided earlier, like Marie said. We need to decide, how we're going to do the 75-25 allocation in primary. And I really like the way you described it, where you go down and you circle back and do the overcap in the second, non-residents. And if we can agree on that, and then decide what we're gonna do with the secondary draw, especially in the first choice, I think, that's where I feel we really need to focus on our efforts on here towards the end. Jenny?
Jenny?
I just wanted to remind everybody, like Austin said, we need to look forward. I think that the market is going to make their own adjustments, so to speak, with how they function, how they go around, how we have the gamblers versus the planners, how they decide to use their points. Just with the simple fact that we've asked them to make the choice whether they will have a preference point or a hunt code that year. That kind of evolves to change their thought process immediately. And if we keep rethinking it, it's getting more complex. But if we look forward and go with the expectation that probably on the next 5-year season structure, everything's going to go draw, then we can be set up for that. So we need to let the market bear the decisions we have. And if we have to adjust later, okay, but we don't have a crystal ball.
So just to piggyback on that, and that went well with our comments, I think, looking forward and what's the market gonna look like looking forward? I think opportunity is going down. We're not gonna always be able to have our cake and eat it too under any system. Eventually, people are gonna make their decision to burn those points in the primary draw. Or they're, because opportunities are being reduced anyway.
Yeah.
And so sticking with, we're almost preparing for that future right now.
The other part that I haven't heard come up in conversation today is the factor that is going to be part of the new draw as well, that will move people through that process with licenses to hunt that year. So there's a lot we don't know, and if we keep trying to rehash all the little pieces, we're not really gonna know how it plays out.
Okay.
Where are we at?
So, well, we have a few things on the table. Again, looking at the list, should the residency allocations apply to all 4 choices? One thing that's still on the table is, remove the first choice from the current regulations and allow, residents would get their first, second, third, and fourth choices filled before you would move to non-resident. That would allay some of the concerns that we've heard around the, using points on all 4. Not all of them, but for residents, that would address that.
I would also address what Doug said about, the non-resident, or the residents not seeing all of them. Sorry, not seeing the residents out there hunting, when they're upset that they can't draw it.
So that's one option that we have. Then the second one gets messy quickly. If we reopen the points for all 4, then we gotta work out, is it just 1, is it 1 and 2? And so on, and then we would deal with the equity issues around youth and so on, and whatever that reverberates through. And then we could be getting into where John's talking about, essentially trying to replicate the current system from the primary draw by using the secondary.
So do you just wanna stay on this one, we're just gonna stick with the decision we made, is that our?
I heard a little bit of that, more than before, but, we
We need to figure it out, right, so
that's,
right now.
I walked in here thinking that was settled law, so to speak. But this is your meeting. I mean, I really want this to just move, though. We've got other topics to cover in a few hours.
That we stay with our decision on reference points used in all 4 choices, for the primary draw. I don't think we're truly splitting our, we've changed the primary draw now enough that making changes to the secondary draw isn't really just divided. So I would like maybe a little discussion on that. But I think we should our decision originally on the primary draw.
So the points for all 4, for example, all that.
Using preference points for all 4 choices.
Right. So I've heard 4 or 5 now say that. Who would be opposed to that or thinks that we need more discussion on that, to reopen that issue? Yeah, John?
I'll keep my vote the same as the first time, if we're like, if it's like kind of another mini vote.
I'm asking who would wanna reopen it here just right now, so you would not have your hand up there. You want to.
Okay, rephrase it.
All right.
I
Who would
don't like using points for all 4 choices.
Okay, then you would, yeah. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, see, we're split right down the middle. It's tough.
And if I did a break.
Yeah, we can take a break. I'm fine with a break. Jenny,
Oh, tiebreaker.
would you like to move ahead? On the points for all choices, would you like to open that up again? Yes or no?
I'm looking at the clock. We can't. We're not gonna make it through anything without adding another meeting.
Okay,
So it sounds like she wants to stay with points for all 4 choices.
that's what I
right?
heard. Yes.
That's not what I said. That is the attempt.
Well, time
Now's
is,
your chance.
time is a challenge. So let's take 5 minutes. Everybody think about how we can move forward. I mean, we'll simply document that we're split on this. I mean, that's fair. We'll be faithful to what you said, of course. And there may be things that we just simply don't reach agreement around. That is also okay. You don't have to, solve everything here today. But I don't wanna put people in a position where they're supporting things they don't believe, right? That's why you're here. So take 5 minutes, get some fresh air, and then we'll come in and push to the close.
The alpha stuff is coming out, huh? They hit my friend.
All right, welcome back from break, everyone. So our proposal here to move ahead, we have a lot of information still to cover. And I think we've been able to establish a few things. So first up is question number one. As we mentioned, we've had this up a couple of times and there seem to be some nods and some general understanding of what we're talking about here. But should the residency allocation rules apply to all 4 choices in the primary draw? And the proposal we've had out a couple times now, and again, it seemed to warm to many of you, but let's do an actual vote here. So the proposal is we would remove what's called the first choice only words from the current regulations. This would essentially allow for a resident's first choice, second choice, third choice, and fourth choice to be filled as you're sort of working through the resident, non-resident quota, so that as that works out, then essentially over time, you would not see a willing resident's interest would be filled before a non-resident's interest would be filled.
Or a additional non-resident interest.
Thank you.
On that quota.
Yeah, but it still was a quota, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 75-25.
But it just basically puts residents 4 choices first, rather than going first, and then second, and then so on. So is everybody clear on what we're talking about? I'm seeing lots of nods. I see no cards up. Okay, all in favor of this, raise your hand. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 with the thumb. Nice. All right, unanimous. Well done. See?
Rock and roll, baby.
Now, in contrast. It's great working with you all. Here on this point, essentially we, responded to the requests and comments online and others to revisit this. And we were split, I don't know, 70-30 in favor of charging Pressman points on all 4 choices. So we went ahead with that. I think it was in meeting 2, something.
Yep.
And yet you brought that back. So we opened this up for an hour or 2 today. And essentially, we're split right down the middle now. I think, what was it, 7-6. So knowing that, I think this group can simply say, we can agree to disagree, right? We don't have to agree on everything. And so here we would, as my words here, but something like recommend raising this to the commission. We're split evenly, essentially, after reviewing the question of charging points on all 4 choices. And we can park that. There's other issues, other topics that we can address productively, I think. And, that's where we are. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just call it as we see it, right? All right, well done. That leads us to a third topic, and we really haven't, we've sort of talked about this a little bit, but I'll
So I think John was kind of going through his different scenarios and covering this, but I think if we go with this allocation rules apply to all 4 choices, we don't need to vote on this. I think this
We
one's,
just voted on it, didn't we?
yeah,
Yep.
this one's needed.
Checking off the list.
But yeah,
NA because,
Good, because I was gonna be confused.
Just the way Daniel said that, though, you said residency allocation at all 4 choices, that's not how we decided, we just decided to take that first choice.
You're applying the
Whether you
allocation
allocate.
rules through all 4 choices for residents, then going to non-residents.
no, that's so per item 1.
Apply across the 4 choices, right, just for clarification for Austin.
we're applied it to all 4 choices. And before we go over cap and issue more to non-residents, we will draw all 4 choices and then go back.
But we did not decide to have a set aside hard cap for
Correct.
non-residents.
So we're not
That was
doing
not part of that. And-
Current rules, we're just going through all 4 choices instead of just first choice.
And I see that wording where you say it, after all Colorado residents' first choices have been drawn, that's where first choices get stricken, and it's just after all Colorado resident choices have been drawn.
All right. That was quick.
I'm sorry, Doug.
Yes, Doug.
So did we vote on the auto reissue?
Not, well, Yes.
Yes.
That was.
Oh, we did,
That was
okay,
unanimous.
okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
That was the thumbs up vote.
It was the highly qualified 7 conditional, auto
Or what?
reissue.
Cool, I just wanted to make sure we did.
But we got everybody on board. That was
Yes,
nice.
yes,
That was a
great.
real win. All right, so NA here. Next up, should residency allocation rules apply to the secondary draw? We have, to my knowledge,
We have not
We-
done
We have
that.
not talked about.
I don't even know what you guys think about this.
Can you give us just a little shared learning on that? Currently, it's 100% youth preference through all 4 choices before it goes through adults. Outside of that, 100% random, no allocation for youth, or for non-resident residents.
Correct. So basically, we run a youth draw before we run everybody else.
Every youth gets everything they wanted, all choices, then we do adults.
With no resident, non-resident
No
allocation.
non-resident, nothing else.
Not a
So-
factor.
So what we would be discussing is leaving the youth, we already voted on leaving the youth preference. So that would still occur, and then whatever is left, we're asking this question.
And youth,
And
you,
residents.
yes,
youth,
resident,
oh, yeah,
non-resident
oh, yeah,
allocation
just-
on youth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it have to apply to the youth as well.
See that? So-
Non-resident, under 18, for example. Yes, go ahead, Jenny.
Clarifying question. We are not utilizing points for the secondary, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other clarifying questions or just the facts? Okay,
Do we have any numbers, I did ask for, of resident versus non-resident youth applicants? Can you pull a full recap report, I could probably, I'm just curious, what kind of demand are we talking about? Because where the non-residents are taking advantage of the system, that question needs to be addressed, I don't know if it is currently.
What's that, right?
all right, we're gonna look into that. Okay, so on the merits, should residency allocation rules apply to the secondary draw? Anybody?
All right, to your question, Austin, we're going with L, because that's what I pulled up. We have, 1,311, youth residents and 384 youth non-residents.
How many were successful?
Secondary draw.
Successful? That is successful. I'm sorry, okay. Secondary draw, yes. Secondary draw was successful. Total youth res, we had 1,981. And out of those 1,981, 1,311 were successful. For non-resident, we had 577 total. And of those 577, we had 384 that were successful. So that's.
57% success for residents, 65%.
5%.
Thanks,
of
Austin.
the total draw was non-resident. Did I miss something?
No, sorry, I was just looking at your report where it shows the choice number 1 success percentage was 57 and 60. But, I mean, I would look at that and say it's not necessarily, it's sitting at about 25% inherently, right? Non-resident versus resident on the youth side only.
Can you chat me those numbers so I can put them on the Zoom chat for Jenny? Thanks.
All right, Terry and then Andy.
Can you put a screenshot in the Zoom chat?
Yep.
Should be.
I just want to revisit the issue I brought up earlier, not knowing what's gonna happen to archery elk this year and the other, all elk in the future. Whether or not we want to think about residents and resident, non-resident allocation of the first choice and the secondary draw. It's too confusing, but feels like if a lot of those licenses that were historically over the counter end up getting kicked to the secondary draw. And same complaints that we currently have in the primary draw. Non-residents taking more than their 25%. So just want to throw it out there.
Andy?
Yeah, I'd like to see us put an allocation on the secondary draw, even before we made the change of use your points in all 4 choices. I think that's gonna move tens of thousands of licenses to the secondary. And while I hear, Austin, that if it's 25% non-resident already, maybe it's not necessary. I think we're better off just putting it on, because if it's 25%, it doesn't hurt anything, because we're right there anyway, and that would prevent future increases in non-residents. And then also, the numbers John gave were just the totals, and the allocation would apply to the quotas. So if you had high demand, small quotas, it would apply to those. And so you might have a Gunnison buck license with a quota of 6 that would now have allocation rules on that small quota.
One of my concerns, Andy, is a lot of these secondary draws are going to be small quotas. How do you divide up? When there's less than 4, does it just go resident only?
I don't know, I'll let them answer. That's a hard question. I'll move it over to my colleagues.
Now, yes, we have, the current rules, it's up to you. If you don't have enough to get to 1, it goes all risk.
So that'd be 3 or fewer. So if you had 4, you're good.
Yeah.
So it's up to,
So I agree with Andy, I think on a whole, my question would be, what are the drawbacks of using an allocation? Imposing the allocation on the secondary draw, what are the drawbacks?
yeah, that's the question. So the proposal, just quickly, is to do so, right? Is to extend that to the secondary. The drawbacks for that and the counter proposals are still open, right? Anybody should feel free to speak.
I don't see any, I guess, it just makes sense to me that we would at least do the first choice.
Okay,
Is it a procedural thing, or?
As of current right now, the reason that it is not in there is, our secondary draws do not support any kind of allocation or breakup. So we literally would have to pull those draws back out of Aspira and move them back onto our side, rebuild the entire draw and make it work.
But this will be a new system anyway, right?
Like I said,
Going
as
forward.
of now, for what they're asking about now, that's why.
that is a technical leap from our earlier work. Just, that's my opinion, but there was a lot of talk about how difficult that would be. Austin?
I've said it before, but I don't like people drawing dead, right? That's one of the issues I've always had with secondary draw, the youth getting all the preference. We take the application fee and tell everybody, sorry, you weren't even in the draw. But I see this allocation has that potential as well. If, say we do a 75-25 split on the youth, and there's only 2 licenses left and it rolls to adults, I mean, then there's not even a non-resident one, or do we start getting into caps? How do you divide up 2 licenses? How do you divide up 10? Are we dividing it up too much where inherently most of these quotas are going to be low? That's my hesitation with it. I'm totally fine, don't get me wrong, when I brought up, it's already on youth, 20% of the applicants are non-residents, it's already fine where it is, I'm totally fine putting a quota on it, I'm just trying to think, how do you divide up low tag numbers?
It's a good point, if I can jump in. It's a good point, but with the auto reissue, we'll eliminate most of those really high demand ones from the secondary draw. Those 3 quota things will mostly go away. They'll be auto reissued. And then with use your points on all 4 choices, we're literally gonna be pushing tens of thousands of licenses into this. So the quotas will be there, I think, to support it.
If we're doing that, and I can be honest, then I want your residents to have their fair share and to not just be a free-for-all. That's what I was.
Sorry, John, I just was trying to
That's all right.
go
I
back
was
and
gonna
forth.
say, if we keep the quota, the original, if it was issued to a resident, it stays in a resident. If it was issued to a non-resident, it goes to a non-resident. That eliminates, there's gonna be a non-resident.
But this is secondary.
This is secondary.
But
These are tags that nobody applied.
but so it wouldn't be part of the original quota of 75-25? It could be.
It would have been.
Well,
So could it just carry down?
these will mostly be licenses that nobody got in the primary draw because they didn't want to use points, so they're pushed here.
If it's part of the quota, can't the quota just move down? So if it was 750 and 250 and you had 100
Oh,
residents.
you're saying track the quota from where it came from?
Just drop it
Oh, wow, yeah.
It's just too shaky.
Fetal position, Danielle.
So, again, it is a technical barrier here. We have a very different database, different software and all that kind of
It's not
stuff.
even just the software, it's like proofing our draws too, it's like.
Proofing the draws, it's tracking it, it's keeping it to go through the whole thing. It can be done. I would like it not to be done.
All right, yeah, who else?
Jonathan was next.
Jonathan, thank you.
I just wanted to throw out there that I'm still open one way or the other. If we do, I think from a simplicity's sake, it would be nice to just mirror it. So that
Yeah.
it works both ways in both draws. Or if we don't do it, we don't do it, rather than complicate it with just a first choice in the secondary draw across all choices in the primary draw. So I just wanted to throw that 2 cents out there.
My comment was identical, in the interest of simplicity, doing it exactly the same way we did the first.
So extended.
Yeah, just extend it, not, and with the new quotas, so, don't try to move down
Okay, so a fresh
the fresh 75.
A fresh 75-25 split.
Yeah. Because we are moving so many licenses over there.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I agree with that, and what I would also say moving forward is the leftover license in the end, it's just pure random everybody. I think we'll get rid of most of them between the first and second.
So keeping with the theme of moving the non-resident, resident split, the split would stay the same, but the quota would, or the number would change based on what was left over. So it might not be the same.
We would recalculate.
Recalculate, okay.
So, yeah, so everybody's clear on that, right? Rather than combining the results and trying to reach some grand 75-25, we'd have 75-25 in primary and 75-25, and whatever the allocation there was, regardless of the absolute numbers.
Yeah, independent of the first draw. Independent of primary draw.
Yep. And my question is, would you extend the 75-25 to the youth side of the draw? Or as we currently do it, where it's just the whole draw, where a youth can take from a non-resident quota, it's a non-resident youth, or are you recalculating after the youth preference draw?
So my understanding, my preference on that would be calculated once, what we need. So calculated at the beginning of the draw, these are the total numbers that you can do. If the youth take 5 of the 15, the adults get 10 more. Cut it back.
Okay, the youth at the beginning. The youth off the top.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the only other one I was gonna ask is if we are copying the primary draw on that, are we also copying the primary draw on the overcheck?
Yeah, first choice, like you said, the only variant I could see here that could be considered is not do that non-resident resident split on the youth side of the draw. Only do it on the adult side.
So calculate it after.
Right, give a true youth preference out of the gate, try to get every youth a tag. I don't know if that fits the vision of the youth preference or not, but it's easier just to say, proud.
So are you concerned about that one quota and the non-resident would have no chance of drawing it as a youth? Is that what you're thinking?
That's part of it. Yeah, just keeping in the spirit of giving youth full preference, whether some other states have done it, right? If they're not a resident, they're still a youth, so we're gonna give them an extra benefit before we roll to adult, but I can go either way.
Oh, sorry.
I kind of like the, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
I was just gonna try to answer Steve's question about the drawbacks besides drawing dead that Austin brought up. There's revenue implications. I was trying to look at the reports to see if I could figure out how many non-resident, like what the breakdown was, results of non-residents versus residents with random.
Are you talking these right now? Cause right now
Trying to
we're at
decide if
78%.
it's not random and we have allocation, but the shift, like how many non-resident licenses could we potentially lose?
So right now, you're running about 78% resident and 22% non-resident.
Alright,
So we're going from 78 and 22 to 75 and 25. I mean,
so not very much right now, okay.
that's what I was laughing about, is it almost 75, 25, right?
So there's a 3% revenue hit potentially.
Not necessarily because of the way it runs through, the residents will run through first
Oh, yeah.
before the non-residents go over 25%. So in the end, it might actually be more, well,
Well, it's gonna be more in favor of non-residents if you make the allocation. Residents are drawing more right now.
but we're also changing the draw rules.
The revenue is coming from the other.
So we would still stay at 78% because theirs is up to. It's just if all of a sudden a whole bunch of non-residents apply and our residents stay the same, they would get capped off and our residents would still go.
You also have the revenue implications of if you are pushing thousands more licenses through and charging an application fee for the secondary draw, you could have a lot more revenue, just in app fees. And you're only 15,000 resident adults and 7,000 non-resident adults, but that could go up substantially if there's a lot more licenses.
Yeah.
You don't make a lot of money.
No.
That's spent on their own.
Small dollar. What's the fee?
7 and 9 currently.
$8.
What is it for the secondary?
It's the same price.
It's $8.
It went up to 8 this year.
It's 8 for residents, 10 for non-resident. Yeah.
Got it.
So Elk was almost 75, 25 already. Deer is a little higher, so they're at 12% non-resident and 88%. 88%, and then whatever our next one is, probably.
I like the suggestions of just mirroring the secondary draw process and allocation to the primary. A couple of people suggested that, just keep it the same. And it sounds like it's not really going to be a major impact on the allocation now, but it would prevent it from going sideways later and us having to fix it.
All right, other input here. We've worked our way through some options at least. Everybody clear on what we're dealing with?
Those two different proposals, Brian?
Yeah, one we've heard is extend the split, right, down to secondary. And the other is keep it as it is, essentially.
I don't understand the 15%.
The youth is at 15%.
That's the primary draw.
I think that could be taken out, right?
No, yeah, that's gone. 'Cause we-
100%. Just leave it at mere primary logic and the overcap. Take that out.
Now I know this seat was the last one taken.
Was that
a hit for being last?
Sorry?
I said, we saved it just for Andy.
Oh, yeah.
The last one would be two.
Other suggestions on the language or clarifications or just opinions, what you'd like to see?
In my opinion is we leave it on B, since we already are there, we're just adding complexity to a draw, and that goes against what we're trying to achieve. Achievement is making it simpler. And right now, we're adding complexity where it isn't.
I would say you're adding complexity, but you're streamlining it, making it easier to understand that you say the secondary draw is the same as the first draw, primary just doesn't use your points.
You don't have to
Splits are the
explain it two
same,
ways versus
choices
one.
work the same. That would be
The only difference being the youth preference. What's your take?
We don't have this logic yet, right, in the secondary draw world.
We do not have
So
logic.
we would have to develop it, and that's it.
They're more complex to,
We're talking new
Add or-
systems anyways, so it's not. Yes.
It's a copy of.
And it would mirror it, yeah, it'd mirror the primary.
Change the 15% to 100% for youth and you're right.
We also don't have landowners, we don't have, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that the secondary draw does not have, that does not mirror the primary draw. And if we go to the primary draw with preference points on all four, technically you can say minus points, but it just seems like we're adding more to it than it needs to.
I think it's, I would say people like don't necessarily ask if the secondary draw is much different than the primary draw in the first place, so I think just like taking that allocation from the primary draw to the secondary draw, while it's changing something, I think it makes it more clear and easier to understand for our customers. I agree, changing it, right, any change we're gonna make is gonna be more complex because it's something new to learn.
Right.
But because we're just kind of bringing a rule through multiple parts of it, it kind of just makes it a little more concise, I would say. I think we don't really get a whole lot of confusion in this, all that people really care about in the secondary draw is, oh, I don't use my points, great, no further questions, so, yeah,
That'd still be true.
yes, pretty much.
So I think the difficulty I'm having, or the way I'm looking at this, at least for now, is if we stay with the previous discussion where we're using preference points, primary draw, all four choices, I think A is necessary, a change is necessary. If we're going status quo on the primary draw, I think we stay B, status quo on this issue here. I think we go hand in hand.
but the allocation split that we voted on would carry in either scenario.
Right. Presumably, 85.
Right?
Not in B on this one.
You mentioned in the
Yes,
primary
the-
draw,
the
if you had,
process,
yeah,
allocation
Almost,
process.
When on one of our first meetings, remember, we voted on in Grand Junction, right? We voted on the resident, non-resident allocations.
Oh, the 80-20.
75-20.
75.
did I capture your question correctly, Steve? I'm sorry.
No, I
Just
didn't
trying
have a
to-
question. I'm stating the fact that I believe that if we change the primary draw to using preference points in all four choices, then changing the secondary draw as in A here, adding this is necessary. If we go status quo in the primary draw, we're not using preference points 2, 3, and 4, choice 2, 3, and 4, then I think we stay status quo here, B.
I completely agree.
We've already voted on primary.
So,
Well, we're split.
Oh, yeah.
so I think, so what I'm saying is,
Together.
I'm split on this, depending on what we do, what happens.
Well, if they agree, yeah. We could literally bundle them,
In my
if this group wants to bundle them, but that's the proposal still. Go ahead.
Just don't make it more confusing.
Right.
I think that we should make them the same. It's easier to explain, it's easier for people to understand. I know it's more complicated, but we're gonna have a new program. Maybe it will be easier for staff, but I think it's easier to keep it the same.
I have a question of John. We discussed how to do allocation in the primary, over all four choices and if residents priority first. Is that possible regardless of whether or not we're using points in all four?
Yeah.
Okay, so we could say, we definitely like that method of allocation across the primary and secondary draw. And we're split on whether or not we use points for all four in the primary.
Yeah. It works either way, so that allocation split, if we use points across all four choices, it'll work just fine, it'll still achieve the goal that we were looking for. If we leave it status quo, where we only have points on first choice, it will still achieve the goal that we're doing.
So we could do A in both draws and still leave the question of all four choices points.
Yep, that's what I needed to clarify.
I think we
Good
can say
distinction.
technically, but you might believe they're bundled, as Steve
Exactly.
does.
Technically, I know it can happen. I
Okay,
believe
Yeah.
if we were to vote on this, for me, it depends on what we do on the first one.
I think what you're saying, Steve, the way I was agreeing with you is that A is more important if we go with use your points in all four choices, which I completely agree.
because it might drive more traffic,
It will,
right?
yeah.
So I will vote A if we're gonna go, and I'll vote B if we're gonna go.
And if we don't know which way we're gonna go, because we're split,
you'll
vote both ways.
Or we could just vote A
If
and
we
for either
vote
one, like
A
Terry said,
on the top one, and we
Keep
go
it
with
simple.
all four choices.
and
That's the one that you said is good, so all four choices.
Yeah,
use
yes,
points,
that's where I'm
you
at
vote A.
after
Yes.
talking
Even if we
about it for a
don't
few
go
more
with all
minutes.
four choices,
A
and you
still
vote
works.
A, it still works.
Yes,
So if we all just vote A,
but it's not as
It'll make
necessary.
it's not
the
necessary,
residents
no, but if you want to just
happy. It
make
should
it
make the residents.
normal,
Yeah, it will,
it's not
especially
gonna
people
hurt
who live
us if
close
we
to the
vote
draw,
A
you
on this.
know, draw recaps and who draws what.
On the back end and some other, or maybe it's not necessary.
It's not necessary.
All right.
It's not gonna hurt us.
Plus, I like this, we're talking simplicity, status quo, status quo.
All right, do you think we're there? Are we ready to vote
Yep,
A or B? Everybody know your choices? All right, so going around the room, all those in favor of A, raise your hand. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Keep
10.
your hands up for a minute, please, just so we can.
11.
Appreciate it.
Gotcha. Jenny, we got you. And 2.
I think I have to abstain.
It's
Jenny.
Vote, isn't it?
Steve's a yes, yes.
But I-
Steve is a, if you make me vote, I will vote. I think we could document your situation.
your inner conflicts, your inner demon.
Yes, yes, if you go with points for all 4.
Yeah, I think they're bundled.
Is an A, yes.
Yeah, otherwise I'll vote A. Either vote.
If we round you to an A, we can.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. And we have one defiant John.
I just don't think it's necessary. I get what you're all saying, and I don't disagree with it, I just don't think it's necessary.
All right,
I think
Well-
a part of it though is if you don't know what the secondary is gonna draw.
yeah, I think we see the tea leaves.
Yeah.
All right,
Put you on the spot, you got any list minus John.
all right. I'm gonna keep us moving, because there's lots still to do. So, next up, should the draw recommendations made for Deer Oak Fair and Pronghorn also apply to Jonathan Lambert?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will just lead with, I think the
I'm gonna let you
assumption.
take the lead, John.
I think the
Also
assumption,
apply to Turkey, that's complex.
Yeah.
well, I think
Don't
that,
make any changes to Turkey,
Well, we haven't talked a lot of turkey, so
it's not Turkey.
let's talk turkey.
it's not a new species coming on board as it relates to the draw process. So my question to the group is, do all of these, in a sense, carry to that draw?
I'm trying to make things simpler.
Yes.
Is everything the same?
That was my clarification question for the group.
Doug?
The answer is yes.
Okay, I got
The
a solid
question is,
yes.
if you break anything specific to turkey, because turkey has 2 draws.
That's my question to you.
We have preference
Yeah.
points on both of those. I mean, personally, I say yes, let's carry it to turkey, let's call it good. But we do have 2 turkey draws every year, 2 sets of points that get, one
One set.
group of points 2 times a year that you can get one. So did we break anything in turkey?
No. Andy?
There's no secondary draw also. So if you turn.
So really
all-
it's the same.
Hmm?
Really, it's kind of the same. They
Yeah,
also
but
have
if we
2
put
hunting
all
seasons.
4 choices that use points, there's not going to be any secondary option. So there will be no second, third, and fourth choice. Well, that don't use points.
Most of the turkeys over the counter is such a small thing, is it,
No, there's draw.
Feasible or necessary to muck with it, or?
Andy?
Spring's pretty big, fall's kind of hit or miss, but
Spring's mostly draw, I mean, it's all over the counter, spring.
Not all of it.
No, it
I mean,
isn't.
not all, but a lot of it is.
Let's let Andy speak. He's had his.
I think it's a good point Jonathan brought up. I've been operating under the assumption that everything we're talking about also applies to turkey because deer and elk and pronghorn and the turkey draws are the same. So, but I think it's good to bring it up.
Good.
But I agree, it should just be the same. It should just apply to turkey too. Whatever we decide goes to turkey.
I
John
agree.
brings a good point about the preference points, so there is no secondary draw for turkey unless you want us,
you're not gonna push it anywhere, like we're doing with.
can we do a secondary draw for turkey?
No.
We can't, 'cause there's two seasons.
No.
They're just gonna go on the leftover list.
There are leftover list turkeys though.
Yeah,
They'll just go on the leftover list.
that's what I was gonna ask, is there a
Awesome.
leftover list, can auto reissue work for it?
Mhm.
Like, will that alleviate it, or is there concern a lot of turkey licenses will go unused?
Well, I mean, the auto reissue list can be used for turkey, that's not an issue. But if nobody applies in that primary draw because they don't use all the points they've amassed in the 2 times a year, we're not gonna have anybody to auto reissue to.
But also there's an option to do a preference point only. Right, in the fall, rather than hunt, whereas if you're doing a hunt, your point forward.
But that just kills our auto reissue, because if you don't wanna hunt, you're gonna hit the point.
Yep.
You're not gonna put any choices in, because you can't. And we're gonna have a bunch of turkey licenses with nobody to auto reissue.
Instead of pushing them to the secondary draw, it'll just push them to the leftover list.
Right, that's what it would do. And it would be a split draw, just like what we're talking about for deer elk. Antelope and bear.
Can we just make the recommendation that everything we're recommending gets also pushed to turkey and let the CPW figure out?
I knew that was coming.
Like you've already got 14 days instead of 30 days, right, on your return period, or 15 days, so like you can already make some little adjustments to return licenses and stuff as needed.
Like says, currently there are usually no leftovers for turkey anyways, maybe 1 or 2 licenses. So we would just have 80 or 90 licenses.
You see more in the fall than you do in the spring.
Okay, any other considerations here? I've got just basically extend the all draw recommendations to turkey. Consider the preference points impacts, right? Somebody said, or no?
No.
Huh?
I don't even think we need to have that.
Push to the leftover list versus a secondary draw.
We have to consider the fall draw too, right, the fall preference points, you gotta work through all that.
It's gonna function identical to the other one, so you can put a preference point in for spring and a preference point in for fall.
So you'll keep that and not change it, I like that, don't change it.
So it'll function identical to everything else.
Yeah.
As long as everybody's okay with whatever they don't draw in the draw, goes to leftovers, and we push it that way. If that's fine, we're good. I think, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and there's certain things that don't apply. Youth preference, secondary draw, LPP, there's lots of things.
We do have youth on the front coast.
Yep,
Is that
but we'd
correct?
also for deer and elk.
Yeah, okay, so that's not gonna hurt anything.
Branching the wildlife as well.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's still gonna roll the same, so.
Right, and that can go to the auto re.
We could, well. The only thing on Ranching for Wildlife that we have is our agreements with the ranches say that we won't, basically, we provide them a list of hunters that will be on that property. And we can't reissue them within so many days.
2 weeks.
There you go, 14 weeks. So we have to watch that one and make sure that we didn't, but yes, if our stop dates are before that we talked about. It
Thank
sounds
you.
like maybe you're-
I'm hearing, overall agreement so far. Other comments? Disagreements? Questions? Nothing.
I like it is, but I'm persuadable, so.
Okay. All right, well, are there any objections to the proposal? Extend all draw recommendation to Turkey. No youth preferences, OPP and other programs will not apply to Turkey. Push the remaining to the leftover list versus a secondary draw. Very few show up.
We're seeing auto reissue for Turkey as well.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, okay. Make sure it was done.
Anything else? All right. We have a unanimity.
You've been having them enough.
I see it. Thumbs up. There's good. Okay, we're good. All right, unanimous. All right, believe it or not, that is the workload.
Good push at the end.
We went slow to go fast. All right.
Back to the using preference points on all choices. Now they've got an extra 10 minutes.
If I really believed it would only take 10
He got more hate mail in that 20 minutes.
It's not, I wanna go home.
Pardon?
I said, "Well, it's not, I wanna go home."
Is everyone's okay where we are? Is that our piece?
We came up with some cool stuff.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. Yeah.
Can we get an update just again on next commission meeting?
Yeah, we're gonna go into some big picture stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanna pull us out of the weeds now, if that's all right. Yeah? We're good. All right. So, next steps. Yeah. All right, so, it's a ways out. What is that, 6, 7 weeks? July 18th or 19th in Meeker. Steve, John, Jonathan, and Austin. If you recall, you volunteered a long time ago. To speak. So what we've done in the last couple times is we've had just a 1 hour, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it was 90 minutes, but just a virtual meeting on Zoom or something, and allow you, after we kind of summarize the themes and notes from here, we'll get some main standard language that you can use, but then we'll want some talking points. And really what we're interested in is staying faithful, as always, to what the group's decided here. But allowing you to have a little latitude in terms of some colorful language and examples or whatever you might want to use. So overall, the decisions we've made here, we want to communicate directly, but allowing each of you a little bit of style and preference and how you want to speak. So we'll give you an opportunity to practice that, or at least kind of work through what do we want to say in detail there. And we work out the order of speaking and so on. Normally, we wouldn't know the actual time slot until, a few weeks out?
Yeah, so the agenda's finalized.
Yeah, it takes a while to finalize those agendas, so you'd have to keep your calendars a little fluid, but and then would this be in person?
Yes,
Yeah,
in Meeker.
the booming metropolis of Meeker.
Do you know what the commission process is gonna look like beyond July? Like the steps, how many steps, or when there's gonna be, public input, things like that?
Since we've had so much public meetings, we've streamed all these meetings, we've had then a commission presentation afterwards. We were planning to just two-step the regulatory part of it, so it'd be November 2024, January 2025 for the two steps. But then the regs would be written to be effective for the 2028 draws. So we'd be adopting them now so that people could become educated, change their application behavior if they want. We could build this new system. So the regs would be finalized and in place, but they wouldn't be effective until the 2028 draws.
Yeah, Gary.
Something I just want to bring up for the whole group, I participated as a Moose Sheep and Goat representative, expressing, my own views and what I felt like were the views of the Moose Sheep and Goat community in general. Obviously, my employer is likely gonna come out with formal positions on the moose, sheep and goat portion specifically. And those will be presented at the commission during the two-step process. They're most likely going to oppose what this group came up with in the last meeting. So I will recognize the fact that I worked in good faith and I accepted, it could very well, I just want to let you know that it could very well be me up there presenting the position of my group that is in opposition to what this group decided. And I hope that's not a problem, but, I voted against pretty much everything we decided on the sheep and goat in the last meeting. So my board of directors is going to expect us to weigh in on this issue because it's a very contentious issue for our members, so.
I appreciate the candor. You're always free to operate, follow your conscience, and appreciate you working with us as a group.
And he knows, he did
a presentation.
He did a presentation on my group.
I'm surprised that they're that in opposition, because I had a lot of people come up to me after that in favor of some of the things that we recommended.
Yeah, we'll see where they land.
Yeah, I was surprised at the positive feedback I got actually that day and after. That was my just rough impression of, and I guess the other thing, the reason you saw me like scratching my head a little bit is there's nobody else in RMBS that can present to the commission.
Well, they could.
Besides you two?
There's a president.
Pete and then Austin.
So the whole process, we went through and made a bunch of, or several recommendations through our meetings to the commission and stuff. This is what we believe, but then they have to turn around and vote or act on it, that kind of stuff, right? I mean, they may say, no, because of public outcry or something. So when does it all go through the washing machine and spit out the other side kind of thing?
November, January, this
So
fall.
So we'll see that through the normal CPW communications kind of stuff, that there's a commission meeting and this is what they decided or something like that.
Marie can add on to this, but her urge before this process even started, was that they take a lot of consideration into the recommendations of this group. That this much time and effort went into this process to not just dismiss it quickly. That was kind of her plea to.
I mean, you got the CPW folks themselves, right? That, then you got our group here, and you got the public, right? So they're getting it from all three sides kind of,
Sure thing.
Great. She was with anybody, so.
Yeah, I mean,
About November, I should think, or?
Yes, November, January, what she said.
I've been doing this kind of work for a long time, and I would say that this process in particular has been really thorough and thoughtful, both in the design and the construction of the group and the efforts that have been made to bring everyone together and design, specific agenda and discussion topics and so on. So this is as thorough as you see it for a lot of things like this. And there's a few others out there, maybe Wolves or something that, get a lot more attention in the newspaper, but they follow a similar process, even that, to do this kind of thing. So it's really impressive from my part. to see.
Terry, so, Summer, for you, so you're in this group and you're working with us and everything, and back to RMBS, and it's like, bummer, it's too stressful.
We'll see what we do.
See what happens,
Marie, yeah.
I just want to tell everybody, thank you. So this was something that I asked for really, and I think everybody here has worked really well together and I've been really happy. And I did not think it would go as easy, and you're a large part of that too. I expected some big arguments and whatnot, and we have not done any of that. So I'm really happy with the way it's worked out. And I do hope the commission takes our recommendations. I think there's a good group here. There's a few people missing today, but I think we've been represented on those sides and heavily on the resident side, really. So, thank you.
Great points. Austin, John?
Excuse my ignorance, I'm trying to understand the regulatory process a little bit in Colorado, but can I expect the proposal that comes forward from CPW back to the commission mirrors everything we've recommended? Or do you guys still have the ability to make some changes?
Massage it a little bit, you know?
No, the first step will be exactly what we had in our memos, true to what the group's recommendation is. The commission could ask us to tweak or change things after the first step, and then the final reg language will address what the commission asked us to bring back
For January.
for January.
Okay, and second question, we get a lot of public people asking us, what's going on, what's the buzz, right? They're not watching all the meetings, they're not reading all the memos. What would you say from your experiences appropriate to talk about, not talk about? Dates, hypotheticals, votes, where we ended up, like, can you give us a little guidance there for just the public?
I think, like, this meeting's been live streamed, so I think there's nothing, like, you could share outcomes with stakeholders, anyone you wanna talk to, and tell them there'll be a memo that will be posted as part of the next commission meeting in July, not the June one, but the July one. But like, we're not hiding anything we discussed today, so you're free to talk about anything that came out of this group today.
I only have one add to that if I could, and that's if you're speaking in your own voice about what your own opinions are, that's perfectly fine. But don't frame them as the draw working group believes, right? And then say something that this group didn't say, right? You've more than happy, you should always share your own personal opinions, just make clear, in my opinion, you know, we got this right, or we did well here, and we struggled with that, or whatever that is, but the consensus of the recommendations that we've put together, whenever you say the working group said, or the working group did, let's stay faithful to what we did agree to. That will reduce confusion down the road. And you can clearly identify those differences to people. Just try not to speak in the we when it's not the we. Yeah, John.
How you doing? No, I also wanted to thank the group. I thought it was really, really well done, really well run. Thank you, Brian. I do think that we will get a lot of feedback once this hits the mainstream. What happens, people don't watch all these meetings, they don't listen to the discussion, they read the headline, they're changing the draw why. And the fact that we spend as much time as we did going through every single aspect, good, bad, or indifferent, I feel like we've hashed it out. This is, thankfully, we're not part of the big game season structure, because having this discussion on top of the big game season structure, I don't think we would have gotten the same result out of this group. So I'm thankful that we were split, and I do appreciate everybody's time. And I think we did make substantive changes, so thank you all.
Standing.
Got one here.
Oh, yeah, please.
I just wanted to say that I am very impressed with the knowledge and abilities and discussion that we had here. I did not know what to expect going into this. I know these are super complex issues, but nice job. I'm impressed with the knowledge level here was constantly, I was constantly thinking and that's good, because these are complicated things, and people brought up a lot of points that made me think pretty hard. So, and thank you for your facilitation.
Well, you're welcome. My honor. Terry.
I want to echo what a lot of other people said. You know, I think that when the group was formed and it became public who was part of the group, there was a lot of preconceived notions from the public about what the outcomes were going to be and what the arguments were going to be, the big fights, you know, and stuff like that. And I gotta say, I was absolutely floored by how everybody worked in good faith towards the larger goals and not towards their individual maybe desires or expected or hoped for outcomes. We largely did come to consensus. We had a couple votes, but honestly, I was really floored and really impressed by everybody.
Thanks, Terry. Austin?
I was just gonna say, you guys are lucky, being here in Colorado, like, I never complained driving through Colorado, it's a beautiful state, you have a lot of animals. And, from an outsider's perspective, this group has been very selfless, has been willing to talk and discuss, and, it's helped me personally in the state of Utah, because I've been pushing for some sort of draw revamp for over 10 years now. And they finally have agreed to put together a committee and working group, very similar to this, to revisit their state word. So Colorado is being watched, for the best, so kudos to everybody, and I appreciate your help and allowing a non-resident a little bit of voice. We rarely get any voice in a state committee level, right, outside of public comment. It's hard to attend in any non-resident state, so appreciate that, and kudos to you guys for putting together a good group.
I just also want to say thanks to everybody for their participation and discussions. It was a pleasure to sit here and work with all of you on this group. One last thing is I get asked, and I'm sure some of you others do too, just from the public and people that are trying to stay engaged in this, providing comments, just some clarity on if they have comments, if that's going to be at the regular regulatory two-step process at the commission meetings, or if there's any plans to hold a public meeting with our summary of recommendations as they move forward, or if that's even been talked about. So just if there's any insight to that, I think that would help a lot of the folks listening and that are engaged outside of the normal regulatory public comment process. But again, thanks to all of you.
So I did get that request as well. I think we have time in the calendar to do that. Probably more me working with Jonathan and other people in our public involvement positions on how to best do that between the July commission meeting and the November regulatory process starting, having a couple open houses. They're not, at this point, we're not asking for their feedback to change recommendations. It's kind of more of like a town hall or something, just so they can voice their concern more publicly, but we just need to make it clear versus some of our other public involvement processes where we're gathering feedback to inform recommendations. That's not really what we're doing here, but if there's an appetite for a venue for them to voice concerns outside of the commission meeting, I think we can try to accomplish that. We just need to be clear with the purpose of those meetings.
Yeah, sometimes we call those listening sessions.
Jenny, you got anything?
Just a thank you to everyone. And fingers crossed that this will work.
I guess one other quick thing, we kind of skipped B. For those of you not presenting in July, the last kind of ask of the entire group is to get help with the memo. Like I'll make the first draft, trying to summarize all of your recommendations, but just like the first two memos, making sure that I captured all the thoughts correctly, and just like the last two, even if you like the draft, just respond back to me so that I know you had a chance to read it. So I have everybody's kind of thumbs up or stamp of approval on that document.
So do you have finals of the first two drafts that you put together?
Yeah, I can send them to the group. They're also posted on the commission pages.
Okay.
For anyone and
Thank you.
everyone to read.
Under each meeting, there's the meeting materials.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be good to reference before you finalize the final one. Great point.
I think they're on Engage CPW as well. They're on both places.
I just want to thank you guys for welcoming me halfway through. Great group. And I also want to give a big shout out to Danielle. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that you guys don't see of putting these slides together, those memos and everything. It's a lot of extra hours put in to make this group operate smoothly. And then same with John Ferrando doing all the scenarios. He spent a lot of extra hours pulling that data for you guys to help inform decisions. And Mike Lloyd, if he's still watching online, helped a lot with that quick data request throughout the meeting. So I appreciate everyone's staff input to make this work.
Good. Amen to that.
Everybody, big hand for all of them.
All right, unless there's anything else.